Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! Here he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here, oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one. They're all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a Dom. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, March 27th to all of you. Opening day across Major League Baseball. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Historically, starting today and for the next 2 weeks are the most difficult 2 weeks of my year. Last night was no different. Stakes are high. There's a lot of work to do. And I believe we have just the crew to handle that business. It was a nice day yesterday. It was almost a big day yesterday. That Oilers comeback cost me a lot of money. I got the push. That is a big swing. Big swing. We sweep, 2-0 in NBA. The D'Angelo Russell under 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Just a no sweater. As no sweat as anything can be. Washington, Philadelphia over 230 was a bit of a sweat, but we got there, got to 233. Huge first quarter. And then, of course, they don't let anything easy. Other than D'Angelo Russell props, unders. Whenever he plays, you know what to do. He doesn't play very often right now. Brooklyn not trying to win. A 1-1 in college basketball. It was a great breakdown for Illinois State. Those of you that pushed or lost on the money line on UAB, my heart goes out to you. I didn't bet that game. I have a sick feeling inside. Like I literally feel sick when I'm on a dog. But even last night, I felt sick knowing all my friends were on a dog going into overtime. Like I felt ill. And even when UAB took the lead in overtime, I still had this sick feeling. I can't. So my heart goes out to you guys. It just sucks. I've been there so many times with dogs in overtime. It's where dogs go to die, is in overtime. So my heart goes out to you guys there. It was a good day. It could have been a great day, but we flipped the page. From February 1st to March 15th was one of the worst 6-week runs. I imagine it was the worst 6-week run I've ever had, unit wise. And there being some, of course, I'm 45, so I've had some bad losses, expensive losses in my day. I'm not sure if, that 6 weeks was the worst run, but unit-wise, it was with my volume. What I needed? I needed Pubapalooza. Since the Thursday of Pubapalooza, I needed to be around my best friends, the guys I cap with every day, just get that happiness back. Why are we doing this? Remember why we're doing this. And I've been on a run since then. Now, this run has to continue. Our lives are on the line. I'm not in a good spot, 25% in and out with my local every Friday. I've had to be paying him right now because of the run I was on, the bad run I was on February to March. There's never been a more important baseball season. You should say that to yourself before every season in every sport, that there's never been a more important one. The stakes are high. Your life is on the line. Do you want it to improve or do you want things to crumble around you? We have to win. So let's go do that. We have a big schedule. This is a big show today. We start with NHL with Ian Cameron, Bobano back in NHL. The records. We have records for our cappers that I have. I couldn't get to them. There was just too much work. But I promise you, starting next week, there'll be records for every single capper in every single sport. Everything's there. It's just it was just such battle, man. I wanted to so bad, especially with the run that Spooner's on in college basketball. I want you guys to see it. I want you guys to see it. I want you guys to see these things. And I'm able to do it right now. But I promise you, starting next week, because that's the only thing we can promise in this show is the accountability and the transparency. And we're going to sell you nothing. We're going to sell you nothing. We just want to win together. But we don't want to. We have to. And we need to. And we need to do that right here together as a squad. There's cappers running so hot in the chat, like the Sweaty Butcher and others. And we have a new schedule, too, for how we're doing MLB, where we're going to have a lot more cappers on. And it's going to be different than we've done it before. And we'll get into that a little bit, but we're going to set the tone here with Jose as our leader getting through. So we have NHL with Bobano, then NCAA basketball. We have NCAA basketball with a Daby Cab and Spoondog. Then we get into MLB. We run through the entire MLB card with Jose Bouquett. Of course, the great cappers in the chat. That rolls us into NBA with Darryl Rice. It's Derl. Shout out to all the cappers here rocking with us. The time is fucking now. Let's go. Sir Mackey loves pie, ready to get to work. So 7 hours, 55 minutes until first pitch. Big O says, happy opening day. Pittsburgh first 5 under 3.5. Let's get all of this up here. I know you guys want to talk about baseball so bad. We are going to the schedules are going to change right now. Right now, Spoon Dog has given us so much, and he's only available at a certain time. So we've fixed the schedule around our guy Morgan, and I'm very pleased. I'm happy with that. He's given us so much. So the least we can do is work our schedule around him, and I'm very happy to do it. Viper MB in the house, got all his baseball locked in here. Now, we're going to talk about the strategic changes I'm making to this baseball season, something I've been thinking a lot about. And Santander over 1.5 total bases for Justin McKelvey and Duke over. Let's get all this locked in before we get into NHL. Get this here popped in. Here we go. Locked. Derek Parra ready to go. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time is a massive card. I love it. I love it. I love it. Troy Torrance ready to get to work. And there's our guy Gorky blessing our action. Arthur Fields, Yankee moneyline. Florida, Alabama, Duke moneyline for Gorky. Gorky, thank you for the constant support. You inspire us. You're a great friend of the channel. And your consistency is a thing of beauty. Johnny K says Sabalenka up 2-0. Billy Friedrich, opening day, and the Cubs are already in last place. Nothing finer. Auburn Brody with his MLB action. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Irish King says MLB opening day and nothing else matters. I respect that very much, but we hammer the board here. But don't worry, things will change. Diamondbacks -1.5 plus 165 for Billy Friedrich. That is the pig milk play of the day. Let's get that locked in and loaded. Victor A. I love this. As I recently found this wonderful channel. Have some plays for opening day. Toronto, Texas, Cincinnati, and the New York Metropolitans from our friend Victor A. That is copied and pasted. Victor A. Copied and pasted. We'll be keeping an eye on your action, and thank you for being a part of our channel. There's the nuke worker in the house. T4L305. We got serious business ready to go. Serious business ready to go. Old E, Sweaty Butcher, Nate Dogg 420, and Chill Will, man, what a guy he is. We have some father-son cappers that roll with us, and Chill Will, a little domo. They're right at the very top, man. As good as it gets. And shout out to Uncle Mike too. Love you guys. So great to meet you guys. Wine Time Sports says it perfectly. Today is a big fucking day. Lucky Power ready to go. Jay Sweeney ready to go. Dougie Wise, free bands plays of the day. 8 plays at $4.52 US a pop. God, I want to get my unit size up there because that's over 5. That's like 6 Canadian. Wine Time doesn't mess around. You guys saw that. You guys saw that when we were in San Antonio, Texas. Wine Time going big day 1, man. I love it. Philly Eagle Flyer. We got T-Moss ready to go. Von Polo Lifestyle ready to go. Von Polo. There's my guy BT, man. I had another opportunity to run with BT. I wish we had more time. BT, Texas native. He got to hang with us. We got to hang with him. That's more. We got to hang with him. BT. Nasty Nate. What an extreme Boston sporting night for you guys. Bruins ass, Celtics cash. Gregory Wilson, that's the captain that we missed in Texas, man. Gregory Wilson, a real one. All right, great to see all you guys. Just my 2 cents. By the way, the Locker Room Talk podcast is out. I know the consistency of the Tuesday nights, 11 p.m. is something that a lot of the cappers love. Finish their day, get their kids to sleep, and then watch the Locker Room Talk podcast Tuesday night. We're going to get back to the regular scheduled programming, but it was recorded yesterday, and so was Talking Hands. Both recorded yesterday. They're on our YouTube channel. They will be our showcase videos as we roll through. Great to see all you guys. Razor Sharp picks in the house. Dougie Wise, King Ooh. Ready to go. Joe Tadero, Planted Flag, Fighter of the Week. Joey Pfeiffer. I'm going to copy and paste all of this. Okay. It's time to get to work. There's Wine Time's entire card. Barry Smith. I'm glad you caught that over in the Islanders game. It's a nice score. Let's get this all set here. Barry Smith and Mr. Heat with the Reese Hoskins props. Get this all here so we can discuss it throughout the show. All right. Mackenzie Gore from Steven Jackson. If I miss anything, Jose, if you heard me miss anything. Now, Jose's rushing down to the studio, but he's still handling everything here beautifully. Troy Torrance with his action. Let's get this here. Troy Torrance with his action. and let's go. All right, let's go. Okay, NHL, NCAA basketball, MLB, NBA, and I am on a 7-1 run in NBA. And NBA was a big part of the problem on that 6 weeks from February 1st to March 15th. When you heat up, you have to milk it. You can't just, when you heat up, you have to make the most of it because there's going to be those downturns. Let's get the fucking work. Bring on our first guest of the show, coming to us from Canada's steel town, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, Hamilton, Ontario. Please welcome our friend, star of the Ice Guys, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the show. Bobano, how are you?
What a Thursday. I mean, my gosh, we got the regular NHL slate, which is big. There's some NBA. There's the start of the Sweet 16 and the NCAA tournament. Opening day in Major League Baseball. Happy opening day to everybody. It doesn't get much better.
It doesn't get much better. I also was having some computer issues. Maybe it's getting a little old, so I had to restart it before.
We all are.
I'm good.
Machines and humans.
Yes, I'm good to go right now. Let's just move over to NHL, and I've got everything I need for NHL. We're not going to go over the cash flow. I don't care about the cash flow in NHL. Let me get the CBS NHL injury report up here in Adam, and let's roll. I've made 5 bets in NHL. Bobano, that the 3-goal comeback by the Oilers last night, it did a couple things. It cost me money because I pushed instead of having a huge score. That's a big swing.
You
also
had -1.
woke me
Shit.
the fuck up.
Jeez, I didn't even think of that watching that. People that had -1, what would have happened? Oof.
I was on the and did you see how close that empty netter was? Like with 1 second left.
Yeah.
I'm not getting the empty netters right now. I'm going to get them. I'm going to start getting them.
There's some issues with Dallas right now. There's some issues with Dallas. They haven't played great the last couple of weeks, and they won that game because of Ottinger. They didn't even play that great last night, honestly.
No, but I don't need them right now on March 27th.
Yeah.
I don't need them right now, March 27th. But I look forward to talking about that because they're playing.
People saying they're going to be one round and out is a little bit of a stretch, too. Every team is going to go through a little malaise, and they're going through theirs right now.
Oh, good God. I hope the people in the chat are not fading the Dallas Stars in the playoffs. Good God. I hope you guys aren't doing that. Now, Hayskin's not going to be there first round. We'll talk all about that. Let's get to work here. Bobano, my man. We're going up against heavy market moves. Going up against heavy market moves. It's the only sport I'm comfortable doing it with. The only heavy market move I didn't go up against was the Ducks. But even that was kind of uncomfortable. We're going up against bad spots. Who cares about bad spots? Look, the Bruins were in a bounce back spot. Who cares? There's motivation factors. We are hammering these spots regardless. Let's get to work. 7 p.m. Eastern. So we have 42 minutes before college basketball with Daby Cab.
Fast.
I put out the whole schedule in a tweet last night, and we can go over that schedule as well. Let's get to work. Pittsburgh Penguins 29-33 and 11, 11-19 and 6 on the road. At the Buffalo Sabres 29-35 and 6, 18-14 and 3 at home at the KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York. Tristan Jarry versus Lupi Luokkanen. And again, these goaltenders I've got listed were from last night, so let me know if there's changes. Tristan Jarry, the goaltending for Pittsburgh has been a little bit better. I know where they're coming off the 6-1 loss at Lightning on Tuesday, but before that, the goaltending had been better with Needles and Jarry. Jarry still not a good goaltender. Probably shouldn't have a job in the NHL. Luokkanen's been a huge disappointment this year. He's got 888 save percentage. These are 2 bad goaltenders. Pittsburgh power play 24.4%, 77.2% penalty killing. Buffalo 17.9% power play, 76.4% penalty killing. Let's get into the line history here of this game. We have the Buffalo Sabres right now -133. They opened up at -131. I would be on the Buffalo Sabres if it wasn't for the Dylan Cousins, Josh Norris trade. Steve Staios is sitting back with a scar in his mouth saying, I told you guys that Josh Norris was a China doll. This wasn't about skill versus skill. This wasn't a trade about skill. This was a trade about who's going to be there for you for 82 games, who's going to be there for you in the playoffs. And it sucks because I like Josh Norris. It sucks that he can't stay healthy. Basically, the Sabres for this moment. Now, this can change if you can finally get that shoulder healthy for Josh Norris, but for this moment, they traded Dylan Cousins for nothing. This total opened up at 6, juice to the over. I see a 6.5 right now. Really hasn't been that much of a change. The Penguins coming off their third loss 4 games. That's 6-1 at the Lightning on Tuesday. Malkin still wearing a non-contact jersey. I don't like watching him play. He's such a phenomenal player. 19 seasons. He's so slow out there. He's not aging like Ovechkin. He won't be in the lineup. And he's had a decent year, 46 points in 62 games, but I don't like watching him play. So he missed 6 games just in late February with the lower body injury. He's out. Tommy Novak, defenseman Ryan Shane, defenseman Pierre Olivier, Joseph are also out with the Pens. Just depth pieces. Sabres coming off their second straight win, 3-2 at home over the Senators on Tuesday. It's not just Josh Norris, who's probably done to the rest of the regular season, but Jordan Greenway and Sam Lafferty. You take Cousins out, you don't have Norris, then you lose Lafferty. You're losing depth down the middle. So the question I have, Bobano, is do the Sabres have enough depth down the middle to beat who I think is a weak Penguins team? And I didn't have the answer to that while I was trying to put everything together, and I haven't bet this game. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, I like. I'm going to double up here with the over first period and full game. 5 straight first period overs now for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They're no good defensively. They haven't been good defensively all year, and the magic of Tristan Jarry is wearing off. And so, I don't even really care who's in net. Jarry, Nedeljkovic. There's a defense that I think could give up some goals. Buffalo scoring, especially at home. 3-2 win against Ottawa. They beat Vegas. They scored 4 goals. They beat Edmonton before that. They're definitely doing a nice job. Now, they've been rolling with James Reimer a lot the last couple of starts, and he's played well, really well. But I don't know if that's going to keep going. Pittsburgh can still score, and they are coming off a 6-1 thumping, so I think they play better. 6 straight full game overs for Pittsburgh, 5 straight first period overs for Pittsburgh as well. The 2 games head-to-head this year between these teams, they both went over in the full game as well, 5-2, 6-5 final scores. 2 teams not making the playoffs. It's just a perfect late season, high scoring, bet the over type of situation. So over 1.5, minus 130 in the first period, over 6, minus 124 for the game.
I like it. It makes a lot of sense. We're going to move on. We're going to move quickly here again with 38 minutes before the Sweet 16, and then we get into MLB baseball. Yuri Kulik, Ryan McLeod, Peyton Krebs, Tyson Kozak. You can't bet the Sabres then if that's their 4 centers. Am I right?
Yeah, not as a favorite. But they've won 3 in a row at home. They're playing good for the home crowd. They're playing with inspiration and effort, and that's enough to keep me off Pittsburgh.
Exactly. Well, I don't ever. I don't need help getting off Pittsburgh. Trust me. They're a bad hockey team. And
defensively, they can show up offensively sometimes. They can.
Well, because they got Crosby, who's accountable.
They got that one great, and it is truly a great line. Crosby, Rakell, and Rust. They're phenomenal. Yeah.
And that's what Dubas has done for Crosby, right? Yeah. Because Dubas is a fanboy, right? And he loves Crosby, so he keeps that first line good for Crosby because he's a little boy running a hockey team, and he should be relieved of his duties. Because he's a little boy, little fanboy running a hockey team. Joe Thornton and Wayne Simmons. I'm the same age as this guy. You want the guys you cheered for all your life so you can talk to them and hang out with them? It's a fucking business, Kyle Dubas. Fucking clown. If I was in Pittsburgh, ski mask time, Nancy Kerrigan time. Wait outside the arena for him to walk to his car, run, kneecap, bolt. Let's move on. Next up, here's my first bet on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. Ottawa Senators, 37-28-5, 17-18-3 on the road at the Detroit Red Wings, 33-32-6, 18-15-3 at home. We're at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. I've got Linus Ullmark, of course, against Alex Lyon. And I say, of course, against Alex Lyon because Peter Mrazek gave them a boost, but he is out with the undisclosed injury. Happened in the win against Utah. He didn't play against Colorado. And he's been okay. Your goaltending's bad when you have a 2.49 goals against average, 902 save percentage, and you're a savior. Lyon has been a problem this year. 27 games, 23 starts, 12-9-1, 2.76 goals against average, 899 save percentage. Cam Talbot was supposed to start against the Avalanche on Tuesday, but he didn't because of an injury. All these goalies, you shake them up, it's the same goalie. It's the same weak goaltender. Ottawa power play 24.2%. Detroit power play 29%. What would Detroit's record be without this phenomenal power play? But you could say, would Detroit be a playoff team without these small offensive forwards, the Brinkets and the Canes and look, Dylan Larkin is an absolute phenomenal hockey player, and I got nothing but kind words to say about Dylan Larkin. Their penalty killing is 68.5%. Now you could say it's X's and O's, or you could say that Yzerman just doesn't have. Now you look, Kopp is hurt. They have issues from an injury standpoint. And let's go over to the issues here with the Detroit Red Wings right now. Losing Kopp, they have Comfer still. I don't know why their penalty killing is so bad. Now we have some young talent, Soderblom and Mazur. They're both hurt. Eric Gustafsson is out on defense. The Ottawa Senators coming off their third loss in 4 games, 3-2 the Sabres on Tuesday. Shout out to Barry Smith. Barry Smith was absolutely right. I was saying the Senators were a wagon. Senators are going to roll. I was talking about, should we move on them to win the East at 18-1? It went down to 15-1. I was like, no, we could just bet them every day. Thank God I didn't move at that number. Barry Smith was right. I was wrong. Nick Cousins has been out since January, but other than that, this is a healthy Senators squad that I still think can play high-level hockey. They're coming off their third loss in 4 games, again, 3-2 of the Sabres on Tuesday. The Red Wings, I'm fading here. And it's not because of the injuries, maybe it's a litany of things. The injuries, the goaltending, but they conclude their 5-2 loss to Colorado on Tuesday. That was their 3rd game in 4 nights in elevation. This will be their 4th game in 6 nights. This is an exhausted group. I'm on the Senators on the -1 line. And this is my score, -1 at +133. This was available at 365. The offshores were a little bit worse. This is a very, very available line. -125 on the money line, +200 on the puck line. Ottawa Senators -1. And I hate to say it. I know my man Turnsey, and these are his Red Wings, and he still wants them to make the playoffs so badly. But look, I'm on the Senators on -1 line. Take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, it's a brutal spot for Detroit, 100%. And I know this is huge for them. This is a massive game. This is one of the teams they need to catch as far as the wild card is concerned. But this is just tough. You go from Utah, Colorado, and they only have the 1 day. It's not only 3 and 4 nights altitude, those back-to-back nights in Utah and Denver, but you only have the 1 day. If it was 2 or 3 days, it's an easier type of transition. This is as bad as it gets. This is as tough as it gets, in my opinion, here for Detroit. And Ottawa's not going to be in a great mood. They didn't love the fact they lost to Buffalo 3-2 the other night. So you definitely got to expect the Senators to want to ratchet things up, play with a little bit more of a burst here tonight in this game. I'm going to go with the Ottawa Senators, but I'm going to go the team total route instead. And I'm going to take over 3 at -120 with the Ottawa Senators team total at BetMGM. I just prefer that. I think, look, if they win this game, they're scoring 3 goals minimum. Detroit's a mess defensively. Okay, they shut down Utah, but that was a weird game. Utah, didn't convert on a couple of their great chances. This is still a team that is riddled right now with question marks and concerns with their goaltending. Talbot is in a horrible slide right now, not playing well, banged up. Same thing goes, of course, for Peter Mrazek, who ended up leaving that game Monday night against Utah. He's out. Talbot's day-to-day. No question if he'll even be available to back up. So it's Alex Lyon starting tonight by default. Played well against Utah. Obviously a tougher assignment against Colorado. Just a struggling defense right now for the Detroit Red Wings. So I'm going to take Ottawa team total over 3. I'm also going to take a draw. There are a couple of draws I do like on this card. And I think this is one that can get there. There's a lot of series history, especially the games in Detroit. Multiple games recently have gone to overtime between these two teams. So +320 the draw as well.
+320 for the draw. I don't know if you track this, but I would imagine, we talked about it yesterday, that your draw ROI increases enormously in the last 15 games of the season.
Oh, of course. Tell me about it. How many draws have I cashed the last week? Canucks Islanders. Or not Canucks Devils, Canucks Blues, Flames Islanders, Jackets Islanders. A lot of games like this with two teams battling for playoffs, facing one another, going to overtime.
I love it. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. Utah Hockey Club, 32-28-11, 17-14-4 on the road at the Tampa Bay Lightning, 41-25-5, 25-8-2 at home, Amalie Arena in Tampa, Florida. If I was betting... If I was looking for a road team or a team that's weaker than the competition, coming off of a bad game, they're going to be ready to go. Look, I don't care if there's a huge talent difference and the Lightning are going for the first in the Atlantic. It was the same breakdown with Boston, Anaheim. Now, I know Anaheim's, 10 points out of the spot, with the Blues flying, but it was the same thing. Look, I don't care that the Bruins are coming off this embarrassing loss, and I don't care that the Utah Hockey Club is coming off an embarrassing loss. Look, maybe the better fate of Utah will be tomorrow night against Florida. Utah's in a real tough road trip. So this is the first of a back-to-back. This is the first game of a 3-game trip. They play 3 games in 4 days. Now, it ends easy. I believe it's Chicago on game 3, but Tampa, Florida, back-to-back, not easy. I've got Vejmelka listed, 21-19 and 6, 2.56 goals against average, 905 save percentage, 1 shutout. Vasilevsky, 34-19 and 3, 2.22 goals against average, 920 save percentage, 5 shutouts. He had the bounce-back season that we'd hoped that he would have, those of us on Lightning Futures. Utah power play 22.3%, penalty killing 80.7%. Nice special teams, great coaching, nice young group. Tampa Bay power play 25.7%, 82.1% penalty killing. Let's get into the line history here quickly. I'm on the Lightning on the -1 line. This total is a 6. It's -111 to the over. The Lightning at home right now are a wagon. There are some question marks about what they're doing on the road. Will that change come playoff time? Can Vasilevsky step up? All these questions will be answered here shortly. This opened up -186, a 2-cent move to -188. Look, if this was 2 months ago, I wouldn't be fading Utah. I would think there's going to be a bounce back from a hockey team, even though they have less skill. Utah had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 5-1 loss at home to the Red Wings on Monday. It wasn't as bad as score indicated. It was a close game until late. Robert Bortuzzo's been out on the IR for a long time. It's not a big deal. And Liam O'Brien's going to be out for the rest of the season. It's not a big deal, left winger Liam. The Lightning coming off snapping their 2-game winning streak in impressive fashion, 6-1 at home. When one team wins 6-1, another team loses 5-1, there's no way generally I'd be on that team that just won 6-1, but it's a different time of year. It's a different time of year. Eric Cernak day-to-day with undisclosed injury. Other than that, Tampa is healthy. Take it away, Bobano. I'm on the Lightning -1. I got a decent line. It's available right now. I'm just tweeting out the show, so I'll pull it up. I believe it's like a -1, -125 or something like that. Take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, I'm definitely not betting a side here. I actually lean Utah, but they beat Tampa on the weekend without obviously Vasilevsky starting, and now it's a short turnaround revenge spot for Tampa. They've been good at home, as you mentioned, so. I'm just staying off the side. I just don't like laying a price like this against a team that's playing for their season, and that's what Utah's doing. Obviously, they're still very much alive in the playoff race, but needing wins down the stretch. We'll have to see if Vejmelka gets another start because they've been wearing this guy into the ice, and it's starting to show up. He's not been as sharp the last few starts, and I think the workload might be catching up to him just a little bit. Heading into this game. So we'll see how it turns out. We obviously saw Tampa offensively explode. There's really no reason for Tampa offensively not to be able to put the puck in the net because they've got everybody healthy now. For some reason, they had gone through some struggles at times scoring, but we're starting to see them get the offense rolling just a little bit here going into this game. Let me just see where we're at here as far as the total here. Yeah, I'm going to take over 6, though. I do like this total just a little bit. I think I look at Utah as a team that capable of scoring, but also I think with Vejmelka's workload piling up, you're seeing them kind of leak a little bit defensively. So I think it's one of those games where we will see both of these teams contribute. I like over 6 here, -110.
Bobano on the over 6 and -110. And those for you NHL cappers out there, I'll track it. I started yesterday. But I want you to track the situations that I would never bet during the season and in the last 10, 12 games of the year. Here's one of them. I would never bet a team that just won 6-1 against a team that just lost 5-1 ever until now. So track these spots. Remember these spots. Because I know what AM's saying. This is a good Utah spot. Yeah, I get it. And it was a good Boston spot last night. Keep an eye on these spots. Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern, next spot on the board, Montreal Canadiens, 33-28-9, 15-16-4 on the road at the Philadelphia Flyers, 28-36-9, 16-19-1 at home. We're at Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where spots collide. John Tortorella fired by the Philadelphia Flyers. I told you guys that when he's on a team that that trades away their players at the deadline and is going nowhere. It's horrible. He's such a hard ass. Players don't want to come to the rink. They've lost 6 straight, 11 of 12.
Never mind the
Good
players.
riddance.
He doesn't want to come to the rink anymore. You heard what he said at the end of that game. I don't know where to go with coaching this team right now with where they're at. That was a cry for help. That was a cry to Danny Briere and Keith Jones, like Mista Lady and Happy Gilmore. Get me out of here. That's what that was. And they gave him his wish today.
It's perfectly done, man. Perfectly done. Beautiful, beautiful. And good riddance, Torts, you asshole.
By the way, Happy Gilmore 2 coming soon. Hopefully
It is, yes.
Hopefully it's not one of
It is.
those deals where the sequel stinks compared to the original. I hope not.
I don't. It's got a tough act to live up to here. Montreal opening up at -109. They're now -120. This is just a clash of perfect spots, man. And so I've not moved on it. This total is a 6. It's -111 to the over. We've had a 10-cent move towards the over. I'm loving everything here in the chat. Ick Schnizzle, my man. How much? God, how many laughs do we have, man? Just so much fun. So much fun hanging out with you. So much fun hanging out with you guys, man. And Ick Schnizzle, you bring so much fun to the party. I just love it, man. I'm just thankful to rock with you. And we're just getting started, my man. Sammy Montembeau versus Samuel Urson. Montembeau 25, 22, and 6, 2.93 goals against average, 898 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Urson 19, 15, and 5, 3.10 goals against average, 882 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Montreal power play and special teams have been strong this year. They have good coaching. They have a great group of young players that are only going to get better. Good God, in 2 years, 3 years, woo-wee. Philadelphia power play 13.7%, penalty killing 77.4%. So they've been playing without Rasmus Ristolainen and Garnet Hathaway, defenseman and winger, but that's not the issue. They had the mass exodus of heart and soul like Loughton and talent around the deadline. But you want to back a team after they fire their coach. You always do. But the Habs coming off their 3rd straight loss, 6-1 at the Blues on Tuesday. It was embarrassing. The first 2 losses were very respectable. 4-3 in overtime at the Islanders, 5-4 in a shootout home versus the Avalanche. Caden Gooley remains out for the Habs. Look, I would like to back here the Habs. I'd also kind of like to back the Flyers with it, but I don't want to fade the Habs off the embarrassing loss. Steve G on Flyers plus 1.5 after the firing. LJ from H-Town says Flyers have allowed at least 1 goal in the first period, 12 of their last 13 games. Yeah. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Habs, Flyers.
This is going to shock some people, but I'm fading the coaching change. I don't buy it that it's going to make a big difference. This team is inept defensively. They have 0 goaltending at the moment. And I had to say it about Ersson too, but because Fedotov's been a disaster here, and I've blamed only him. Ersson hasn't been any good lately. He's been awful. You know, he deserves a lot of blame right now as well. And the team's just a mess. I mean, some of these defensive breakdowns, you know, Pee-wee hockey teams wouldn't break down that poorly sometimes, like what we're seeing from the Flyers right now. Is Brad Shaw just going to all of a sudden be the cure for this team? And I don't even know if it's a we hate Torts' guts or we're happy he's gone. I think it's just this team is just a mess defensively at the moment with goaltending problems that are really rearing their ugly head. And Montreal's coming in here to play. Okay, Marty St. Louis got after the Canadians after that loss to St. Louis. And look, St. Louis is playing great. I think it's more St. Louis is just a great team right now, playing excellent hockey than Montreal was bad. But nevertheless, Montreal is going to want to rebound here, especially when they see all kinds of teams right behind them still collecting points on a nightly basis. So I'm actually taking Montreal, but doing so with the team total. Philly has given up 4 goals or more in 3 straight meetings against Montreal. They just gave up 7 in back-to-back games. What is going to happen just because the coach got fired that's going to make this team a better defensive team today, waking up in the morning? I'm not sure. I think Montreal can score 4 goals tonight. So we'll go with Montreal, team total, over 3.5, plus 132. It's a really, really good price on that. And that's why I like, if Montreal's winning, they're scoring 4 goals. Okay, that's the way I see it. If they win this game, they're going to score 4. So I like that, and we're not done yet. I like the over by Fecta here. As well. Over 1.5 minus 120 first period and over 6 minus 108 for the full game. I think Flyers will show you some juice and some energy coming out of the gate, I think, because of the coaching change. But I think it'll show up offensively. And don't look now, Montreal is giving up goals lately. Their defense is scuffled. Montembeau has kind of hit a wall. So I think the Flyers will get some goals. So I like the over by Fecta. which is what I call the first period and the full game over split. And I like Montreal's team total over.
You are locked in. I need to sit with this game for longer. Want to shout out a couple cappers in the chat. Kelly McInnes, what a guy, what a support. We're so lucky and thankful to rock with cappers like this. He says, so I lost my wallet earlier this week, canceled everything. Thought I was all good until my PSR membership was paused due to being hooked to the last bank card. I fixed it and didn't lose any of the 18 months. I mean, just what a guy. I mean, thinking about us, all the other things he could be worrying about and thinking about, and he's thinking about us. Thank you, Kelly, and thankful to cap with you, man. Res Mob, since December, I've capped 3 games a day, mostly college basketball, and have capped the cappers on the rest of my action. It's been the best 3 months of my career, and my live betting has been the best ever. That's such an important part of our capping. Our capping, the work is done. You don't need to have a pregame bet because the work is done. You can be put in an advantageous situation live and take advantage of it. Perfectly put. Roll on to our next spot on the board. I've moved on this one, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I think that every single time Philip Gustafsson is in net, that you should bet the under in the hockey game. Simple. I don't think there's anything wrong with simplifying things too much. Now, I've got Charlie Lindgren listed, but they always list Lindgren for some reason. I'm hoping that as Thompson will hear, Bobano has more information on that. Capitals, phenomenal. Look, they've proven me wrong, and sometimes you got to take the L. But I'm telling you, I'm gonna get this money back in the playoffs. Fading them. Charlie Lindgren, Gustafsson, Washington power play 21.8%, penalty killing 83%. Minnesota power play 20.3%, penalty killing 71.4%. Capitals coming up having their 4-game winning streak snapped. This is how when you know you got a team full of character, their 4-game winning streak snapped is a 3-2 overtime loss to the Jets. You know what I mean? It's a quality hockey team. There's no doubt about it. From a total scenario here, we have a 5.5. It's minus 112 to the under. So this has moved away from me. I got minus 115, but I got it at 365. The difference was negligible, and I just preferred to send it in. When we get to the money line here, a money line standpoint, we have Washington minus 142. We've had a big move toward it's a 10-cent move towards the Wild, which could only mean that it is Lindgren, and I guess. But then we saw that huge move towards the Oilers, and it was just sharp action. And so I was like, okay.
Only Gustafsson confirmed as of now. Yeah.
Cool. But I was like, let's go sharp action. And I'm fading the Oilers again tonight. Capitals coming up, having that 4-game streak snapped. They're a healthy group. They're hoping to get Sonny Milano back for the playoffs. I don't think it matters that much if they do. Wild coming off their second straight loss, 5-1 at home to Vegas on Tuesday. It's possible the Wild don't get Kirill Kaprizov and Joel Eriksson back for the playoffs. It's also possible that one of them isn't ready to go to start the playoffs. There's a lot of hidden. They're keeping everything very quiet. Declan Chisholm, a defenseman, young defenseman, and Marcus Foligno, a character forward, are both day-to-day. Take it away for us here. I'm on the under 5.5 Caps Wild.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota's actually 6-1 in the last 7 meetings against Washington. Minnesota's played this team, and they beat them in Washington, if you can believe it, earlier this year. I'm staying off this game. I am. Washington has been great to me, profitability-wise this year. Phenomenal. I believed in them. And we'll see in the playoffs. It's going to get tougher, but certainly they've had a great season. I just don't know if you're going to make money down the stretch with Washington. They're coasting. Well, not coasting, but they're gliding their way easily to winning the division. There's still a chance they win the President's Trophy, although I don't know if they truly care about that. This could be one of these deals where they just and I could see Lindgren getting the start for what Jefferson's saying. He's a Minnesota kid, so it wouldn't shock me at all if it's Charlie Lindgren here in this game. This is one where I did consider the draw. And actually, you know what? Let me see. I think Washington, if I look back, I mean, there's been some tough, close games. There's been let's go draw here. This has definitely got some draw indicators to it. This game, multiple games recently have gone past regulation between the teams. Washington went to overtime, of course, with Winnipeg the other night. I could see Minnesota playing. Minnesota does play the better teams pretty close. Remember the Colorado game, how well they played against the Avs at home.
It's a terrible spot for Colorado. Remember they got in at 5 a.m.
Yes, that was part of it too. 100% was the spot was brutal. for the Avs in that game. But that game went to a shootout. They took the Rangers to overtime at home. So this lot of draw indicators, enough that I'm going to pull the trigger on it. Plus 322, Caps Wild draw.
Plus 322 for Bobano on the draw.
Yeah, just hit one of these and we're golden.
Oh, yeah. AM says this should be Capitals minus 195, minus 160 is a gift. I don't care. It says this is a Capitals beatdown, no draw. AM, there's so many Cappers that have rocked with us over the years, and we had AM plus money, and his mom, Coactus, were all both Cappers that were in the chat, and I loved them dearly, and I've not heard from them in a long time. And when I see your name, AM, I think of AM plus money, and I often want to make sure that you're not our old friend, AM plus money. I've loved all of your insights in the chat. I just wanted to mention that because if you are AM plus money, I would want to ask about your mom, Coactus, because she was such a fun capper to have in the chat. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern with the St. Louis Blues, 38, 28-7, 18, 14-4 on the road at the Nashville. I'm a new person. Cool AM. I love your insights. I love what you're bringing to the table. So I love you being a part of the squad. And an AM plus money and Coactus, if you're out there, we got forever love for you too. With the only mother and son capper other than me and Mama Bag, man. Jordan, and I'm sure there's other out there. Jordan Binnington, 24, 21, and 4, 2.73 goals against average, 900 save percentage, 3 shutouts. UC Saros. There's Joe Yurkovich now. It's great to see you, Joe. 18, 27, and 6, 2.88 goals against average, 899 save percentage, 4 shutouts. St. Louis power play, 21.7%. Penalty killing, 72.9%. Nashville power play, 21.1%. Penalty killing, 81%. What a guy Monty is. How could he not be your favorite coach? In the league. What a guy is. What a character guy. What a special coach. The Blues are so lucky that the Bruins cut ties and let Sacco take over. The Blues are rolling 7 straight wins without Colton Parayko. Now Pavel Buchnevich is dealing with an illness. So 7 straight wins. They've outscored their opponents 34-10 over that period. They're coming off that 6-1 win at home over Montreal. Now the last 4 wins have come at home. So it is, somewhat. Now they're rolling, but now we're switching locations. Nashville comes in off their second win in 3 games, an impressive 3-1 victory at Carolina on Tuesday. Roman Josi, Adam Wilsby, and Jeremy Lauzon have been hurt for a long time, and they're done for the season. But Josi's not coming back now. Let's get into the line history here. And Luke Evangelista, the Toronto boy, pick him in your hockey pool with the last pick next year. He's going to be a 40-goal scorer in the NHL. If you watch him play with the London Knights, you know what I'm talking about. We have St. Louis right now minus 140. They opened up at minus 128, a 12-cent move towards the Blues. That makes sense to me. Am I making him? Is this the perfect time? I don't like the location switch. You guys know us, especially in baseball. You have a 7 or more game winning streak. You switch cities. It's the highest ROI of any angle I've seen before. This total is a 5.5. It's minus 127 to the under. Maybe I shouldn't have cold feet. Take it away. And Gorky says go to BC and look for Coactus. We need that guy here. Shout out to my guy Gorky. Take it away. We have Nate Dogg on St. Louis money line. Kyrou for a goal. Thomas for an assist. AM says his model has the Blues minus 177. Blues for him. Take it away, Bobano.
I'm just sticking with the best bet that's been one of the best bets going right now in the NHL. I think we've been on this for how many games now with St. Louis? Team total. I mean, why lay minus 135 when you get the team total at a much better price? And when St. Louis wins games lately, they score at least 4 goals during this 7-game win streak. 4 goals or more for this St. Louis Blues team throughout the streak. And what's key about them is they're getting offense from the blue line. They're getting contributions from everybody. Robert Thomas, Buchnevich, Braden Shen has stepped up. Jake, won't you be my neighbor? Jake Neighbors, he's been starting to get going for them. Dylan Holloway. It's been terrific. Philip Broberg. The Oilers fans must be seething right now. Watching Philip Broberg and Dylan Holloway and what they're doing for the St. Louis Blues right now because they have been excellent. Broberg's been getting the offense going from the blue line lately as well. They're getting the goaltending from Binnington. They're playing hard every night. Defensively, they've made so many improvements. There's just so much to like with St. Louis. Nashville's a mess. And, Nashville, here's the thing with Nashville. People thought, well, you lost to St. Louis 4-1 March 18th. You played them in St. Louis, maybe a flat spot for St. Louis. Well, no, St. Louis took care of business 4-1. Same thing here. St. Louis has now beaten Nashville twice in the last 9 days. Maybe a flat spot. I don't think so. They're playing well. Nashville, not good enough at the moment, in my opinion. So, yeah, we're going to go right back to the well with a bet that's been terrific. We're going to go with the, I see it's 2.5 here. You know what? That's too much juice, though. They've scored 4 more in every game. So I'm going to go to our friends at BetMGM here where we can get the great half-goal increments with the team totals, which I love. And we'll go with St. Louis team total over 3 plus 100.
Bet makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense. LJ says Blues team total over 13-1 last 14. Billy Friedrich says just moved on the Blues 110-1 to win the cup. Quarter unit. I think they beat the Jets in the first round if that's the matchup. Wow. God, I cannot wait. DC Capper on the Chicago Cubs.
Over 5.5 in that game too, but not official. To me, the Blues team total over is the much better bet. Best bet in this game.
It's a nice spot with the 3 being the push. There's no doubt about it. I'm copying and pasting all the MLB action. We're going to be getting there shortly, but we get into college basketball here in about 10 minutes. Next up for us, 9 p.m. Eastern. Dallas Stars 45-21-4, 18-14-2 on the road at Calgary Flames 34-25-11, 19-11-5 at home. We're at Scotiabank Saddledome in Calgary, Alberta. Probably the worst rink in the league. Casey DeSmith, 12-6-1, 2.39 goals against average, 916 save percentage. Now, it's still fun to go to games there, but the facilities for the players is what I'm talking about. Dustin Wolf, 24-14-5, 2.64 goals against average, 911 save percentage, 3 shutouts. And for those poker players in Calgary, it's connected to the casino, right? And the fans come after the game drunk, and the poker pros just annihilate them. They wait for the drunks to sit down at Stampede Casino. It's a lot of fun. I've been a part of that as well. The Stars are on the second half of back-to-back after winning their 3rd straight game 4-3 at Edmonton last night. I say game will be back for the playoffs. Heiskanen won't be ready. They're hoping for the second round. Again, hoping at this point. Flames coming off their 4th straight win, 4-3 in overtime at home over the Kraken on Tuesday. They've done all this without their captain, Michael Backlund, who's purportedly close to returning. So, look, just like last night, I don't care if this line's... Well, I do care when the line's moving against me because I'll wait. I want the Stars again. This talk about the Stars not being an absolute elite hockey team, top 3 or 4 in the National Hockey League is, to me, wrong. This total opened up 5.5 minus 117 to the over. It's now 5.5 minus 119 to the over. And on the money line here, we have a Dallas at minus 142. So it's come. Oh, no, it hasn't. So, yeah. So it was minus 155 when I was looking at it this morning. And then I saw it moving towards Calgary. So far, we had an 8-cent move towards Calgary. Take it away, Bobano. Stars, Flames.
I think this could get over the total, believe it or not. The Calgary suddenly 3 straight overs. Their offense is starting to pick up. Kadri's been amazing. Huberto's been good. Morgan Frost is chipping in. Matt Coronado's been on a roll, the kid out of the college. I mean, he's been terrific for them. They lit up, and Dallas, when they faced each other earlier this year, the start that Wolf made again, and I think it's going to be Dustin Wolf tonight. I have no reason why they wouldn't go back to him with how good he's been. You'll see Casey DeSmith on a back-to-back here tonight for Dallas after it was Ottinger last night. But I remember the game in, I believe it was Dallas. It was 6-2. For the game in Dallas back in December, 6-2. Dallas won that game, went over the total. Wolf was in net. They put 6 goals behind him. So Dallas actually gave Dustin Wolf one of his worst performances probably of the year. The other game, the 3-2 Dallas win in overtime in March, Vladar was the goaltender that night for Calgary. And there's been an over series history, believe it or not. It's just one of these deals where Dallas-Calgary, you get these teams playing each other. 4 of the last 5 regular season meetings have gone. Actually, you know what? 7 of the last 8 regular season meetings have gone over. And the total's only 5.5 here. So I'm going to go with Stars Flames over 5.5 here. Minus 118 is the best price. And this is another draw for me, Jimmy. Plus 338 at Pinnacle here with Stars and Flames. I think it's a perfect draw spot. Calgary just wants to get every point they can. We've seen multiple overtime games head-to-head with the Stars and the Flames of late. We've seen, overtime earlier this year in Dallas. The last game in Calgary, which was last year, 4-3 Flames in overtime. Dallas has gone to overtime or a shootout in 4 of their last 6 games. So it's a great draw candidate. Draw plus 338.
Oh, my God. This chat is so live. You can tell they're all so pumped up about baseball season. Matthew Green, that's such a funny comment. I saw the line last night. Slam dunk bet Montreal minus 118 for 3 units. Woke up this morning to the Torts news, and my wife was asking what I was swearing about. Now, there's still a bunch of cappers who still like the Habs, but that is so funny.
I like Montreal money line initially too. I've shifted to the team total, which I think this still cashes. I still think they can score 4 goals tonight.
Joey B says Dallas on back-to-back games. This isn't February or January to me. I'm with AM, like with the Flames being on borrowed time. Resmob says DraftKings offered me my money back plus $82 before the Nuggets game started yesterday. I beat the line move by 3 points on the team total over tailing stacks. I didn't take it. Won it all. And Fat Wally in the house, our great friend Wally says make sure you watch Jimmy Show tomorrow for NASCAR action. What a monster Wally's being. What a great friend of the show. So what was the over 5.5 minus 118?
Yep, you got it. Yep.
Draw plus 338. I'm going to be on the Stars -1, but I am patiently waiting here. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We got to work quickly here. 5 minutes, 3 games. 10 p.m. Eastern, LA Kings, Colorado Avalanche, Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Look, I know the extreme nature of this LA Kings team. I don't care that they've won 4 straight hockey games. They're going on the road. And for whatever reason, they don't succeed there. This line for the Avalanche, I don't think it's too good to be true. I think that they're judging the LA Kings on their body of work this season, not enough on what they do on the road. This line's been available for a while. I was a little late on it, too. I got in right where it oh, God, I guess there was a big move. No. Huh. Oh, that's right. No, I got a few cents worse at 365 just to send it in and not make it liquid offshore. So that's it. So I got minus 155 on the money line and plus 165 on the puck line. Gave me the -1, a little over into plus money, which I think that we should do every time the Kings get on the road. Now, are they going to show us in the last 10 or 11 games that they're going to, step up? We've been waiting for it for 70 games. I mean, that last road win against the Blackhawks, it was like finally they won a road game. I mean, that was the beginning of this 4-game winning streak. You need to have home ice advantage if you play the Kings in the playoffs. Kemper back rolling again. 2.10 goals against average, .919 save percentage, 4 shutouts. Mackenzie Blackwood, 26, 17, and 6, 2.51 goals against average, .914 save percentage, 3 shutouts. The Kings power play 16.6%, penalty killing strong at 82.1%. Colorado power play 25.1%, penalty killing at 78.8%. Tanner Janot is hurt right now, and so is Alex Turcotte. Important pieces when it comes to playoff time, but depth pieces. The Avs coming off their 3rd straight win, 5-2 at home over the Wings on Tuesday. Josh Manson's been out with an upper body injury, and he's their toughness. They need him back for the playoffs, but it's an upper body injury, and for a tough guy, you need to let that rest. Eric Johnson's day-to-day, he's been getting the regular lineup spot because Josh Manson's been out. So there are some depth issues defensively, which, Cale Makar will take care of all that shit. I'm on Colorado -1. Take it away, Bobano, Kings, Avalanche.
And by the way, the last 5 meetings in Colorado between these teams, all of them 6 goals or more. I'm stunned this total's 5.5. There's no reason for Colorado games, especially at home, to be 5.5. I know it's the Kings. I know they can play defense, but they're on the road. They don't play as well defensively on the road. Kemper has been great, but he has not been nearly as good on the road either for the Kings. And I still remember that recent game, Kings Golden Knights. Kings went to Vegas. That game turned into a shootout. It ended up 6-5 in favor of the Kings. So I'm a little mystified. This total is at 5.5. I'm taking advantage. Kings Avs over 5.5 -106.
We also have Daby Cab's MLB action in, which we'll be discussing throughout our breakdowns. So that is the Bobano on the over 5.5. And what was that juice, my man?
-106. It's not even juiced that much.
-106 here. -106. And, maybe I'm being, too harsh on the Kings on the road, especially with that stat being dropped by Joey B. 20 of their last 22 games here. I know we got to rush here, but let's just because, there's, we have Steve G saying, I love the way my team's playing right now, his team being the Avalanche. Let's just quickly.
I get what Joey's saying, but the LA Kings, there's a drop off from home to road. There just is. And it's tough for me to get over that as far as backing them tonight.
So let's go over. They beat the Wings or the Blackhawks 3-1. The game before that on the road, they lose to a broken Wild team 3-1. We go back. They have that 6-5 victory against the Golden Knights. You go back before that. They've not gotten points in 20 of their last 22. I'm going over this, Joey B. Look, they They lost 5 straight games. 3-2 to the Blues at home, 5-1 to the Blackhawks on the road, 4-1 to the Blues on the road, 6-2 to the Stars on the road.
Nope.
If we go through their last road games, I knew I was like 20 of 22. What am I missing? Because I've been watching them lose and lose and lose on the road. So it's a go look over that stat again, Joey, my man. So their last road games, they beat the Blackhawks 3-1. They lose to the Wild 3-1. They beat the Knights 6-5. They lose to the Blackhawks 5-1, lose to the Blues 4-1, lose to the Stars 6-2. If you want to go further back on their road games, just go below that. They beat the Hurricanes 4-2. They lose to the Lightning 3-2. They lose to the Panthers 3-0. They lose to the Wings 5-2. They lose to the Blackhawks 3-2. So yeah, I
gotta recheck his math.
It's all good, my man. And I love Joey. I love everything you bring to the table. I just, let's just be clear about the situation. Let's move on. 10 p.m. Eastern. Edmonton Oilers 41-24-5. Just 2 games left. 19-13-2 on the road at Seattle Kraken. 30-36-6. 16-15-5 at home, where Clyburn Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. Probably thinking at home they've got points in 20 of their last 22. But Calvin Pickard, Joey Decord here. I'm going to be copying and pasting all this stuff in the chat here in a second. So we have Pickard versus Decord. Look, this to me, do I dare say it, Ian? Now, look. Well, no, Dreisaitl's not coming back here. This to me, it's the best bet on the board. Now, the over has gone from -113 to -116 at 6. I think the risk reward on the Seattle Kraken is too good to pass up. God, this line's moving so heavy against me. I thought I got in at the right time at +103, +115. So it can't be the best bet on the board if the market's going this heavy against me. And yes, I should have waited. AM says faded the Oilers last night, on them tonight. I think that is the wrong move. I think it is. Oh, sorry, NHL. I just mean in NHL. Sorry, Troy. But it's not. If the line's moving this far against me, it's not. The Oilers are expending so much energy. They're doing this without Draisaitl and McDavid. They're all
Skinner got out. Skinner! He got injured last night. They almost had injuries to Bouchard and Hyman last night. They both went to down the tunnel for injury. They came back and finished the game. They ended up being nothing, but it was scary as hell. And if you're Knobloch, you're like, geez, we got to be even more careful.
I watch teams crumble in this situation. Not crumble overall. Right. Just in a game or two. They keep stepping up. And God bless them. Yep. Look, I've got them and the Stars futures. My season's on the line with them. But this is the Kraken. And now the Kraken are in the perfect spot. They're coming off their third straight loss, 4th in 5 games, 4-3 in overtime. Calgary on Tuesday. It's very short jump. It's a short flight from Calgary to Seattle. Chandler Stevenson has missed 2 straight games with an upper body injury. That's not good. But look, this is my favorite bet on the NHL card. Let's put it that way. The Seattle Kraken on the money line, and take it away, Bobano.
Yeah, I don't hate it. And Edmonton's has given up goals lately. Seattle though they've been giving up goals too. I'll take Seattle team total. This is another one where I like the team total a little bit more. Over 3 -105. Edmonton. And you think Seattle's live here. Edmonton has given up 4 goals in 3 straight games. Winnipeg, Seattle. Remember the game in Edmonton? Seattle played them tough. They lost 5-4. Seattle scored 4 goals. Dallas scored 4 last night. So I like the Kraken team total. I think they can get it. And I like this full game over here with Oilers and Kraken as well. Thanks to Jonathan Davis, friend of mine, friend of the Ice Guys show as well. He's been talking about the crazy run of overs with Seattle off a loss. When Seattle's off a loss, these games have been going over the total. It's a crazy clip. So I will take that. I don't trust Pickard necessarily to shut the door. Decord looks like he's been not nearly as efficient lately. And Edmonton's still scoring, even with and they could have had 4, 5, 6 goals last night against Dallas, even without Draisaitl and McDavid. So over 6 as well, -114.
Over 6, -114. And Bobano has handed me my double up opportunity, that being the Kraken team total over, and getting the 3. So it's a push because this Oilers team is exhausted, man.
I could see them breaking down defensively tonight, back-to-back, shorthanded, short-staffed.
And stepping up in front of your home fans, in your home building.
To come back down 4-0 in the third period last night. And
you know how much energy that takes? And you're doing it for your fans. You're doing it for, and now you go to Seattle, a team out of the playoffs.
You got me. I don't want Edmonton tonight. It's just a question of, do I want Seattle? And if I want Seattle, how do I attack it? And I'm choosing the team total. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a perfect double up opportunity for me. All right, let's roll on to our final spot on the board. Maple Leafs, San Jose Sharks, SAP Center in San Jose, California. Wall is listed. He needs a game so bad. Going up against Georgiev, who somehow still has a job in the NHL. Toronto power play 26%, penalty killing 78.2%. San Jose power play 19.3%, penalty killing 74.8%. Let me get into the line history here quickly. It's our final spot on the board. The Leafs are minus 240. They opened up at minus 259. This did get down to minus 234. And then from a total standpoint here, we have the 6 as a pick'em. There's nothing I'd rather do. There's nothing I'd want to do more when I looked at this card than figure out a way to fade the Leafs. They're coming up their 4th win in 5 games, 7-2 at home versus the Flyers on Tuesday. Then they have to fly to California. And, they have no Pacioretty and Hakanpää. They're playing the worst team in the league to start a 3-game California trip. And the Sharks snapped their 2-game losing streak with that 3-1 win at home over the Bruins on Saturday. And this is game 7 of an 8-game homestand. So what is the problem other than the Sharks being a bad hockey team? The problem is they are now missing 4 defensemen.
Yes.
5 if you count trading Wallman.
Yep.
So Desharnais, Henry Thrun, Marc-Edouard Vlasic, and Jan Ruda, and Wallman. And I went through, so I go, so
like Georgiev in net, yeah.
And then I go over, okay, so who do we have? Who do we have on defense? Do we have enough? Because even the Sharks' first period, even the Sharks' first period or first period plus half, which could still possibly come through. I mean, what are the teams that you need to have a defense against? Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Ferraro and Mukmadalin. You have in the second line Lucas Cagnoni, and Desharnais is hurt. So who's going to come up? I guess Timothy Liljegren, then Lucas Carlson. I mean, this is the weakest defensive group I've ever said out loud for an NHL hockey team. Look, that first line of Eklund, Celebrini, and Will Smith is worth the price of admission. They're phenomenal young group of forwards. But I couldn't do it. I can't get there. I don't know how to get there. The defense is just too weak. I want to, but I can't. Take it away, Bobano, my man.
Yeah, I actually like the Leafs team total here. They lost to San Jose at home earlier this year. I think that will be the light switch that keeps the focus where it needs to be for this game tonight, that they lost that game against San Jose in a shootout at home. It was a brutal scheduling spot for the Leafs. They played that slew of road games in a row. Then they had to play on a Monday night on a back-to-back after that crazy fire wagon hockey game against Pittsburgh. You remember that game? It was like 7-6 or 6-5 with Pittsburgh on a Sunday afternoon. And then they came home, they played San Jose, and they laid an egg. They didn't play great. They lost in a shootout. And then they had to go one game at home against San Jose, go back on the road and have that trip against Vegas, Colorado, and Utah. It was a brutal, brutal, brutal spot for the Leafs, and they fell into it against San Jose. But I think that loss to San Jose keeps them focused tonight. I don't trust this banged-up blue line of San Jose. I don't trust Georgiev. Toronto, I think, got their offense back on track against Philly. And when you look at San Jose, when they play the better teams, they gave up, 5 to Washington, 4 to the Islanders. Any team that's a playoff team, the Sharks have been giving up 4 goals to those teams or more. So I'm going to take Toronto team total. Over 3.5, minus 120.
Leafs team total over 3.5 minus 120. Did you have any interest in the full game over or the Sharks team total over?
I
think maybe capping with you, I can, because we cap so differently. I start seeing how I can attack the game.
Here we go again though with San Jose, Jimmy, against the better teams, the playoff teams. I mean, Islanders, they only scored 2. Washington, they only scored 1. Carolina, they only scored 1. That's the concern. It's been the weaker teams. They've been scoring goals.
They're on their heels. They're not getting outlet passes.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, we've kept Bobano's rocked with us late. He's got to go. Thank you, Bobano, so much. I'm going to review all of your action here. Bobano, he's the star of the Ice Guys. He's the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, star of the NBA OG show, and he still makes time for us here every Thursday, and we're so fortunate to have him rock with us. Bobano, thank you for your time. Please support him on @BobanoBets. Ian, my man, I'll review your action right when you're done, but I know you got to rush. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show? Actually,
I'm going to add 4 bets. I want to add 4, believe it or not. I want to add the first period over to the Utah game and
Okay,
the
wait, let's
first
go
period
slowly
over
'cause I
to the
gotta
Detroit
track
game. I will give
all
you
this.
the
Okay,
prices with both of
Utah
those.
first
Yeah.
period over 1.5.
Yes, because Utah's on a first period over streak right now. Over 1.5 minus 122 is the price with that. So over 1.5 minus 122, Utah Tampa, first period over.
Okay.
Ottawa Detroit, over 1.5 minus 118, first period over. Going to add that. And I saw what LJ from H-Town put in the chat with the overruns on the road for the Leafs, which are amazing. And I'm looking at it like it's been full game over, first period over, Palooza for the Leafs on the road. I can't explain why, but it's been a crazy run. So I will put the over by Fecta on the card for Toronto, San Jose. So over 1.5, minus 124, first period, Leafs and Sharks. And then full game over. Oh, we can get 5.5 at a reasonable price. That's what we'll put on. Over 5.5, minus 135 for the full game, Leafs and Sharks. That's it. We're done.
Okay, just before you go, you talked about the playoff teams against the Sharks of late. Don't we feel like this is a very difficult spot for the Leafs? They have 1 day to travel across
That's the concern,
continent.
the 1 day to travel. Yes.
So
and we know
don't-
east to west, west to east, the 1 day to travel is tricky. Look at Carolina, 1 day to travel. Back home from Cali, they lost to Nashville at home. So, yeah.
So, okay, I'm still going to work on it. I've still got to work on it.
I think the Leafs can score 4 goals still.
Oh, yeah. It's not the Leafs. It's just I'm getting closer to that. I want to be involved with the Sharks somehow.
Yeah.
Excellent work, Bobano, my man. Thank you for rocking with us. Is there hitting the books today for the Sweet 16? Let everybody know.
There is. Yes, there is. 5 p.m. Eastern. It's our only show this week, Connor Mack and I. The whole Sweet 16 card today, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. We'll talk Thursday and Friday, Sweet 16 games. And we'll be on Saturday morning, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern for the Elite 8. We'll talk the Saturday, Sunday Elite 8 games on Saturdays hitting the books. And then we're play ball, MLB shows coming to the channel with Connor Mack and I next week. We're doing just shows on days where there's a lot of night games, because there's going to be days where we're not doing a show at 5 Eastern because most of the games are day games. We're not doing a show for those days. But the days where there's more night games, we'll be doing a hitting the books show for baseball starting next week.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for your time, my man. Any last words for the Cap? Oh, wait, let's get any last words for the Capper Sport?
Good luck to everyone. This is a huge day. Sports, we're shitting sports out of our backsides today, but we love it. It's great. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit the like button. Jimmy, good luck to you. Everyone watching, have a great day. Good luck with your wagers, and we'll see you again next week.
I love it. There he is, Mr. Ian Cameron. Chase, we're tight on time. We're tight on time, man. You got to hit us with that when we have a real slow card. Let's review all action in NHL here. We'll start with Bobano. First period over 1.5, full game over 6 in Pittsburgh, Buffalo. He's on the Sens team total over 3. The draw plus 320 in the first period over 1.5 in Ottawa, Detroit. I'm on the Ottawa Senators on the -1 line. I'm on the Lightning on the -1 line. Bobano's on the over 6 in the first period over 1.5 in Utah, Tampa. Bobano's on the Habs team total over 3.5, big plus 132. First period over 1.5 in the over 6. I would like to get in on the Habs in that spot. I'm on the under 5.5, -115 in Washington, Minnesota. Bobano's on the draw in that spot. Bobano's on the Blues, team total over 3 at even money. He's on the over 5.5 and the draw in Dallas, Calgary. I'm on this. I'm not on it yet, but I want to be on the Stars -1. I was just seeing how far this line was going to move against me. I'm on the Avalanche -1 at like a plus 104 type of situation. Bobano's on the over 5.5 at -106. Bobano is on Seattle over 3 and the over 6. I'm on Seattle money line. I got in too early. I'm going to come in again with the Kraken team total over. Bobano's on Leafs team total over 3.5. The over first period over 1.5 and the over 5.5. And I want to find a way to get in on San Jose. We'll see. We'll see how that bangs out. We got Dutch Boy Fresh in the house. Aaron Malavo coming from Manila. Great to have you guys here rocking with us. It is time now for, I know everyone wants to talk MLB, and we're almost there. But we have Sweet 16 action and just the Cappers to lead us to the bag. Please welcome, first off, the star of the Starting 5 and Medicate Mondays, coming to us from Dallas, Texas. Please welcome Mr. Daby Cab to the festivities. Daby Cab, how are you?
See, I think Jose hit the mute button down low. I'm good, Jimmy. Look, today's a big fucking day for me because, we're transparent with everything we do here. I dug a hole in college basketball middle season. I'm personally, like, for my whole season, I don't know about here, but I'm 0.41 units out of the black, okay? I am almost back, so it's kind of like opening day. And yeah, I got action in the MLB, but it's also the first day again for college basketball. Gotta fucking get on top. This is the worst year I've ever had publicly in college basketball, but I don't care about that. I care about the green. I see it. I'm going to get it. We're almost there.
I love it. I love it, Daby Cab. Let's get to work, my man. We saw how hot you were over Pubapalooza. Let's bring on our next guest. The Illinois State breakdown was an absolute thing of beauty that got us the bag yesterday. He's been doing a lot of that over the last little bit. First off, though, shout out to our guy, Sharon Pulliam. Wasn't it incredible running with Sharon at Pubapalooza? Came all the way from Camden, New Jersey to rock with us. Just a quality guy, class act, money in the bank capper, and friend. Sharon Pulliam giving a Pub Sports Radio membership. And Rocco, it's baseball season. Rocco Rogers in the house. Please welcome from Northern Ohio up in here, our next guest, heating up at the right time, just like Daby Cab. Please welcome our guy, Spoons, the Spoon Dog in the house. How are you, Morgan?
Hey, guys. How you doing today? Daby, Jim, let's go. Opening day. This is as exciting as it gets for us.
This is a magical day, and the stakes are high, and we must succeed. Another capper who has been succeeding had that 8-1 run with us in front of us at Pubapalooza. Jeff Slaughter has a 3-team parlay. We'll talk all about it. Bama, Duke, and Tech.
I thought about doing just Bama and Duke and seeing what odds I could get. I wonder what I'm just curious because I had that thought last night. I just never put it together yet. But if those 3 are plus 150, there you go. But I was considering looking at just those 2, Duke and Bama.
Well, everybody wants to know what the 3-point prop is. Troy says, tell me immediately. Tell me immediately. All right. It is great to see you guys. It is time to get to work here. Sweet 16 action. A lot on the line for these schools. And let's roll. We get started 7:09 p.m. Eastern, the East Region Sweet 16. BYU Cougars, they're still here, and they're playing good ball. 26-9 at the number 2 seed, Alabama Crimson Tide, 27-8. We're at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Far from home for these BYU Cougars. Oh, no, they're going to – okay. Sorry, I got something going on my computer where they signed me out of everything, but I'm signed into the Action Network so we can get all the information. All right, let's get the setup here and hear what our experts think about the spot. It's been an impressive run for BYU. I thought that VCU team was pretty tough. They took care of business 80-71. They took out Whiskey 91-89. They've been winning in bad situations and in good situations all year long. But the impressive spot is the bad situations they've been succeeding with, beating teams twice in one season. We have Alabama rolling. Now, the Robert Morris wasn't maybe the best example, 90-81, but beating St. Mary's clinical fashion was impressive, 80-66. And here we are, Sweet 16 action. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow and hand it over to our cappers. We will start with Spoon Dog in BYU, Alabama. Then we'll go because we got Bama and Duke. So we'll get that will work for Daby Cab. So we'll get Daby Cab going here first because he knows this and talks about this bets this Alabama team all through the season. We want to hear what he has to say first, but we'll keep rolling. We have the 4.5 opener here for Alabama. It's now 5, a half-point move towards the Alabama Crimson Tide. We have move over here. We have the total right now, like you would expect, by far the highest on the board. It's a 176 and it's climbed. This has come up from 174. The books that got to this line first open this at 173. Now it was juiced to the over, but we have a big legit move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow here, 55% of the tickets and 62% of the cash is on BYU. So we have a half-point move towards Alabama with just 45% of the tickets and 38% of cash on them. And on the total, we have 66 and 66 on the over, and it is climbing, friends. Take it away for us. Dabra Cadabra, Cougars, Crimson Tide in Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah, I like for the market, I guess, to be on my side here. If you follow me on X, I've already posted Alabama first half -1.5. Look, I was on Wisconsin against BYU, and shout out to BYU to fight back in that game. Wisconsin was up for most of the game, and BYU just came back relentless, shooting, with high percentage like this BYU team does. I mean, 18th in the nation, shooting 48.7% field goal percentage. And they've been fun to watch. This run has been fun to watch, but I think it's over. And honestly, I kind of want to take Alabama full game here too. I think Nate Oates has his team hitting stride at the right time. You know, one of the problems with Alabama is their defense. So I will understand like somebody maybe thinking that BYU is going to be in this because of the fact that Alabama is a little lackluster on defense. But the fact of the matter is, it's not necessarily Alabama's defense so much as the pace of play that they get up and down the court with while we're seeing the points. And you know, whether you're talking about Sears at the helm or, you know, Grant Nelson, you know, he's doing a good job right now too. This team, or shout out to Chris Youngblood, right? He's somebody whose name you're probably starting to see more and more recently with this Alabama team. Somebody who's 3 prop I considered looking at. Haven't taken it, but I might still look back in it. If his is 1.5, guys, I don't have the number on Youngblood right now. But if his 3 prop is 1.5, that's definitely something worth a look. And I think it probably should be 1.5. I like Alabama. I like them full game. I bet them first half. I might get there full game with them, or I might do that parlay that I was talking about. And shout out to the OG Don Slaughter. I like that parlay too. So I'm on Alabama first half here. I think BYU, you know, it's been fun. I just think, you know, you look at what happened last time they played against Houston, right? Sooner or later, BYU is getting outclassed. That's just how I feel about it, and I think that's right now.
Interesting stat from Saturate. Over the last 10 years, the average margin of victory in the Sweet 16 is 10.1 points. Troy Torrance says, doesn't this feel like a Bama letdown? Crip Keys model giving a final score of Bama 84.5, BYU 78.5. Shout out to AOD in the house. And we have Jerry Davis says BYU public dog going to make the books some money tonight. What was the juice you got, Daby Cab, on the first half, -1.5?
I bet it 2 days ago. I think it was -110 or -111 actually, but let me double check just to make sure.
Cool, man.
Yeah, -111.
-111. Spoons. Sweet 16, my man. Take it away.
Yeah, I hate to always be on the opposite side of Daby. He's such a sharp capper, but here I'm on BYU. I'm on it full game, so he's still got a chance to cash. But I really like this BYU team. They offer a lot of different looks coming down the court. They got a 5-star recruit in Igor Demon. This guy's 6'9", 6'10". He can bring the ball down the court for this BYU team. I think he's a really big difference maker in this game. You look at Alabama and Mark Sears, he's a really good point guard, a physical guard that can get the ball to the basket at will. And when it's harder to get to the basket, it's against longer teams. And this BYU team is ranked 35th in the country in average length. That's 35 spots ahead of Alabama. They might not have a 7'1" center, but every single position, they're very long guards, long, strong forwards. I like this BYU team. One thing throughout the year that I constantly harp on is just like coaches, you don't want a first-year coach or a young coach in this time of year to win. And Nate Oates has more experience than Kevin Young in March, but Kevin Young has really put in his time at the NBA level, at the G League level. He was a Suns assistant coach. I think he's coached at 3 or 4 different G League spots. This guy knows basketball well, and he's going to create a pipeline to the NBA right here in BYU. Everybody's staring at this. This is a huge game to put his school on the map even further. I think a lot of people are aware that he's already gotten some of the top recruits in the country, and I think this is just a Bama team. I've said it over and over again. All their assistant coaches have been poached. They're coaching at 6 other D1 schools. There's a lot of good players on this team, but Grant Nelson's still dealing with injury. I think this is a good spot for BYU to pull an upset. I'm not betting the upset. I'm taking the is it still available? 5.5s are gone. 5 is there. I see -105 on Bet365. If you see anything better than that, that's what I want to lock in at.
Yeah, that is it. That is the best line on the board. That is quite far the best line on the board. That's the only one that's giving the vig to Bama right now. That at that 5, it's at some really sharp offshores. It's -115. It's a 10-cent difference here. So you're getting BYU +5 -105 for Spooner. Locked in. There we go. We have Spooner on BYU +5 full game. Daby Cab on Alabama first half -1, half -111. Spooner, is there anything you want to add to this spot? Newkirker joining you on that 5 with BYU. Is there anything you want to add before we move on to the next game?
No, let's get on to this next one.
Let's roll on here. And Daby Cab, you're cool with moving on to this next one?
Yeah, I'm still looking at. I'm pulling up that prop I was talking about, but you go ahead and intro this.
Okay, and let us know if you move on it. 7:39 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. We're coastal here. We have the 2 games over at Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, and the other 2 games at the Chase Center in San Francisco, California. The Terps and the Gators going up against each other. 4-seed Maryland Terrapins, number 1 seed Florida Gators, and both teams have taken a similar path here, dominated their first round opposition. Maryland showed that Grand Canyon were complete frauds, 81-49, and Florida took out Norfolk State 95-69, and both teams squeaked out the next round. We were watching together when the Terps, the argument over whether that was a travel or not, and all of that. We were there for that big basket by Queen.
Oh, it was definitely a travel. I mean, but it's okay.
We have head refs.
I'm just saying that. Look, I'm just saying that was a travel. Like that was not a gather step. You can look. I've seen the arguments. I get it. That was not a gather step.
No, I feel you. But we've had head refs saying the opposite. Look, I got no dog in the fight. But I, the argument will continue probably forever. And took out Colorado State, who were a team full of character and earned the opportunity to at least play in the round of 32. And then the Gators took out UConn, maybe got some helpful calls down the stretch and took them out 77-75. Both teams, covered easily in the round of 64, didn't cover in the round of 32. And here they meet up now. Let's get into the line history here. We have the Terps +6 at -106. They opened up at +6.5, and it immediately went to 7. The first time it dropped back to 6.5, it went right back to 7. So this move to 6, it happened about 24 hours after the line had been out. We're still sitting at 6. It's beginning to be juiced towards Florida, but we have a half-point move towards the Terps. And we get to the total here in this one. We have a 156. 156. This opened up at 156, closing at 156. Let's get to the cash flow here for our second game on the board. This is 88% of the tickets and 89% of the cash is on the over, and it's not going in that direction. For the spread, Florida has 67% of the tickets and 67% of the cash here. Spooner, we start with you here. Game 2 on the board. Terps Gators, take it away.
Yeah, this is a really, really good Florida team. They've proven it throughout their road to this point in this season, but I'm on Maryland here. I really like this Maryland team. I think the defense keeps them in every game. If you look at this season, their losses, they don't have any losses that have come by more than 6.5 points. They're just a team that stays scrappy. They pull the other team down into the mud with them. I know Florida can hit shots, come out here. Florida's guards really are going to decide this matchup. If they can come out and hit all the big shots, then maybe they have a chance to pull away. But I just don't think they can do that. If you look back to that UConn game, I look at UConn's big men, and I don't have them ranked as good as I do with Maryland's big men, and that was clearly an issue for Florida inside. And now you take Derek Queen and Julian Reese, two the best big man duo in the country. These kind of bang down low, cause so many extra offensive rebounds. It's a matchup problem for Florida. There's not a lot of teams running these two bigs style. I think Jacoby Gillespie on the outside is going to just really step up in this game. I think he's sick of hearing about how good Florida's guards are. So there's a narrative, I guess, going on with Maryland, coach possibly moving, ADs taking a new job. But at the same time, Florida's coaches, they have an assistant coach and a head coach that have multiple sexual allegations going on against them. So I think all that's kind of a moot point. Florida just came from North Carolina. That's where they played their last game, and Maryland had to play their last game here up on the West Coast. Maryland hasn't gone back to Maryland. They're still out here from their first trip, and I think that travel advantage is a huge thing. This Maryland team had to come out and face USC and UCLA in the Big Ten conference, and that travel just kind of sucks for some of these kids. It's something they're not used to at a D1 level. By the time you see these guys in the NBA, they're going back and forth between the East and West. It's something they've done many times, but some of these kids, they're just like you and I, not really used to hopping on a jet. And I really think that benefits Maryland here. All these guys have played out here on the West Coast. They're already here. 6.5 points is just way too many. This is a spot I expect Maryland to win. Ton Golden hasn't shown it to me one time at this level of basketball where he can win this game. I think it's a nice spot. I think Florida's going to be in everybody's parlay today, and I like Maryland to win it outright. I took the points, put them in my pocket. 6.5 minus 110. It's available at Caesar Sportsbook right now. But that's all I got. Cab, what do you do?
I try, and I appreciate, the people who can have a couple props bet and a side bet and the total bet, a full breakdown of the game. I appreciate those of you that can do that. That's not how my brain works. I want to bet that I think is going to win. That's it. I don't give a fuck if it's a prop, if it's a side, if it's a total. I don't care about anything. I just want to bet that's going to win. And in this game, I think I found one. So my brain is somewhat turned off to the full game, as a side. I don't like Florida's free throw percentage here. That's one thing full game that I would not want to be behind is Florida at the free throw line. Everybody knows we had Walter Clayton Jr., as the last 3 prop, and shout out to him. I think he gets a lot of attention from this Maryland defense today. I'm not saying that, he's averaging 23 points a game. He's a very hard player to shut down, but I'm not going to go with him. I'm on Will Richard over 1.5 threes, and I fucking love this bet. I got it at minus 110. The juice has gone up to minus 115 or 117 now, but I still like it. Only 2 for 4 last game, but that gets us there. If you look, he's had a couple games going back against Georgia, against A&M. He hit 5, 6, and then he's had a game against Missouri where he only went 2 for 10, but he shot 10, right? You're getting the shots, 3 for 8. Excuse me, that's Mississippi. 3 for 8 against Missouri, right? 3 for 6 against Tennessee. If you go through the numbers, he's going to shoot it. And with Clayton Jr. getting extra attention, I think Richard's going to be the one that's going to, have the opportunity to maybe have the open look for Florida. So over 1.5 threes for Richard. I love it. I bet it. And like I said, I'm sorry that I don't have more of a feel for the full game, but the way my brain works is once I like something, I lock onto it. So that's where I'm at. And
those 3 props, a lot of people asking about who you're moving on. You made people a lot of money.
In the tournament, 7-0 last 7. So we got to keep it rolling. None of that shit matters unless we keep it rolling.
I love it. I love it. We have Spooner on Maryland plus 6.5. Daby Cab, Will Richard over 1.5 threes. A couple shouts out here. Sharon Pulliam gifting us a Pub Sports Radio membership. What a great guy Sharon is. Then we had Sir Mackey Loves Pie gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Zion Faith getting it. Thank you guys for your support. It means so much to us. Old E, now a PSR Gold member for 16 months. We are racing. Today for $50. So we go back to the Camels today. Troy Torrance just moved on the Will Richard prop as well. A lot of love for the Gators here. A lot of love for the Gators here in the chat, but Spooner on the other side. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. We go back to Dabra Cadabra hitting leadoff, 9:39 p.m. Eastern. We go back to the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. The number 4 seed Arizona Wildcats 24-12 at the number 1 Duke Blue Devils 33-3. Arizona took care of Akron easily and struggled with Oregon. Got through 87-83. Duke has not struggled with anybody for a long time. I mean, you could say that Georgia Tech, which was a tricky situation. All you guys were on Georgia Tech, and Cooper got hurt. Then he wasn't around for that North Carolina victory, 74-71. But they've been doing everything by margin. Will they do it here by margin? Let's go through the line history here. We'll start with this total. It's a 154.5. It's minus 109 to the over. It opened up at 153.5. We now have 154.5. And then on the side, from a side perspective, Duke minus 9.5 at minus 103. Opened up at 9, now 9.5, but very low vig. The taint play of the day has just been sent in, and it is in this game. The taint play of the day is the over in Arizona Duke, over 153 and a half. Let's go over that line movement one more time here. We have a 154 and a half now. Opened up at 153 and a half. It was there for quite a while. Line opened up 3 days ago. It didn't move to 154 and a half until 4 this morning. The taint play today is in Matty Ice is on the over in Duke, Arizona. And shout out to our guy, Matty Ice. So the cash flow is next for us. Let's just go over the cash flow. We have 51% of tickets and 58% of the cash. 51 and 58 on Duke right now on the spread. And on the total, 89% of tickets and 91% of cash on the over. Take it away, Dabra Cadabra. Wildcats, Blue Devils in Newark, New Jersey.
I have to dive into a prop on here in a second first, but I will talk about our sides here. Look, I get it. Arizona's been playing, a lot better basketball as of late, going back to the season or tournament. They've been looking good. Last loss came against Houston, but, you got wins over Tech, Oregon, Kansas, which I just want to say something real quick, and we'll get into this next game. Like, take those Kansas wins when you're looking at it, even with, like, Arkansas. Take that with a grain of salt. Kansas sucks. I mean, they're not a good basketball team. I just want to say that. Shout out to Wine Time, because I had an argument with them midseason about that. You were right. I do not like that Kansas basketball team. Rebuilding time right now. But I digress. We're back. Okay. Caleb Love, it's like, where he goes, Arizona goes, right? And he has been having great games. 29 points against Oregon, much needed. Against Akron, they didn't need him, right? But, in the big games, go back again in March 14th against Texas Tech, he had 27 points. The team goes where Caleb Love goes. And as outstanding of a player as he is careless with the basketball sometimes. It is, and this goes back to years I've watched Caleb Love, lead offenses. He can turn the ball over and he can do it in a hurry. And it's very frustrating to watch. I think you look at this and you say, 9.5 is such a large spread, especially for a Sweet 16 game. But like, this has been the spread. Heck, this isn't even Duke has been laying much bigger numbers than this all season. So this is nothing new for them at this number. I just couldn't get there either side. When I was looking into the props, shout out Tyrese Proctor for Duke. He's been playing outstanding recently, right? He had 7 threes in the last game against Baylor, 6 threes the game before that, 6 threes against Louisville in the game before that. But it's just wild, Jimmy, because if you look at his props, so he's had 6, 6, and 7 the last 3 games, right? So, yeah, you're getting a little bit of juice on it, over 2.5. And you're like, why is that number only at 2.5? 6 games in a row before that, he didn't hit this number. So it's almost like there's value on taking the under for Tyrese Proctor's threes. It's not how I bet, but damn, you're getting plus 145 for something that this dude just hit 6 games in a row, right? You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I kind of lean towards the under with that. Have not bet it, but I am off this game. I think if you force me to take something, I'm laying it with Duke. I'm just going to lay it if you make me take something, but I'm not betting it.
Oh, I love this. The opportunities in this game. And Jerry Davis is riding with you. He's on Proctor under 15 points in this one.
There it is.
He's right with you here on that one. And we know how successful unders are generally in the player prop market. But we also see you destroy the overs. So there's 2 sides to every coin. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Wildcats, Blue Devils.
Yeah, as Cabby said, Caleb Love is a huge key piece in this game. He's a certified Duke killer. You take away his last season at North Carolina, and he's 5-2 career versus Duke. Put Coach K in the grave there. That's something North Carolina fans will always thank Caleb Love for. I think most North Carolina fans don't necessarily like him. I think anybody that's ever been around Caleb Love kind of says he's a bit of a head case. Being said, he's a 5th-year senior, and he's played more big games than anybody in this tournament. If you got props available to you, it looks like Caleb Love's point prop is not very high. I'd be all over that. Caleb Love's points. This is a kid that this game means everything to him. His legacy is all about Duke. March is when madness happens. What's unbelievable, unpredictable, what couldn't happen. Caleb Love handing Duke one more loss would be just legendary. Nobody likes the kid. That would be hilarious to see it happen. I'd love to watch it happen. That being said, I'm not trying to get in front of this Duke team. They're really good. The defense against Oregon really showed another level. I thought Oregon had a chance to win that game going into it, and the offense has been there all year, but the defense really stepped up. And I think this Duke team probably rolls. I mean Baylor there, but when only giving up 66 points to that Baylor team, I don't know how Arizona scores that many. They already played Duke this year in their home court and lost by 13. It's scary to get in front of it. I didn't play this game. I'm off it. But if you got player props available to you, and say you don't like Caleb Love, bet the under. Say he goes home and has a terrible game. But I think that's a easy over.
What do you think about that Caleb Love prop?
I looked into his 3 prop, and I'll say this again. If people wonder why I like the 3 props, one, because I like things that make me money. That's my bets. I go back to things. So, and I have more success with those than any other prop. And I feel like, if you're saying this game means a lot to him, right, and you like the point prop, it goes kind of hand in hand, right? He's going to shoot threes. If you think he's going to get the attempts, that's the main thing I'm looking for is attempts, right? I don't want to take a 3 prop and have the motherfucker take 2 or 3 shots. That makes me sick to my stomach. If he's going to take 10 to 12 threes and I miss it, I can live with that, right? I think you're going to get the attempts from Caleb Love here. His prop was 2.5 minus 120. I think I haven't looked at it in a minute. He's hit that number 5 out of the last 10 games. And again, back to the whole, this one means more. So out of those last 5 games, what means the most? I think he gets the attempt. I wouldn't have a problem with this 3 prop here. It's not going to be something I bet, but I would definitely support it.
On that note, in the first game they played, he shot 9 threes versus Duke. If that means anything to you, he shot double digits
there,
I think, in 4 different games from 3-point this year. If anybody's going to pull up and shoot a bunch of garbage time shots for Arizona, it's Caleb Love.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, so I like it. 2.5 threes. I do like that bet.
Well, King Al says, what is the taint again? It's not just taint. And I was focused on our guys Santander prop, but it's not just taint on the over. We also have Justin McKelvey on the over 153.5. So we have the corner of taint and Stacks Boulevard.
Stacks.
That's a nice boulevard, man. Taint and Stacks. All right, let's roll into our final spot on the board for the Sweet 16 before we begin day 1 of a full Major League Baseball card. It's March 27th, and we'll be hammering this board until November. Got to get off to a good start, but let's focus on the Pigs. Highest seed still left in the 10 seed Arkansas Razorbacks. Their win over their wins are not going to be beautiful. They're going to wear you down. And Kansas, we thought, was going to be a bit of an easier wear down. The St. John's victory was very impressive. 75-66 to knock them out. Then Texas Tech hasn't had the opportunity to play power schools. They, took out UNC Wilmington by 10, took out Drake by 13. I mean, look, they got the job done, but both teams have not been winning beauty contests in their action. Let's get into the line history, of course, with the Pigs involved and Tech involved. We have the lowest number on the board here. It's a 147. Opened up a 147.5. We have a half-point move towards the under. On the spread, we have Texas Tech -5 and -111. -5 and -111. This opened up at 5.5, like all the other books, but all the other books are still at 5.5. When did this move to 5, you might ask? It moved to 5 17 minutes ago. So this is the first book that I see. Let me just go over everything. Oh, no, sorry. There's one other book. There's one other book that's moved it as well. And their move, and that other book also had this at 6 at 10:32 in the morning. This is not considered a sharp book. And they've moved it down to 5. But the one we consider sharp has moved it from 5.5 to 5, and that happened 20 minutes ago. Sean Pulliam on Arkansas, Jarek White on Arkansas, and Ron Crawford back with a spreadsheet dog play of the day in MLB. I'm waiting to see it, man. I'm waiting to see you in the chat. Ron Crawford in the house, so that gives us tons of fodder. I'll put it right under Barry Smith's action, in between Barry Smith and Mr. Heat's action. We'll talk all about that. So here we go. Let's take a look at the cash flow. We have 88% of the tickets and 91% of cash on the over. We just watched it drop a half point. We also have 71% of tickets and 75% of cash on Arkansas. So this is the most public spot on the entire board by enough. 71% of tickets, 75% cash on the Pigs. Here we go. Spooner. Arkansas all day, says my dude. It's his play of the day, all day, he says. Spooner, what's your move?
So this Texas Tech team, I thought got really a bum draw when I looked at their corner of the bracket. I looked at it and I was like, how do they go through these teams? And I think they really lucked out. Arkansas did the heavy lifting for them. I think Texas Tech and Arkansas is the biggest mismatch on the board today. Texas Tech defense is the best defense left in this tournament. They are the next level. You think Houston style defense, Iowa State style defense. This is Texas Tech. But what they match with that is the ability to score. And where Iowa State lost all their players at the end of the year, this Texas Tech team was starting to get some of their players healthy. And I think Grant McCasland is a great young coach who's at a spot where he's got a chance to really prove himself. Arkansas obviously has gotten hot at the right point in the season. A lot of people didn't have them in this game. You look at the middle of the season, they lost back to back, that Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, LSU, Missouri spot, and it was terrible for them. Everybody was calling for heads. Calipari, this isn't how you should run a program, but they dug themselves out of this hole, and that St. John's win was magical, and I just want to fade that because everybody saw how good St. John's was this year, and if Arkansas can beat St. John's, why can't they beat Texas Tech? It's not a there's so many reasons I want to fade Arkansas here today, but Texas Tech minus 5.5. I think it's the best spot on the board. I haven't bet it. Looking around, what do you got for odds, Jim?
The best line we can give you right now, as it just moved, is Texas Tech -5 at -111.
I'll take that.
Spooner has moved Texas Tech -5 at -111. Well, Mr. Daby Cab, you know this school very, very well, and you know this team very, very well. Can't wait to hear your thought.
I have so many. Man, everyone is so convinced that they're winning it all this year, and I love it. Good for them. Hopefully they do. Really, I couldn't care less unless I bet on them, but got so many group texts with people just talking about how good Tech is, and they are good, and how they're going to win it. Look, I said earlier, Kansas is a fraud, okay? And so Spoon just touched on that with Arkansas. Like, I know you see Kansas, St. John's, you're like, holy shit, but like Kansas isn't that great of a win. St. John's is a good win. You know, I don't know where St. John's head was at that game because they played a terrible basketball game, but it was a good win for Arkansas. And you heard me, Jimmy. I said I think Arkansas is a sleeper. Now, this was before we started, the first game of the tournament, but I said I think Arkansas is a sleeper to make a run in the tournament.
You did, yeah.
well, have they made their run? Is this the run, the Sweet 16? Like, are we at that wall, or do they keep going? I think that they have the ability, but for some reason, there is no fucking way I can bet Arkansas today. I just can't do it. I think it's maybe the thought of Kansas kind of not being that good of a win and St. John's playing down. Boogie Flan coming back for Arkansas, that's a big piece. The freshman, he's been out for the whole season. And there is one bet that I made in this game. Okay. This is a tough bet. And I just want to, for full transparency reasons, I don't even know if you want to take it as a quote unquote official bet. I've been putting $250 on these 3 props, and I only put $100 on this 3 prop that I took. All right. If you look at Flan, he went 1 for 5 last game against St. John's. He went 0 for 4 against Kansas, right? Not good numbers. You don't have a big sample size from him. But if you go back, before the injury, a couple games in a row, he hit his 3 prop over 1.5. And they're hanging a plus 160 right now. I had to throw $100 on it. So I took Boogie Flan over 1.5 threes at plus 160. It is not a full bet. I just want to say that one more time for anybody. I don't even think it's half a bet. However, I'm not going to figure out the math on it. I told you the exact bet. So there you go.
And for those of you who don't know, this was the school that Daby Cab started, and on his way to getting drafted and signed in Major League Baseball, the Texas Tech Red Raiders of 2010. Is that right? 2010 Red Raiders?
I think so. It's, what is it, 2025 now? Jesus, don't say that anymore, Jimmy. Just stop talking about it. We're so old, bro. What the fuck happened?
Things get better. Your unit size increases.
Tell me baseball was 15 years ago? God damn.
Your unit size increases. Life and your unit size. That's all. They go parallel together.
Wow, I didn't need that wake-up call. Thank you, Jimmy.
Texas Tech for Spooner -5 at -111. Now, is Boogie Flan over 1.5 threes? Is that an official pick? Because it's not quite half of a unit.
I don't think so. Just since we can, if we could track, and I wouldn't fuck. I know why you don't. I wouldn't either. But if we could, I'd say sure. But since the way we track everything the same, no. I just want everybody to know. And if you want to ride it with me, cool. And if not, cool too. I don't care.
I love it. Great job here, fellas. Let's review all action here. And because we have 4 games and it is the Sweet 16, I'd love you both to touch on your favorite spot here on the board of your action. We have our guy Nordy on Arkansas to win it all at 300-1. So we'll be cheering for that. Daby Cab gets his card started with Alabama first half -1.5, -111. He tweeted that out, put that out over 48 hours ago. Spooner on BYU +5 at -105. Kong's Clips gave out Maryland first half +3.5 on Medicate Mondays. So Kong's Clips is on Maryland first half +3.5, and he gave it out on Medicate Mondays. Shout out to our guy Kong. And just my 2 cents says it's an alumni showdown, Daby. Our guy, TC, he's a pig.
Hey, well, I'm rooting for Boogie Flan, all right? I mean, it might not be an official pick, but that's a 260 that I would like to show back up into my account after the bet goes through.
Oh, I feel you. So Spooner on Maryland +6.5 and Cab on Will Richard over 1.5 threes. And the lone game that's available right now and open is that Wildcat Blue Devil spot. Do we want to trust Caleb Love? Because we know volume of shots are going to go up. Will any of them drop? Texas Tech for Spooner -5 at -111, and the Boogie Flan prop here, which is not an official, but at +160. So let's go to best bets now. Spooner, you already pretty much answered it. It is the Red Raiders for you. Is that right?
Yeah. Coming into today, if I just looked at the board, I probably told you Maryland's the spot that I differ the most with everybody on. But it looks like a lot of people share my opinion on that Maryland spot. That Texas Tech spot, I feel really firmly on. Just to add one thing, I got one play today for MLB opening day.
Well, let's hear it.
I go through at the beginning of the season and try not to attack everything. I think it's wide open, and the books want you to bet as much as you can. But you look for those best 5 teams and those worst 5 teams, and you look for spots to kind of expose. And I look at the White Sox. They're a terrible team last year. You look at their bullpen, and there's not much of a bullpen there. They're relying on a young pitcher today here on opening day. The public is all over him from what I've seen. I think the Angels lineup is better than the White Sox lineup. I think Kikuchi is a more proven pitcher. I think he's more suited to start opening day, and I don't think the nerves will get to him. I don't think the White Sox lineup will either. The closer there for the Angels, I think if they can get to him, maybe not the rest of the bullpen's that great, but I don't see any way the White Sox find a way to win this game. I took the -1 with the Angels on DK. I got it -118. I'm going to look to find good teams to back and bad teams to fade, and that's how I want to attack baseball. And I believe this White Sox team is really bad. So good luck, everybody.
Well, one thing here quickly on that point, Spooner here, talking about Burke, of course, from Burke, when you're also fading the worst bullpen in the league. Is this your first official pick as you're going to be part of our Major League Baseball programming as the season goes on? Is this your first official recorded pick for your record, for our record keeping?
That sounds disgusting. Angels -1. Let's do it.
All right. Spooner's in. This is a great way to add it because I know Daby Cab has MLB action, so he can decide if he wants to make anything official here too. But first off, Dabra Cadabra, and stick around, Spooner, before we put a bow on this. Daby Cab, best bet on the college basketball board. And do you want to make anything official as we begin our Major League Baseball season?
Oh, yeah, I got 3 bets for you in MLB. But best bet, look, I said it kind of off the top. The way my brain works is like winning. Not side, not total. It's going to be Will Richard over 1.5 threes at -110. I care more about odds than anything else, and I'm good with -110, right? So, again, winning is what matters, not a side or a total. I think Will Richard over 1.5 threes is beautiful. And if you're somebody who likes to ladder, I think over 2.5 is +180 and so on from there. I wouldn't mind that. I could see him hitting anywhere between, I'm going to say 2 to 4. Obviously, he could hit 0 or 1. We don't 100% cash, but let's go with 2 to 4. So Will Richard over 1.5 threes, Jimmy. And then as far as baseball goes, and shout out to everybody in the chat, I am going to go with Jake Berger. Shout out to the Berg man. He's in Texas now. I'm going to go with him over 1.5 total bases, +145. I took the Rangers team total over 3.5 at -110. I know we got a lot of love for the Red Sox. I know Jose obviously is probably on them. I think Troy is. I think Wine Time is. So it's only right that I'm on the other side there. Rangers team total over 3.5. Watch out for their lineup, not their pitching. Watch out for their lineup this year. They're stacked. And then Alvarez over 1.5 total bases, +124. Give me +124 on the best bet in all of baseball. No shit, I'm going to bet it. So those are my 3 bets.
And these are your first 3 official bets of the Major League season for record keeping. Again, Spooner on the Angels -1 at -118. For Daby Cab, Berger over 1.5 bases. Make sure I got these lines right. +145. Rangers team total over 3.5 -110. And Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 bases +124.
Yep.
What a great job, fellas. It never ends. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And it's the marathon of the wildest dreams, even though the lows are low and the highs might not be as high as how low the lows feel. This is what we always dreamt of spending every day doing. And now we have the opportunity to do it. And no finer gentlemen in this industry than you two. Great work. Daby Cab, Morgan Spooner. Last words, Spooner. Last words, my man.
Good luck today, everyone. See you tomorrow. Let's have a great day. Everybody win some money on opening day, and don't go crazy. MLB season is very long. One day is not the day to blow your load on.
I like it. It's a big day ahead of us. Daby Cab, any last words, my man?
For some people, I know for you, 6 is nothing. But speaking of loads being blown, I got 6 bets today, Jimmy. Shit, man. I'm going to be sweating this, man. That's a lot of action for me, boys and girls. So today is a big day. We got to get paid, man. I love doing this with you, Jimmy. You guys in the chat. Pubapalooza 4 was amazing. Let's all stay alive here and get to Pubapalooza 5 because I want to party with you guys again, man. Love you guys.
I love it. There he is, Daby Cab. And for the record, I was not the one who mentioned loads being blown. All right, let's move on to Major League Baseball. It's finally here, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Every season is the most important season of your career. Your unit size must increase for you to fulfill the dreams that you had when you started down the road in the capping industry. With that being said, our baseball leader here at Pub Sports Radio has spent a lot of time planning over the last few years, going over what's been working and what hasn't been working. And we've seen him get better and better and better and more profitable. And now the most important season of his career awaits. Please welcome, joining us from the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, the home of Pub Sports Radio, our guy, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show. Jose, how are you?
Jimmy, I'm doing well. I'm nervous. I'm excited. A lot of things are going on. Of course, I'm in the beautiful Southtown 101, so shout out to Jeff, and always shout out to everyone for coming to Pubapalooza. I haven't been on screen since Pubapalooza, but it's been a great time preparing for this card. It was like a fun little throwback because, you know, Jimmy, like you said, the first few days after Pubapalooza, you're just kind of reeling. You know, you're just trying to figure out what's up and down, and then you get thrown right into baseball. It makes everything a lot more interesting and a lot more fun.
Now, Troy says you need to be doing the show from the studio every day. It's a sign of, and our capper, our guy's serious business. Every time we say his name, you understand what it is.
I hope he realizes that he's talked about often and was talked about often during Pubapalooza as well. The same thing was said during Pubapalooza.
Well, let's get to work, my friends.
And by the way, I just want to give everyone spoiler alerts now. I've seen a lot of my plays in the chat. Don't think I'm fucking copying you motherfuckers in the chat, but I've seen a lot of my plays in the chat. I bet them this morning. It's going to be a lot of fun going through this whole card. And Jimmy, you know my list now. I sent you my list of guys that I want to back this year. A few of them on the card today, and guys that I want to fade also on my card here today. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
We are 1 hour and 59 minutes from action here today. How we're going to do this is I'm going to set up the games and set up the market. Then Jose is going to come in with the analysis of the situation. I'm going to have the lineups up here as well. And then when it comes back to me, before we move on to the next game, we are going to go over the futures markets for each team. Some of these futures markets, Jose's already moved on.
This is my first year betting futures since our first year.
Yeah, and I can understand. For me, my ROI on in-season futures has trumped anything in any sport, actually, for in-season bets. Well, the sample size is much smaller than is in NHL, so we'll see if it continues.
Oh, wow.
It is time to get to work. Thank you guys for joining us. And BJ's best bet is the Toronto Blue Jays.
BJ, get the boy hype. Let him bet on his Blue Jays first day out.
Is the Toronto Blue Jays.
I'm
Hunter
excited.
Engelhart in the house. He's also going to be a part.
Oh, Hunter.
Yeah,
Again, another sign baseball season starting.
The 51st state Bluebirds 2 today for Hunter Engelhart. We will get there. Let's start here. And we do now know that Bybee will not be on the bump.
Yeah, he's got the shits.
Will not be on the bump for the Guardians. And there's TJ as well. Says you guys missed a good line on the Jays. They were plus 105.
Again, more signs that baseball season starting. This is hilarious. It's like spring flowers popping up, you know? Just seeing all these names.
Vladdy over 1.5 bases for Slow Jams Arsenal. Another thing is I copied and pasted a bunch of action here in the chat of MLB action, but it's at the top of my worksheet, and you can imagine how many pages the worksheet is today. So I'll keep going back there as well. Troy Torrance moved on the Blue Jays as well, plus 102. We'll go over.
I think Troy would get a semi-chub looking at your worksheet today.
It's a nice one. Today's a nice one. Let's get to work here, and let's be laser focused. Stakes are high. 3 p.m. Eastern, we have the Milwaukee Brewers. They were very good last year, 93-69, 46-35 on the road. I have a couple sites I need to bring up for the lineups here, and I've also got to get a swish up here as
Oh
well.
my God, the amount of tabs that Jimmy has right now, it's got to just be absurd. Because I only have baseball tabs up, and I think it gives me anxiety just looking at all these tabs again.
We will I'll try to erase some of them as we go. Milwaukee Brewers last year were very good. 93-69. They were a very solid road baseball team. 46-35 on the road. New York Yankees 94-68. 44-37. We are at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. It is 50 Fahrenheit. It is cool, and it feels even cooler. It feels like 37 Fahrenheit. The wind is 12.5 miles per hour to that short porch in right. Freddie Peralta on the bump going up against Carlos Rodon, the lefty. Freddie Peralta last year was very good. 11-9, 3.68 ERA, 1.21 whip, threw 173 and 2/3, 20 strikeouts, 68 walks, and 26 home runs. He was even better on the road. 5-4, 3.29 ERA, 1.26 whip, 92 strikeouts in 79 and a third, 38 walks, and allowed just 8 home runs on the road compared to 16 at home. Also, with Carlos Rodon, the splits favor him. He was very good at home last year. Overall, he was solid. 16-9, 3.96 ERA, 1.22 whip, 195 Ks and 175 innings. And at home, he was strong. 9-2, 3.11 ERA, 1.09 whip, 81 innings, 91 Ks, 27 walks. Now, he did allow the long ball, 15 home runs, but this is where you hit the long ball, Yankee Stadium, and still allowing 15 home runs in Yankee Stadium and 16 on the road. Nothing wrong with those splits. Milwaukee's bullpen is supposed to be quite good. 11th. Fangraphs has them rated 11th in Major League Baseball. Now, the Yankees bullpen is ranked 5th in Major League Baseball. Trujillo, Yelich, Contreras, Hoskins, Frelick, Ortiz, Mitchell, Capra, Vinny Capra at third base, Bryce Terang at second base. It's a pretty fun bottom of the order with Mitchell, Capra, and Terang, something we got to keep an eye on. This is a talented Brewers squad. We're going to go over the futures after we hear the analysis from Mr. Jose Bouquett. You have Austin Wells leading off. He is the first catcher in New York Yankees history to hit leadoff. Pretty wild statistic.
Yeah, Yogi Berra, fuck you. How about that?
Aaron Judge, second. Cody Bellinger, third. Goldschmidt at first base, batting cleanup. Chisholm, Dominguez, Volpe, Rice, and Cabrera. You have to think that the bottom of the lineup does favor the Brewers here. Let's get into the line history. We have the Milwaukee Brewers right now at plus 126. Plus 126. They opened up at plus 136. So 10 cents of movement towards the Milwaukee Brewers. And then on the total, we have an 8. It's minus 115 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, and it was 7.5. This was 7.5 from 3:51 in the morning until 9:15 this morning when it came back up to 8. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, you have 88% of the tickets, but just 67% of the cash on the New York Yankees. 99 and 97 on the over. It's hard to not feel the Brewers are an appealing team here on our first game of opening day. Take it away, Jose, my man.
Yep, I'm on them. We'll start this off. We'll start the season off right, fading the Yankees, of course. And spoiler alert now, I don't have this Yankees team making the playoffs this year. I really don't think they're a good baseball team. You just mentioned how the Yankees bullpen in Fangraphs ranked 5th. I think that is crazy. If you flip these numbers in bullpens, if you would have told me the Brewers are 5th and the Yankees were 11th, I'd be, more understanding. I think that's more of a reputation thing for the Yankees. Their bullpen right now, obviously they got Devin Williams, probably will be the best closer in baseball. I expect him to dominate and do his thing. Luke Weaver, good, pitched well for them last year. Then you've got Fernando Cruz, Tim Hill, who's been passed around, Yankee swapped all around. Mark Leiter, former Cub, shout out to you, Troy. Ryan Yarbrough, no thank you. And I'll say this, the lineup, Aaron Judge, if he does not play 150 games this year of baseball, yikes. This lineup is going to be atrocious. I think it's a worse lineup than last year. The best player that I'm not named Judge is going to be Jazz, most likely. and I'll be interested to see how he does with the full season of the Yankees. I think he'll actually have a good year, but I don't believe in Cody Bellinger. I think Goldschmidt's washed up. Austin Wells is a catcher, so I don't really expect much offensively from him. So I am on the Brewers here. And shout out to Wine, because I saw his tweet last night, and I liked the Brewers then. You could have got him at plus 140. Got him at plus 127 now. So, whatever. I've thought about, the being annoyed and how I should feel about potentially losing that few cents of value. Maybe I should bet these early. But I always just feel that, or I guess I feel like I need that reassurance from the line in the market here. I will mention Rodon against the Brewers last year, 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, 1 walk. Pitched well. But my challenge to you, Carlos Rodon, do it again. Do it again, because he does not have back-to-back seasons of just being amazing here. And it's actually funny, after COVID, he had 2 pretty good seasons. I will say that, but it's been 1 good, 1 bad, 1 good, 1 injury, really is what it was. So he had 178 innings pitched with the Giants. He came to New York last year, or 2 years ago, I should say, only pitched 64 innings, bounced back with 175 last year. I would be very surprised if he pitched 170 innings again here. Maybe I should fade him when he's a little more tired, sure. Brewers against lefties were meh last year also, if you guys want to hear that as well. I have their numbers. You just mentioned, I saw Wine Time mention Joey Ortiz as well. So shout out to him. He's also in this lineup of guys that hit lefties well. But the guy that we need today is William Contreras, who hit 145 weighted runs created plus against lefties here. So, we'll see. He's hitting 3-hole. I expect Cheerio to have a good year. Rhys Hoskins hit well against lefties as well. 114 weighted runs created plus. Ortiz, 116 weighted runs created plus against lefties. And Adames, who obviously is not on this team anymore, only hit 77 weighted runs created plus against lefties. So it's maybe a low-key good thing that he's not in the lineup right now. And by the way, Peralta hasn't faced the Yankees in his career. Goldie hits him okay, but it's Cardinals Goldie. I think that a little bit of early more career Goldie hits him well. Bellinger, 5 of 12, 417 average against him. Pretty surprised, but we'll see how that shakes up. We obviously know that's probably Chicago Cubs Cody Bellinger as well. And Jazz Chisholm, 2 for 8 to a home run here. I have their spring training starts. They've pitched all, by the way, 90 pitches. His last start was 90 pitches for Freddie, and Rodon's was about 75. So, I think we'll get a full 6 innings. Obviously 6 innings or 100 pitches, whatever we get from Freddie first. And then Rodon, probably another 75, 90 pitches, so 5 innings. So I just think at the end of the day, we have a better bullpen. I think the lineups are a wash, and I think Freddie Peralta is honestly a better pitcher than Rodon. So give me the Brewers.
The Brewers, and you got plus 127?
Yeah, plus 127.
Very interesting action here. Sal Frelick under a half. JT's going to get that. And there's Crystal Craig. Miss Baseball. Miss Baseball says going to enjoy opening day stress-free. I love that. DJ says I can't fade Rodon today. Lean under, no action. Good says you bugging Yankees 5-2 today, buddy. And the spreadsheet dog play of the day is Jose for today's Milwaukee Brewers.
Hold on, Jimmy. I think that's just a spreadsheet dog. I think the actual spreadsheet dog is the Mets.
You're right. I have that written. You're right. Thank you for that. I was getting a little caught up.
I know you wanted to hear those sweet, sultry tones of Ron Crawford. I know you do. I know you want to hear them.
Yes, I did want to hear it. Jose plus 127 on the Brewers. And I am very, very close, seconds away from taking the under 8 at minus 115 at 365. I'm seconds away. I'm just going to sit with it for a couple more minutes.
I agree. I would lean under as well.
I'm seconds away from the full game under. No more first 5 unders for this capper here and with Jose.
Agreed. hand to God on a hand of Bible, whatever you want to say. No more run lines. No more force 5 totals. This one did appeal me. It did indeed.
I love the -1s. Nothing changed there for me. Nothing changed. Going over all my action, that nothing's changed there. We roll on to game. Oh wait, one more thing here before we roll on here. Of course, the Cubs favored to win the Central -110. You can get the Brewers at +240. Yankees favored to win the AL East. When we get to the wins expectation here for these squads, this is regular season wins, and this is just before first pitch here. The Brewers are at 82.5. 82.5. That's slightly juiced towards the over. I think they're a better team than that. And the Yankees are 88.5, slightly juiced towards the under. And we roll on. Troy has the under trends. I'm seconds away from pressing the button here. I just want to set it up and sit with it for just.
TJ likes the over, if that makes you feel any type of way as well.
Sorry, say what, my man?
TJ likes the over in this game here. Troy likes the under.
Now, TJ likes the over in this game coming up, I believe, because TJ's already told us that I can't fade Rodon today. Lean under, no action.
Oh, okay, well then good. He's on over in Baltimore, Toronto. Then great transition.
Over on Milwaukee wins. Milwaukee wins. Okay. I agree with that completely. TJ, what number did you get? Can you tell me
82. You said?
No, I just juice and wins. Yeah, both. I want both.
No, but what was the number for the Brewers? 82 and
82.5. This is at 365, slightly juiced. I should log in too to make sure that these lines aren't stale. Not the futures lines, we know that, but to make sure that the money line is not stale. I think that is a definite bet here. But decisions need to be made, and we got to make them quickly. We roll on to our next spot on the board, 3:07 p.m. Eastern. We have the Baltimore Orioles, 91-71 last year, 47-34 on the road. Interesting, that was a disappointing season for the squad. At the Toronto Blue Jays, 74-88, 39-42 at home. We're at the Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. We have Zach Eflin going up against Jose Barrios here. Jose Barrios. And, the talk about, why does Barrios get the opening day start? Also, I was offered tickets to this game for Ella and I free, and Ella's quite upset that I was unable to go. I just told Ella that there's just no way this show's going to be over. There's just no way, and you can't rush this, and she is nonplussed.
Did you tell her that Gucci's not on the team anymore?
Oh yeah, no, she knew. She was very upset. Tears welled up when Kikuchi was traded last year. But I told her that there will be an opening day in her future, and I promise her. Let's go. Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. Eflin now, played for a couple spots last year. Was good overall, but he was bad on the road. That just doesn't change. 5-6, 4.24 ERA on the road, 1.20 WHIP, 97 2/3. He allowed 12 home runs on the road. Jose, and that's just in 97 2/3. Barrios has always had these splits that favored him at home. 10-3, 3.18 ERA, 1.10 WHIP, 93 1/3, 72 Ks, 28 walks, 6 home runs at home. This is a man that allowed 31 home runs last year and just 6 at home. The Baltimore bullpen is second in Major League Baseball, rated right now by Fangraphs.
That's crazy too.
Toronto's is rated 19th. And TJ moving back to Virginia next week. Okay, interesting. I'll be in touch. He's going to be up here rocking with us here shortly. Wine time is on the over 8.5 here in this one. When we go back to just the wins expectation here for these two squads, Baltimore 87.5, expected to have a worse year than last year, and the Toronto Blue Jays are at 78.5. This has gotten juiced to the over as this summer or the winter has gone on. The Blue Jays, Bichette, Guerrero, Santander, Jimenez, Kirk after getting that big contract, Springer, Will Wagner DHing, Ernie Clement batting 8th, and Alan Rodin cleaning it up. Cowser, Rutschman, Westberg, O'Hearn, O'Neill. And I'm sure you guys all know that it's 5 years in a row that Tyler O'Neill has hit a home run on opening day. 5 years in a row that Tyler O'Neill hit a home run on opening day. Mountcastle, Mullins, Urias, and Holiday turning over the lineup. Jeff Slaughter on Barrios over 4.5 strikeouts. Von Polo, him a Charm City native, says Baltimore owns Toronto. Billy Friedrich said, I'm sure Kirk won't spend that extra money on food. Let's get into the line history. We've already heard TJ on this at a big plus number, but I'm going to start with this total 8.5 minus 111 to the under. And taking a second for it, I guess I got to get rid of some of these. Please. There we go. 8.5 minus 111 to the under. We've had a 4-cent move to the under. 4-cent move to the under. On the money line, we have minus 113 for the Toronto Blue Jays. It was minus 5 Celsius when we woke up this morning.
Jesus.
Absolutely freezing cold. So, this roof's going to be closed for a while. The Blue Jays opened up offshore here, and this was just recently. This became available a few days ago. You can get a better line if you got earlier. But at plus 103, they're now minus 113. So we've had 16 cents of movement towards the Toronto Blue Jays. AM is on the Orioles. We have 54% of the tickets and 69% of the cash on the Baltimore Orioles. 98% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on the over. Here we go, Jose. Game 2 on the board, Orioles Blue Jays.
A game I'm not going to be on, it seems. Barrios, one of my guys that I used to fade all the time, and he's figured it out last year. Shout out to Sharpie. I know Sharpie loves Barrios as well. I think I saw that he cashed like 80% of his over K props. Our guy Jeff's on the K prop today as well. So shout out to both of you guys. As you guys know, I'm not a K prop guy. I try to stay away from props in general. So I'm not going to be on Mountcastle props, and we know he dominates this Blue Jays team, and I'm not going to be on O'Neill home run, and we know what that is already, Jimmy, as well. I think the Orioles are going to be pretty good this year. I don't trust Eflin, and I just don't trust this pitching staff. Grayson Rodriguez was going to be one of my guys this year that I really trusted and backed. Injured already, hurt his elbow or his elbow inflammation, I believe. I forget what it was already, but now we're stuck with Eflin, who you mentioned, home road splits guy. I don't want to back him on the road. I thought it was, I think it's pretty telling that, Blue Jays were plus money and now they flipped to minus 113. I'd lean Blue Jays here with you. He's had 2 starts, Barrios did last year against the Orioles. 6 innings through 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 6-5 win there. And then he was a 7-inning, that was on the month 6-5, not a 6-5 win. But it was 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, like I said. And then 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 home runs allowed. So good starts. And Eflin faced the Blue Jays 4 times, 6 innings, 10 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 2/3, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 innings, 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 5 2/3, 6 hits, 6 earned runs. I lean over in this game with you guys. I don't love the Orioles bullpen. We're just going to expect Felix Bautista to roll back in there and be the best closer in baseball. We'll see. I think it'll take a full year for him to get back normal, but I still think he'll be a good closer. And the rest of the bullpen, I still think is kind of shaky. And the Blue Jays, Jimmy, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Blue Jays this year, because I'll tell you what, if I had to make an MVP bet, it'd be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for MVP this year. That'd be the only one I make. I think he has a phenomenal year, and then gets paid somewhere else and makes more over $300 million on IOU stake.
We're hearing very seriously that he's going to be signed in the next 48 hours.
I would be shocked if that happened. It would have to be over $600 million.
The number that they're talking about is 577.
I don't think it happens.
You know what? I think it's a 50-50. I don't think it's a long shot that he gets signed here in the next 48 hours. Honestly, but again, we got to move on. Barry Smith is on the under, and my season is not getting started with this baseball game. I think that bottom half of the Jays lineup that starts with Springer is a library.
Yep.
You're going to have a tough time not falling asleep watching them. There's a lot of thought around here that Bo's going to have this monster season. He looked fantastic during spring. And again, there's a real possibility here that that he gets signed in the next 48 hours. This is I have no futures on the Jays. We talked about possibly moving on them. Yes, Jimenez is a nice step, but I don't think Santander has a big season. Now, we should mention here that our guy Stacks played a number 1. We talked about the over in the Duke game is Santander over 1.5 total bases here. And Troy says, no, it's because you're starting your under. You're seeing with the under in New York. That's true. And TJ also officially moved on the under 8. I'd like to get that in here in a second, which is a perfect timing because I'm going to quickly set up just the market here for our next game. And I'm not going to set up the lineup here because it's Jose's Boston Red Sox in action. So let's just set up the situation. Oh, sorry, it's not. We're not at the Red Sox game yet. We're at Phillies.
We can go to that one though next.
Okay, let's skip here. And again, it is crucial for you guys watching these shows over, especially the next 2 weeks, that if you want for your worksheets to copy and paste the video description, it will be there. It'll be there probably around by midnight every day, and then you can just copy and paste it onto a worksheet, and then you have your worksheet set up for you. But we're going to skip this and move on to we're going to go back to the Mackenzie Gore, Zach Wheeler stuff. We want to talk about it. But let's move on to the Boston Red Sox. We have Garrett Crochet here pitching, and it's going to be very fun to see him this season. 6-12, 3.58 ERA, 1.07 WHIP, 209 Ks in just 146 innings last year. He did allow 18 home runs. He was quite a bit worse on the road. Not quite a bit. That's unfair, but he wasn't as good on the road, and his K to walk ratio was not nearly as good. He allowed 9 jacks. He had a ERA just under 4 on the road last season. Going up against Nate Eovaldi, who was good last year. 12-8, 3.80 ERA, 1.11 WHIP. At home, he was 7-3 with a 3.63 ERA and a 0.98 WHIP. He did allow 14 of his 23 home runs at home. Boston's bullpen is supposed to be quite good this year. Fangraphs has him ranked 9th in Major League Baseball, while Texas bullpen is ranked 12th in Major League Baseball. Troy Torrance says Red Sox money line is my favorite play. Robert Franklin is on Red Sox money line. Let's set up this line history here, and then we'll have Jose wax, and I'm going to make 2 bets here, and I'll go over them after I've made them. We have Boston minus 116. They opened up at minus 109. We've had 7 cents of movement towards the Boston Red Sox. And when we get to the total here in this one, we have an 8. It's minus 109 to the over. Now, this did touch 7. Oh, it opened at 7.5. Got up to 8, then went back to 7.5. And now we're at 8. There's been quite a move in the last hour and a half towards this over. This was 7.5 right after the show started, minus 106 in either direction. Now we have an 8, minus 109 to the over. If you want the under, you're getting a low vig, no vig situation. So that's an interesting spot. And then we also need to talk about the weather in Texas, because we know that when it's in between a certain number,
I think that shit's raining up there. I bet
possible drizzle, possible drizzy shit. Possible drizzle and breezy here. And that's important because this is the temperature where the roof would be open. So we'll go over all those things throughout the year, because we have an exact temperature in Texas where we know the roof is going to be open, but there's possible drizzle in the second half of the game, so this roof will be closed. We have 62% of tickets and 74% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox. 99% of the tickets, 99% of the cash on the over. Wine time on the Red Sox money line. Joe Todaro on the Rangers money line. Kelly McInnes on Red Sox minus 1.5. And TJ says, I don't want to give Jose a chubby this early, but I have a very nice future on Boston to win the American League. Robert Franklin on Eovaldi to allow over 1.5 earned runs. Jose, take over. Talk about the lineups for each spot. I will be listening, and I'm going to make my first bets of the Major League Baseball season.
Yeah, strap in, everyone, because this one might be a long one. TJ, there's a reason you can only see from my nipples up right now, because I was already fully erect when we started this breakdown here, TJ. Jimmy, I'll tell you this right now. I think these 2 teams are the best teams in the American League. I think this will be the American League Championship this year, and I will be betting on both of these teams this year frequently. Now, I will start with the Rangers, because everyone knows me and the Red Sox at this point. But I'll start with the Rangers. Nathan Eovaldi, solid hand. I think he'll be fine over the season. I don't think he'll have his best stuff today. I think he gets hit. And I did like the over in this game, but I didn't want to bet an over this early. But we'll talk about that here in a second. But Nathan Eovaldi, good hand. Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker, both in the rotation this year. And you guys will probably remember last year my ardent stance against Jack Leiter, saying he was not ready, and he got crushed. And that was, highlight of my season last year. It was a great time. We all slapped ass, and it was lovely. I think he got humbled last year. I think he obviously has all of the resources in the world to get better with his father there, and I think he has a good year. I think Kumar Rocker has a good year. And my guy this year, my guy last year, one guy was probably Luis Severino last year, who, in the face of all that, I said I knew he was going to pitch well. My guy this year might be Cody Bradford. I think Cody Bradford is going to be one of the breakout guys this year and has a really good year. And I just think this Texas Rangers team's awesome. Offensively, we know what they are, and their bullpen, again, we know what that is at this point. It's kind of shaky, but offensively, they're a good squad. Simeon Seager, Wyatt Langford, Art Garcia. I was going to say Orlando. Jesus. Adolis Garcia, obviously a good 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Corey Seager stays healthy, he'll be great, and Simeon plays 150 games plus every year, so he's solid. Wyatt Langford going to be great. Then we have got the aforementioned Jake Berger from Daby Cab, who he likes in a player prop scenario this game, and Josh Young, Kevin Pillar, Kyle Higashioka, as he would be called in New York, and Josh Smith will be playing shortstop for them. So I think they're going to be a solid squad this year. We know Bruce Bochy, and shout out to him. As for the Boston Red Sox, and I will talk about Nathan Eovaldi's starts against the Red Sox here shortly because they were not very good. As for the Boston Red Sox, if it wasn't for the Dodgers and all their moves, this would probably be the team circled that won the offseason the most. All those big, sexy signings. And the Red Sox have been kind of lying in wait for the last few years. They finally go out and get a starter in Garrett Crochet, who I saw yesterday is the number 2 Cy Young guy in the American League, odds-wise, and behind Skubal, obviously. I agree with it. He'd be my pick to win the AL Cy Young this year. He is pitching to get paid. That is the ultimate motivation right there. And the Red Sox aren't going to baby him. It's all shackles off. The White Sox last year were babying him to get him traded, and they got a good deal off of the Red Sox. Kyle Teel is going to be a good catcher, et cetera, et cetera. But I think Garrett Crochet is going to be a very good pitcher this year. Does that mean I expect him to come out of the gates and throw complete game shutty immediately? No. Again, I think both these teams are very good, so that's why I was close to betting an over in this game. But I agree with everyone. I bet the Boston Red Sox here, money line. I bet them team total over 3.5. I had to eat the juice there. And yes, I said eat the juice, minus 130. And yes, Troy Torrance, it's goddamn Christian Campbell's season. The Red Sox have 3 of the best prospects in baseball coming up this year. They're all going to come up at some point this season. And it's going to be very interesting because Trevor Story on this team was huge defensively. Without him last year, and then I guess the last 2 years, they've been horrible. The worst defensive team in baseball by far. It's killed their pitching. He's back. He's healthy. And if he gets hurt at one point, Marcelo Meyer, who hit 500 in Mexico this last few days, he was hitting phenomenally, is going to come up. Roman Anthony, an outfielder, is going to come up at some point whenever one of these outfielders gets hurt. He's going to come up. He's the best ranked prospect out of all of those guys. He's 20 years old, hits nukes. And it's, again, just a great blend of youth and veteranship into that lineup. And like Troy saying, Christian Campbell, and Jimmy had to leave. This is how long the soliloquy is going. That's how long he had to put me on. He's like, I might as well use this time to go take a shit because I know this guy's going to keep going. But Christian Campbell, I haven't looked at the odds. One of the top guys for Rookie of the Year this year, starts off at second base, pushes Rafael Devers to DH with Bregman there, and again with the outfield, he can't go to the outfield because Willie Abreu there. But the Red Sox front office was desperate to put this guy in the lineup, desperate to put him in, and he had a horrible spring to start off, making adjustments, kind of figured it out the last few weeks, and he's going to start up there. It's crazy to see. He's going to be a rookie starting up here, and I'm very excited for that. Like I said, it's a great blend, youth, veteran leadership now with Bregman, the biggest acquisition for the Red Sox all year because they needed a leader. Huge. And Garrett Crochet is going to lead the bullpen, or excuse me, the starting rotation. I've got the Red Sox to win the American League East. I've got the Red Sox to win the AL as well. Shout out to you, TJ. I got +9 something. I forgot what it was already, but I have that as well. I have them over their wins. You guys can call me a homer piece of shit all you want, but this is the best I felt about the Red Sox in the last 4 years coming into a season. They have one of the best managers in baseball. I think their starting rotation's good with Houck, Crochet. They've got guys hurt right now, but none of them are long-term injuries that I expect to be, true bad. And I think Walker Buehler is going to have a good year this year, coming off second year off TJ. So I'm very, very excited about this Red Sox team. And, it just happened to be that this two teams match up, and they're two teams I want to bet on this year. And I think two teams that are going to be very, very good throughout the year. I have both these teams winning their divisions. So I agree. So I'll read the comments here real quick here as well. And thank you, Troy. I really think that this team is going to be solid. And I think those three rookies will bring a nice burst of, youthfulness throughout the season. One will come up, I should say Christian Campbell comes up first, gives the locker room that vibe. Then Roman Anthony will come up at some point, do it again. And then Marcelo Meyer will come up and do the whole thing. So it's going to be a very, very exciting time. The only thing that I am worried about with this Boston Red Sox team is indeed that bullpen, because I have the man that grabs his mom's tits and shoots a gun near a woman, Aroldis Chapman, closing baseball games for me right now. And I am not thrilled about that. But at the very least, the Red Sox have options. Justin Slayton is going to be the closer of the future. And if Aroldis Chapman can keep throwing chundos and throw strikes, we'll be okay. So Red Sox for me, Kelly McInnes, this is going to be a 6-hour show.
And what did you get on the Red Sox to win the AL East?
Let me tell you right now, and I'm going to be staring at these, and it's so funny. Like you put the futures in so early, and then you stare at them for the next 6 months, and it will really determine your mood of how you gamble, how these futures go. Because will you stare at a loser for 6 months, or will you stare at hope for 6 months? Plus 390 for the division, plus 950 for the pennant, over 86.5 wins. I bet that I'm stupid. I bet that at like a normal $25 unit for me, it's minus fucking 110. So I'm going to have that just sitting there like an asshole for fucking 6 months. I should have put more on that, but yeah, I agree. I think the Red Sox are going to be really good. And by the way, I did indeed bet the Rangers to win their division as well. I mean, they're the favorites to win the division, which was a little disappointing to me. Plus 165. So I have that officially as one of my futures as well. But I just, again, these are two teams I trust, I like. I just think that Red Sox are a cheap price here. This should probably be upwards to minus 140, I think, for the Red Sox and Garrett Crochet on the mound.
Talk about the bottom three of this lineup. Are they going to be turning it over? Because the fact that the Rangers have Kevin Pillar in center field is laughable.
Yeah, he's good at defense. Sort of.
That good at defense.
Sort of, yeah.
I mean, in his prime, remember we talked about him starfishing all over center field. I mean, we watched Devon White. Devon White made the toughest catches look easy, and we have, Pillar starfishing all over, diving because he's not fast enough because he doesn't take the right routes. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm of the belief, and I really am, and we'll talk about more, that the Rangers are overrated. So we'll see how this kind of bangs out. Right now, yeah, what did I say?
No, I said I'm excited to see how that all flips out.
Red Sox are plus 700 right now to win the league. Do you say you got 690?
To win the AL?
Yeah.
No, I got plus 950.
Oh, 950. Yeah, you crushed that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I bet that a while ago. I bet that before the Garrett Cole news. The Garrett Cole news only made me feel just so much better about it. But yeah, no, I agree. I just think this is the Red Sox year. This is a perfect blend: youth, veterans, and now we have the leader to go in there with Bregman. Cora's the best manager in baseball, and I think this rotation is going to be very good.
And official action here, not including futures. Actually, give me all of it. Give me all of it quickly. So you got the Red Sox at what line?
Minus 114 money line and team total over 3.5 at minus 130. Disgusting to lay that juice already, but that's what it is. And I have futures, by the way, saturated. I have 5 futures total in right now. Pennant plus 950, AL East plus 390, 86.5 wins. I think they're a 90-win baseball club over that, minus 110. And then I have the Texas Rangers to win their division at plus 165. Not my favorite future ever because of how low juice it is, but I just wanted some sort of financial stake, because I think this is the second best team in the AL.
And then in finality, before we move on or back to that Phillies-Washington game, your expectation of Garrett Crochet this year?
Cy Young. I think he wins the Cy Young in the American League. I think Tarik Skubal is going to have another really, really good year, but I think there's definite voter fatigue, and I think that'll be a good narrative around Crochet. New pitcher coming in to the Boston Red Sox, brings them back to what they used to be. They win the American League. And again, all this, and he needs to get paid. And the Red Sox ownership's trying, but I think he knows he's on the verge of a very good season, and he's going to wait, and he's going to cash in big at the end of the season. He had one of the best springs of all pitchers in spring. So, and by the way, he's up 90 pitches his second to the last start of spring, 72 pitches his last one. So I expect him to go 5-6 innings.
I like it. And there is Butterfly Ladybug. Perfect timing to rock with us. It is great to see you. And B. Lee in the house as well. So great have all these cappers back rolling with us.
Spring flowers coming back.
We roll on to our next spot on the board, 4:05 p.m. Eastern. Philadelphia Phillies 95-67, 41-40 on the road at the Washington Nationals, 71-91, 38-43 at home. We're in Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Let's get into the weather here for this one. 57 Fahrenheit. It feels like 48 Fahrenheit. It's 7.2 miles per hour left to right, very slightly out. It becomes more out near the end of the game, but by that time, the wind dies down to 4.5 mile per hour winds. We have Zach Wheeler. What a phenomenal pitcher he is year after year.
He hasn't had a Cy Young, right?
Yeah, he's always right there in the running, but yeah. He's never had that unbelievable spectacular season. They're just such quality seasons. Last year he went 16-7, 2.57 ERA, 0.96 WHIP, hit that 200 inning mark. What we had the funniest. I don't know if you guys remember this. And I know we don't have time for this shit, but when Mark Burley tried to get to 200 innings, it was one of the funniest things we've ever seen. He was at 199 and a third, I think. He needed 2 outs. So he needed 2 outs, and he got rocked for 9 runs, had to get pulled after an out. It was sad, but humorous. Wheeler did get to the 200 innings. On the road, wasn't quite as good. 6-4, 2.83 ERA, 0.97. I mean, come on, we're picking at straws here. He's just quality wherever he pitches. Going up against Mackenzie Gore. Mackenzie Gore at times looked elite, and at times he looked sloppy. His K to walk ratio is certainly not elite. Now was very good overall, but that's because he didn't seem to walk batters on the road. At home, I mean, he hit 43 walks at home compared to just 22 overall, or 22 on the road. It's interesting. Also, if you're going to be backing the Nationals this year, it's going to be a sweat. They're expected to have the 28th rated bullpen, according to FanGraphs.
Yeah, they let our guy Kyle Finnegan go, and then they re-signed him like a week ago. Those fucking assholes.
Well, they panicked. Look at this group. The Phillies bullpen ranked third, expected to be very strong. We know this lineup. Not a lot's changed. And
no, this is the team that has the most returning pieces, innings and games wise. They're the same exact team essentially.
Yeah, Trey leading off. Got Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Real Muto, Kepler, Castellanos, Stott, Marsh. For these Nationals, CJ Abrams, I mean, this. I'm so interested to see what this Abrams would. I mean, and also it's two lefties at the top of the lineup. But now they have Luis Garcia, and now, of course, you're going up against Wheeler, so you're gonna get lefties in there. So the Wheeler's gonna see Abrams, Wood, Garcia, Bell, switch hitter, Low, lefties, and then Keibert Ruiz, batting seventh is a switch. So it's DeYoung, who is just, I mean, as weak as any third baseman in Major League Baseball. Dylan Cruz in right field and Jacob Young turning this lineup over. Let's get into the line history and also talk about, expectations for these squads. The Phillies are the fourth choice in the National League at plus 650 behind the Dodgers, Braves, and Mets. When we get to the win expectation here for these squads, we have Washington at 71.5 juice to the over, and Philadelphia at 91.5 juice to the under. So the expectation of the market is they won't be as good as they were last year. Let's take a look at the line history. From a line history standpoint, we'll start with this total, and it's a 7.5. It's a 7.5. This opened up at 7. It was juiced to the over, and it just got more and more juice to the over as days went by. Now we're talking just cents at a time, to the point where they moved it to a pretend 7.5. It's not a real 7.5 right now. It's plus 103 to the over and minus 115 to the under. So when you're looking around, you can get the over 7 juiced heavily, or you can get the under 7.5 juiced not quite as much. We get to the cash flow here. Oh, sorry, that was just the total. Let's get to this money line. From a money line standpoint, we have Washington plus 137. They opened up at plus 150. So we've had a real legit move towards these Washington Nationals. Phillies have gone from minus 164 to minus 149. When we get to the cash flow, you have 90% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on the Philadelphia Phillies, clearly stating that the Nationals are live here. 91 and 91 on the over. Take it away, Jose. This is an interesting one. Philly Eagle Flyer says the Phillies smack go around. Spooner says this Nats bullpen is ass. Kelly McInnes on the island, Washington first 5 plus 135. Josh Bell RBI for Robert Franklin. Spooner on Philadelphia. It says Philadelphia minus 1 close to his card, and Mr. Jeff Slaughter on the Nationals money line plus 132. Take it away for us here, Jose. And Crystal, Craig, Jacqueline, getting our female cappers in here. It's great. It's so great. It's great seeing you guys rocking with us. Love to you. And exciting to, we want more female cappers rocking with us. So respect and love. Take it away, Jose. Phillies, Nats.
Yeah, I'm off. I didn't have anything because I don't know what I feel about the Phillies yet. They were so close to be a team on the chopping block for me that didn't make the playoffs this year. I don't think they win the division, and I think the National League is extremely, extremely competitive this year. There's a lot of good teams in the National League, with one kind of obviously above the rest. So I'm off. I don't hate the Nationals this year. Dylan Cruz and Wood and the crew is going to be interesting. They leave third base open for Brady House. He's their next superstar prospect. ETA, according to Fangraphs, is 2026. I mean, he was drafted in 2021. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw him this year. He plays third base. He plays infield, I should say. He plays shortstop, really. But he's probably going to be their third baseman of the future here. So we'll see how all that unfolds. And Jimmy, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this CJ Abrams' first game back in the majors since the gambling thing? Yeah, he didn't play all of last year at the end. So, interesting. Well, we'll see how all that shakes out. I'll push back someone. I forget who it was saying that Gore gets crushed by them. His starts against the Phillies, 6 innings, 3 hits, shutout, 9 Ks, 1 walk. That was his last one. 5 2/3, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, a bad one. 6 1/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, and 5 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs. Not too bad at all for Mackenzie Gore against a Phillies team who is allegedly a top 5 team in the National League. So I lean under. I don't love the Phillies this year. They made their pitching a little better. I don't love the stagnant, kind of team. And I mean, Jimmy, you heard this. This was a team trying to trade half their infield. they wanted to trade Alec Boehm so bad. They wanted to get rid of Bryson Stott for something. They wanted to shake it up, but they didn't do shit. So is it, purposeful? Was that all fake? Do the Phillies actually feel bad about their team? I don't know. I just didn't want to be on the Phillies this year in any kind of future capacity. Again, Zach Wheeler, allegedly one of the best pitchers in baseball, at minus 145, low-key kind of feels like a steal, but the market, like you said, it's kind of indicating Nationals. So I stayed off.
It is a fishy line. And I respect anybody on the Nats. I would just want that risk reward to be a little bit higher. And it's not inconceivable that I sit with it for a little longer. And, it's not that the market is just so strong here.
Yeah.
Everybody on the Phillies. So
yeah.
Let's roll on. We also have, this is the first leg of the Nerfy parlay from Kong's Clips. Nerfy play of the day, Philly, Washington, and Pittsburgh, Miami. Nerfy parlay plus 161. And Kong
I'll quickly mention, Jimmy, that Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Castellanos, and Boehm weighted runs created plus against lefties last year. Again, 100 is average. 153, 151, 146, 125, 123.
Wow.
That's tough. That's tough. And especially at Kongs, if you're specifically betting the Nerfy, you're going to see at least Harper. And if one of them gets on for whatever method, you're going to see Schwarber. So I'm just a little worried about that one, if anything, but I wish you luck.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have the Pittsburgh Pirates, 76 and 86, 37 and 44 on the road. At the Miami Marlins, 62 and 100, 30 and 51 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park, Miami, Florida. Paul Skeens on the bump. What a season. 11 and 3, 1.96 ERA, 0.95 whip, 170 strikeouts in 133 innings. But the most impressive is that he only allowed 6 home runs on the year, 3 on the road and 3 at home. A monster. On the road, he was even better than he was at home. 1.32 ERA, 0.80 whip. Phenomenal. And we have Sandy Alcantara. Did not pitch in 2024. This spring, he looked electric, is the word. He did throw 12 in the third, did not allow a single run. Pittsburgh bullpen is average, expected to be 17th in Major League Baseball. The Marlins bullpen, as expected to be 27th in Major League Baseball. Looking at these lineups, there's not a lot to like, honestly. The Pham, Reynolds, O'Neill, Cruz, Joey Bart is exciting. The bottom half is a problem. Kutch, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Hayes, and Kiner Falefa, who's a great utility guy, playing shortstop, which is not where you'd want him. But he's just such a great utility fielder. For the Mets, for the Marlins, this is a messed up lineup with question marks abound. Obviously, we all want to see Edwards as shortstop, and what Jonah Bride and Matt Mervis are supposed to be these bats that bring in runs. It's just as questionable gets. Paulie and Fortes turning it over. Fortes is a starting catcher. It's just so many question marks around this lineup. We have the Marlins at plus 127. They opened up at plus 138, so we see an 11-cent move towards this home squad. Very similar move that we saw towards the Nationals. We have this total at 6.5. 6.5. Opened up at 6.5. There was no messing around. Some books did open up at 7, juice to the under, but this was opened up at 6.5, juice to the over. Since then, it's moved 5 cents to the under. 5 cents to the under. Now, again, Kripke liking offense in this, and you would get the offense late. Sweaty Butcher on Skeen, 7 strikeouts, Scooball, 6 strikeouts, Sale, 5 strikeouts at plus 188. My dude watch Skeen's strikeouts go from 6.5 to 7.5. Says lots of money on that Skeen's strikeout prop. And Spooner says seems like an obvious under even at 6.5. These starters are elite. These lineups suck. If we can avoid a Marlins bullpen blow up, I don't see the over. I don't see this going over 2-0 or 3-1 kind of game. And also, these are as fresh as these bullpens will get. So at least you can choose what arms you can fire out there. When we get to the cash flow for this one, we have, here we go. We have on the total 88% of the tickets and 86% of cash on the over. On the money line, you have 86% of the tickets and 92% cash on the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're not giving you an opportunity really to take Sandy at plus a half first 5. It costs you too much. So then the only look would be the full game under, as we're leaving the first 5 unders alone. We also watched Skeen starts. The bats came out for the Pirates last year. Will we see that again this year? Take it away, Jose. Pirates, Marlins.
There we go. Yeah, I'll keep this one a little shorter because we waxed so long about the Red Sox and such. I didn't have anything in this game. I expect both guys to shove, but I think Sandy only goes for 4 innings max. I don't think we see a lot of Sandy. I don't think Sandy's 66th inning of a game until next month. I don't think he sees 100 pitches until next month. I think the Marlins are going to treat him with kid gloves because ultimately they're trying to trade him. So I just don't think we see much of him in this game. And again, fresh as it is, I just don't want to back here. So that's the issue here. It'd only be first 3 if I was taking like an under or something like that. 6.5, a little too low for me to take. But he's thrown Sandy 17 pitches, 30 pitches, 45, 57, 48. It seems like 50, 60 pitches is going to be what he's going to be throwing for the next like month or so, and then topping out at 75. But I just don't think we see much of him. And Skeensy, I mean, a lot of pressure, man. He is already the face of baseball, not named Ohtani. He's extremely popular, and all the media surrounding him is just going to be a little interesting to see how it all shakes up. He keeps adding new pitches. He keeps tinkering with his mix throughout the season or throughout the off season, which is scary for people. I just, again, like Troy's saying in the chat, he thinks it's a pirate spot. I would agree. We're going to take him. The Marlins bullpen against Paul Skeens and, a decent, not great, a decent Pirates bullpen. I am off. I lean over. If I was betting this game, it'd probably be like a Pirates team total over, or I wait until Sandy comes out live, and then I bet him live. But yeah, I think the Pirates are starting to push a little bit further towards contention, and the Marlins are literally dog shit. So I'd rather bet the team trying to win than not. So no action for me, though.
I know that Sandy had this great spring, but I don't know how it's. I guess the idea being with such low volatility that it doesn't make sense to take a first 5 minus a half. But I don't know how you can trust Sandy in this spot. But
I mean, I think he throws 3 good innings, maybe a 4th, and then the Marlins are like, all right, thank you, Sandy. Appreciate you. And then you got to hope and pray that you're playing bullpen roulette at that point with one of the worst bullpens in baseball. I just, minus 140 is a little bit too expensive for me to play that game, but I could see why people are on the Pirates.
The 1.5 is juiced to the over. These are 40-cent lines, of course, at 3.5. Or sorry, for the 3. Does that interest you at all? The under 1.5 minus 110.
First 3, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, it's okay. Yeah, I don't hate it at all. I don't hate that. TJ, I have a buddy. He's asking if no run first 3 innings is the thing. I have a friend, TJ, that bets no run first inning, then bets live no run second inning, then bets live no run third inning. I told Pete about that in the playoffs last year. It's a little, it's a fun. I don't know, fun, whatever the adjective you want to use. It's a good way to bet it if you want to do it that way.
Well, let's roll on. We got lots of time to think about this still. First pitch is not for 2 hours and 12 minutes in Pirates Marlins. We are an hour and 2 minutes from everything, the 3 o'clock game popping off, and then the Jays 10 minutes after that. We roll on 4:10 p.m. Eastern. San Francisco Giants 80-82, 38-43 on the road at the Cincinnati Reds 77-85, 39-42 at home. We're at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here for this spot. Shout out to the great state of Ohio and our Morgan Spooner. We have 62 Fahrenheit, quite a bit warmer than in other parks. Feels like 55. It's 7.2 miles per hour out to the left field pole. It does slightly move, a little bit towards left center, but it's 7.2 and dies down to 5.4. Wind is not a big deal. No, Mr. Belvedere, as you know, there are no first fives being bet by me this season. No first five totals.
Did you end up doing like the units of how bad your units were for that?
I was doing it last night and I stopped. I was not finished it yet, and I stopped. I was getting tired and I didn't want to make a mistake, and I stopped. But I'll have it ready here. I'll have it for sure by Tuesday. The exact number of it, but it's it's not that hard. I was just so tired, and I wanted the exact number, so I'll have that here for you guys. We have Logan Webb and Hunter Green. It's interesting. You have both of the. So we talked about the splits in that Yankees Brewers game working perfectly for us. Here it is the opposite. We know that Logan Webb is not nearly as good when you get him out of San Francisco, and Hunter Green is not as good here in the Great American Ballpark. So we have Logan Webb on the road, 4.11 ERA last year and a 1.43 whip. The funny thing is that he wasn't allowing the long ball. He was just getting ticky-tack to death, and it's going to be interesting watching him roll. BJ in with his best bet, Lakers money line in NBA. Thank you, BJ. We have Derl joining us here not too long from now. Hunter Green on the other side was awesome. He's just an awesome pitcher. 9-5, 2.75 ERA, 1.02 whip. Last year, he went for a 3.38 ERA at home. He didn't allow the long ball. We thought that might be a problem for him in the show. He seems to curtail that. The problem here as well, not only the reverse splits, but we also have two bullpens that are expected to be poor. San Francisco's bullpen ranked by Fangraphs as 23rd. Cincinnati's at 26th. Talking about this Giants lineup, we're going to have Nut Flush Allen all over it here. But the straw that stirs the drink last year for the team totals was Lamont Wade. And if Lamont Wade wasn't leading off, Nut Flush Allen would not bet them. You got Adamas now at shortstop, Jung-Hoo Lee at center field. Chapman should not be betting cleanup. This is not a good baseball team once you get through those top two. No offense to Hoo Lee, but it's not a good lineup. It's not a good offensive lineup. On the other side of the ledger, you have a Reds team that you believe in, Jose. So I would like you to talk about this lineup as it's one that you believe in. As we get into the line history here, I've got the first 5 run lines here. Looking at that, I'm going to have to split up the first 3s as well with the first 5s when I come to you guys on Monday, because obviously that first 3 is appealing, and I know my ROI was much better on 3s than 5s. Here, though, let's move over here. We have the Giants -1. Oh, tell me I moved. Yeah, -104. They open up a -102, a 2-cent move towards the San Francisco Giants. When we get to the total here, we have a 7.5. It's -108 to the over. This opened up at 8 and dropped down to 7.5. It is juiced to the over, but it did drop. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, and this is a total that I am interested in. 99% of tickets, 99% cash on the over. For the money line, you have 43% of tickets, 58% cash on the Cincinnati Reds. You've seen this market not move. Take it away for us here, Jose Bouquett. Webb, Green, Giants, Reds, Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah, so let's start with the total. I agree with the people that are like, wow, this is a 7.5 at Great American. I'd probably lean over with you. Here, we all know that the Reds love themselves some little opening day, especially with all the festivities there. So it'll be pop-a-lop in there. I think an over, sure. I understand what you're saying there. I have no action in this game. I always struggle to bet Giants games. I don't know what it is. Sorry, not flush. The Giants are always just continue to be a mystery to me. I don't know what exactly they're trying to do. So I just ultimately stayed off. But Jimmy, you are right. I am a Red supporter this year. I think I've said them all already. My fifth and final future is the Reds to make the playoffs, which I'm an idiot. I should have bet them Reds to win the division instead of Reds to win make the playoffs. Because again, I've mentioned earlier, the National League is very tough. I just don't know. I don't think they'll make the playoffs through the wild card, so I should have just bet the division. But I do think they win the division here, and it's because of one guy we haven't talked about in a while. Guy that left baseball for health issues is now back. Old Terry Francona, managing this baseball team now. I was curious to see what his first year numbers were like. Joining a team, he's had 4 jobs now. Is it? I just had it up and I've already lost it. But he's had a few jobs in baseball. Here, this is his 4th job. Excuse me. The Phillies, his first job, I threw it out the window because that's his first job. I'm not going to worry about. The Red Sox, his first year, the 2003 team we all know was very good. Not going to talk about how that ended. Took 2004 to the playoffs, or it's the World Series. Good first year. 2013 Indians, as they were back then. The 2012 Indians were horrible. 68-94. Terry Francona comes in there. 92-70 winning season immediately. I believe in Terry Francona magic. I think he's a great manager. I think he's one of the best managers ever in baseball. I think the AL Manager of the Year trophy should be renamed after my guy Terry Francona. And I think he does a number here, and I think he wins that division just out of the blue. Now, the Reds have talent. Here. It's a lot of young talent. We all know about Ellie Deli and Matt McClain, all that group. But their pitching is pretty damn good. We've got Hunter Green, who I think can be the ace of the staff, a dark horse of the NL Cy Young. I think he's very, very good. We've all talked about him plenty of times. Nick Lodolo, lefty I believe in, was a first-round pick in 2019. I like him. Nick Martinez on a 1-year contract accepted the qualifying offer. The only player to receive and accept a qualifying offer last year. Plenty of reason to be playing there. Brady Singer, again, not a great pitcher per se, but a pitcher that the Royals gave up on. I think we'll have little tweaks there in Cincinnati. I think Terry Francona will work his devil magic on him. And I like guys like Graham Ashcraft as well. We've talked about the Ashman throughout the year. It looks like we've got Carson Spires in the bullpen, in the rotation. But I do like Ashcraft. I think they've got some depth. And I think that the Reds win this game. I think the Reds win this division. Now, I would like for Alexis Diaz to be in the bullpen. He has a strained hamstring right now. But I like this team. Brandon Williamson hopefully will be back from Tommy John at some point. I think this is just a solid team. And Andrew Abbott, by the way, another guy I like. He's another player that's hurt. Hopefully he'll come back throughout the season. But good team, good pitching staff. Manager's really good. I think they win this division.
It's an interesting look. What was the number you got on it?
I got, and again, I should have bet division because the division is like plus 300. I bet them to make the playoffs at plus 220. So that was a mistake by me, but I've already bet it, so it is what it is.
All right, let's roll on. I'm trying to keep things pretty tight here now. I've only got one bet thus far through the card, that being that under in New York, Milwaukee. This move from 8.5 down to 7.5 is not appealing. You know, there was some great stats, by the way, from our guy Troy with what happened last year. You know, there's the idea, of course, that, you know, there'll be more unders early in the season. It certainly wasn't the case last year in the first 5 days of 2024 season. Overs went 42-20, 67%. On opening day, went 8-4 to the over. Mm-hmm. And if the market was also moving to the over, 12-3 to the over, going over by 2 runs on average. Now, do you expect it to happen again in the following season? We're just talking about what happened last year, and that's it. But if this total had gone from 8 to 8.5, or from an 8 at -110 to an 8 to -120, 125, I'd be on the Great American Ballpark over. I'm not. Let's move on. 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We already heard from Spooner moving on the Angels on the -1 line. Angels 63-99, 31-50 on the road at the Chicago White Sox, 41-121, 23-58 at home. And let's take a look at the weather here in Chicago, Illinois for this one. We have. Oh, sorry.
By the way, shout out to Sharpie in the chat. He just put Jose Barrios over 15.5 outs for Sharpie. Shout out to you, Sharpie. Nice to see you.
Sharpie the man. Love it. Love it. 53 Fahrenheit, guarantee rate field. First pitch feels like 46, 8.0 miles per hour in, and stays at that number. It's slightly in. It's not straight in. It's slightly in, right to left across the diamond. We have an Angels team that looks better than last year. Is that saying much? It's not. They've been a disappointment year after year. I don't see what Joe Adell is going to step up finally. I mean, how long do we have to wait? I don't see it. Now, he's hit some big home runs for me in the past. Then what are we going to get from the White Sox? Vargas, Luis Robert, Benintendi. Can you imagine your team is so weak that Benintendi bats third in this lineup? The question is going to be Sosa at second base. He could be a really good. You got Corey Lee behind the plate. It's a pretty weak outfit. We got Yusei Kikuchi in his first game here as an Angel. 9-10, 4.05 ERA, 1.20 WHIP. He was a little worse on the road last year, just a little worse. And then you have Sean Burke, who's climbed this ladder quickly. Third round pick, 94th overall to Maryland in just 2021. To imagine that he'd be the opening day starter in 2025 is a pretty quick elevation here. The White Sox bullpen, I'm sure it comes to no surprise to you guys. It's ranked 30th in 30th overall in Major League Baseball. Last Angels bullpen is 21st. Justin McKelvey, you're the man. Let's get that cash, man. It's a monstrous task that we're taking on, and I'm excited to cap with you, my friend.
Justin.
Let's get to the line history here for this spot. We'll start with this total. This total is a 7.5. We've had quite a drop. It opened up at 8. There were some 8.5s really early, but they were -120 at a minimum towards the under. It opened up here 8.5 at a pick'em, and it started getting juiced to the under pretty immediate. This moved to 7.5 yesterday afternoon. Now it's 7.5 as a pick'em. We've had a half run move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this spot, we have 92% of tickets, 92% of cash on the over, 85 and 84 on the Los Angeles Angels, 85 and 84. Let's take a look at what's going on with this money line here. We have the Angels right now -160. There's been a huge move to them over the last hour and a half, 2 hours. This opened up at -145. There had been no move towards them. In fact, it had gone 2 cents towards the White Sox. There'd been no move until when? Until 11:30 this morning. Nothing appeals to me in this baseball game. TJ says you could do a lot worse than the Philadelphia Los Angeles Angels parlay. I mean, when you go through the bullpen arms, is there really that big of a difference between the Angels bullpen and the White Sox bullpen? They're both trash bullpens. They're both bullpens I can't trust. Take it away, Jose. Angels, White Sox.
Yeah. So give me my guy. This is a guy on my list this year. I identified him before he was named opening day starter. I was a little disappointed he was named opening day starter, so he could keep it a little more low key. But Sean Burke, one of my guys this year. I heard the buzz about him in White Sox camp. They seemed excited about him. And I trust Will Venables with the decisions here in Chicago. I trust him. I looked at Sean Burke's baseball savant. Fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. It's all pitches that kind of play off of each other. One goes one way, one goes the other, one goes the other. So it's all nice, deceptive. I like Sean Burke. I think he'll be a pitcher to back through this year, throughout the year for the White Sox. And Kikuchi on my fade list. Kikuchi's on my fade list this year. What's he pitching for? sitting fat and happy. Now you got 3 years, $60-some million. Getting drunk with Otani in the offseason, whoever it was. I forget which Japanese player he got drunk with and then slept on his couch. It was hilarious. Maybe it was Seiya Suzuki. I don't remember. But he's sitting fat and happy in Los Angeles now. 3 years, $60 million. I don't think he's got shit to pitch for over there. And I think as the season goes on, he's going to go out there, keep posting. But I just don't think he's going to be the Kikuchi we all know and love here. So I will be fading my guy Yusei Kikuchi throughout the year as well. Give me the Chicago White Sox whole game money line. Should this be a first five? Sure. I could hear you guys saying that this should be a first five for sure. But I wanted to ride with my guy Billy Friedrich. I'm gonna jump on his White Sox bandwagon. And I'll join you here. Who the hell is going to close these games for the White Sox? Great question. Mike Clevenger in the bullpen. Does that interest anyone? Does Bryce Wilson interest anyone? Cam Boozer of Red Sox fame? It's not great, but at least give me those White Sox relievers as healthy and fresh as they can possibly be right now. And I do not want to get into a position where we're down late and have to deal with Ben Joyce coming out of that bullpen, because he is going to be terrifying, throwing almost 105, whatever he's throwing. And then Kenley Jansen will be getting save opportunities here. Is he the most terrifying guy back there? No, but he's still top five closer ever. So yeah, Kenley, think he'll be nice, but I still think that this is a White Sox spot.
Big balls on you, Jose. What's the White Sox money line number?
White Sox, not many people often talk about the size of my balls. Thank you. Plus 137.
Plus 137 here for Jose. And Steve G has begun the Rocks Sox fade train.
It was so good. He just had to add another team in there.
Yeah. All right. Let's roll on. Next up, we have Cleveland Guardians at Kansas City Royals. We're at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Both teams were very good last year, and it's good for baseball to have these teams playing at a high level. Let's talk about the weather first at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. 78 Fahrenheit, nice and warm. Beautiful, beautiful day for the home opener. Feels like 72. It's perfect weather. The wind is blowing out 13.4 miles per hour to left center. Stays that way throughout the entire game. And as we know, Tanner Bybee will not be starting for the Cleveland Guardians. It is Ben Lively who will be starting. Ben Lively looked strong in spring training. 18 2/3. He looks strong. 14 Ks, 3.38 ERA, 1.29 WHIP. He had a strong season last year as well. 3.81 ERA through 151 innings. He had a 1.25 WHIP, 118 strikeouts to 49 walks. He did allow 23 home runs. He was good. I mean, there's just no other way around it. He was good. We get into his splits, for home road action here. It's gonna take a second for it to pop up here. Sorry, let me just move over to 2024 and take a look at these splits, and also we can talk the righty lefty splits as well. But first off, the home road was no difference. I mean, absolutely no difference. The only real difference is righties got to him a little more, but I mean this guy's just, he's consistent. He's not elite, but he's certainly consistent. He's going up against Cole Ragans. I mean, do we really care about the spring training numbers? It just didn't help me in the past when I focused on it. But we had cappers in the chat talking about it. So we can, pull it up here right now. Let's grab the numbers here for Cole Ragans. If we think that there's any type of concern that anybody has here. Sorry, tripping here for the good God. Okay, it's going to, here we go. Sorry, here we go. Let's go into Cole Ragans. So if there's concern about his spring training, 18 2/3, he had a WHIP over 2, ERA over 8. Honestly, I everybody has their own idea. It just hasn't helped me when I focused on that stuff. Last year, he was worse at home than he was on the road. That was a bit of a surprise, But this Cleveland bullpen and this Kansas City bullpen, both were supposed to be good. Cleveland bullpen ranked 7th. Kansas City bullpen middling, but you'd expect that from a squad that, doesn't open up their pocketbook too often. The Royals money line right now are minus 168. There's been a massive move towards them with the announcement that Lively would be in and it wouldn't be Bybee. Maybe an overreaction, honestly. Bybee's a consistent pitcher. This total has shot up with this announcement as well. I wish. I think they're overdoing this, honestly. When we talk about these lineups, Juan Ramirez and who else? That's been the problem so often with this Guardian squad. You have Lane Thomas batting third, Santana batting fourth, Manzardo, at DH. We're going to see what that bat's like. You have a ton of lefties and switch hitters in the mound, at the plate. This Guardians team is always more than the sum of their parts. And then, of course, Bobby Witt, batting second, Pasquantino batting third. You got Perez, the future Hall of Famer. But if you look at Kevin Biggio making the team, I mean, these are two teams that I would be surprised how far that they go. A Big Scott, by the way, on Brewers money line, first 5 for Big Scott. So let's take a look at the cash flow and hand it over to Jose Bouquett. Cash flow wise here for this Royals Guardians spot. We have 98% of tickets, 97% of cash on the over. I think that they're overdoing this move. This move is too much. We have 66% tickets, 59% cash on the Royals. Take it away, Jose. Any interest here in Guardians Royals?
None. Like you mentioned, Lively and now in. I find the Central's divisions to be the toughest, as I'm sure everyone did. AL Central, I think the Guardians win it. Do I feel great about it? No. I do think the Royals kind of take a step back and don't make the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Dragons took a little step back as well. As you guys know, I tend to not believe, or I tend to fade those guys that break out and have a great year. I just need them to prove it to me again, I guess. But no action here. I will mention Jimmy. Where did I fucking put it? I have already lost what I was going to find here. But I respect that the Guardians have, the list like lineup of misfits. Santana for Naylor was crazy. It wasn't that exact trade, but you guys know they swapped them basically. I do like Bone Naylor. I like Rocchio. I respect the fact that they traded away their second baseman, whose name escapes me, is now on the Blue Jays, and they're going to start Arias. Yeah, I respect that they're going to do that, but at the end of the day, I just didn't want anything to do with this game, and I'd rather be on the Guardians than the Royals here, so I just stayed off. An under would also make sense, but staying off still.
This has just gone too far. I think that I may find a way to get on the Guardians. Honestly, we'll have to sit with this longer. We got to keep making moves here. Let's roll on. We have 4:10 p.m. Eastern action. The New York Mets 89-73, 43-38 on the road at the Houston Astros 88-73, 46-35 at home. Houston, Texas here. Let's take a look at the line history and set this one up. We have the total at 7.5. It's minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 8.5 and has dropped to 7.5. Now, when it opened up, it was minus 114 to the under. It only lasted there for about an hour and 15 minutes before it went to 8. But this is a pretty big move towards the under in this one. We get to the money line here. We have the Mets at plus 103. They opened up at plus 118. The Astros have gone from minus 127 to minus 112. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 98% of tickets, 98% cash on the over. It's dropped a full run. We have 43% of tickets and 72% cash on the New York Mets. And I want to fade that. Stretching out Clay Holmes is a question mark. I think they obviously, his stuff is electric, and they believe in him. We have both lefties on the mound. Clay Holmes was good everywhere he pitched. The K to walk ratio on the road was way worse than it was at home. But Framber Valdez is a monster at home. 9-2, 2.53 ERA. He was just spectacular. Mets bullpen is supposed to be ranked 8th. Houston bullpen is expected to be ranked 13th. When we take a look at these lineups, I don't know if you guys saw the Cam Smith video that circulated yesterday. Did you see it, Jose? I can't hear you. I think you're muted, my man.
I did, yeah. I saw it.
Pretty magical video.
You like that?
Yeah, I love it. Why would I?
No, I don't know. There's some times where you think that's soft. I gotta ask.
No, I love it. I love it. The kid wants to be there. He gets his parents, roll his parents out. I mean, no, I think that connects the team.
He
It's
cried pretty
heartfelt.
hard.
I liked it. I liked it.
All right.
And then we have this Mets lineup: Lindor, Soto, Alonso, Vientos, Nemo, Marte, Taylor, Acuna, Torrens. Not the Acuna you might be thinking of. I want the Astros here. I want to fade the excitement. But the line's also moving towards the Mets. I enjoy fading excitement. I think this is the perfect time to do it. I imagine the Mets bullpen will be used early, where the Astros won't be used as early. Take it away, Jose. Your thoughts for Mets Astros?
I agree with you to an extent. I do not believe the Mets make the playoffs this year. We can start there. Again, I think the NL East, or the NL as a whole, is just so tough. So I don't think they make the playoffs. However, Clay Holmes is one of my guys this year. I have a respect for relievers going to starting. I did it last year with Jordan Hicks. Did it last throughout the whole season? No. But I think they're good. I think they're good to start off the season. And the best part about this switch for Clay Holmes is now he doesn't have to pitch the ninth inning. He's a mental midget. He's weak. He's not good in those clutch time situations. Let him pitch the first few innings, and he's fine. So I think Clay Holmes has a pretty decent good start to the season, I should say. Pretty decent overall season. I think he'll tail off later. He went 34, 42, 67, 76, 88 pitches. So he's stretched out. He'll give you the 5 innings. And will we get the Mets bullpen after that? Yeah, of course. And do I love the Mets bullpen? Not really. But I think these are two very similar teams. I think the Astros, like I said, have been passed by the Rangers. They're in their own weird spot. No more Bregman is going to be a big hit for them. Framber and Hunter Brown, spoiler, are both guys on my guys list. I think both are going to be very good this year. Framber pitching for money. Hunter Brown going to take that next step to be that starting ace kind of guy. But I'll tell you this. I have 2 bets in it. It's the Mets plus 114. And I saw Billy Friedrich say this is an over. I think this is an under game. So this is my only total I've bet. I'm trying to, ease into totals. I think I personally think a few weeks in or a couple days in, you get more information on how the market's going to roll. I think it's easier for me, but I bet the under in this game, and Mets money line plus 115 for the Mets money line, and under 7.5 at evens.
Wow, this is going to be a fun one. I think that we might be going head to head here to start the season. I can explain everything. I wish the market would stand still, but I imagine that there's an alarming amount of money that's being placed on the New York Mets in Game 1 with all the excitement. We're only talking about 29,000 tickets right now. What will we be talking about in 45 minutes or an hour? This is a spot that I circled. It looks like the Guardians will be in addition now. I think that the difference between Bybee and Lively is not as big as the market is indicating. So I need some more time to think about it. We got about an hour and 45 minutes before this pops off here. Jose on the Mets money line and the under 7.5.
And just a quick thing, and shout out to Deacon Mike. Deacon Mike has been funny in the chat. And by the way, I want Deacon Mike's phone number. Got called up during Palooza.
Yeah.
What the hell, Deacon? But Sweaty Butcher asked who my playoff teams were in the NL. The Braves, the Reds, the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks get a wild card spot. And I waffled again for the last spot for a while. I ended up giving it to the Phillies. But again, it's a tough one. The NL is very tough.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 4:10 p.m. Eastern, the Atlanta Braves, 89-73, 43-38 on the road. San Diego Padres, 93-69, 45-36 at home. We're at Petco Park in San Diego, California. Chris Sale going up against Michael King. Michael King had a hell of a season last year. And by the way, Jeff Slaughter saying this is still a very good Astros team that people will sleep on. Chris Sale had a season, 18-3, 2.38 ERA, 1.01 WHIP, 225 Ks and 177 and 2/3, 39 walks and 9 homers. On the road, 8-3, 2.48 ERA, 1.04 WHIP, 122 Ks and 25 walks. He only allowed 5 jacks on the road. didn't matter where you put him. He played well. Michael King was actually better on the road than he was at home, but he handled home. He's I think of Michael King as a 35, 36-year-old pitcher. He's just 29. Atlanta does have a bullpen that's ranked 6th in Major League Baseball, where the Padres are 16th in Major League Baseball. That's the ranking pre-season from Fangraphs. When we talk and look at these lineups, Profar, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, Albies, Harris, Baldwin, Arcia, and Kellenic. You know what you're going to get from the Braves lineup. And you know what you're going to get from this Padres lineup, too. We've seen these guys for a while. Tatis, Arraez, Machado, Bogarts, Merrill, Gurriel, Cronenworth, Lockridge. Now, Lockridge, we're all interested to see what he does. And then Elias Diaz, the former Rockies All-Star, getting another opportunity here. When we get to the money line for this spot, we have – move over here.
Elias Diaz, who's going to be a trivia question for MVPs, All-Star MVPs.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Atlanta minus 125 the opener, now minus 119. A very slight move towards the Padres. And from a total side of things, we have a 7 heavily juiced to the under. There are 6.5s out there. This would, it depends. If you want the over 6.5, it's juiced. If you want the under 7, it's juiced. Just pick your poison. And then when we get to the cash flow for this spot, you have 66% of tickets, 63% of cash on the Braves, 99 and 94 on the over. We know the Padres are capable of hitting the lefties. I'm interested in the home dog here, the San Diego Padres at Petco Park in San Diego, California. We didn't touch on the weather in San Diego, California. We should do just that here. So give me 1 second. And, I guess I blew past it. The Padres weather, 64 Fahrenheit, feels like 61, 8 miles per hour in, and it gets stronger as the game goes on, gets up to 10th. Looks like the marine layer in effect. Craig Wood says Padres a prime regression candidate this year. I mean, I didn't even think they were that good last year. 93 and 69. I mean, they were a few games better, or they were as good as the Guardians. I knew better than the Royals. Take it away, Jose.
Last year, Jimmy, I forget already if the Padres made the playoffs.
Yeah, they made the playoffs.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think they make the playoffs, so I agree with you there, Craig Wood. And I just think it's because they're going to sell off. They're like Dylan Cease, for example. I don't think ends the year as a Padre. I do think Michael King takes a step forward. Was a borderline my guy list guy. I couldn't, exactly put him on there. I think he does well. I just don't love this Padres team at the end of the day. Yeah, but I agree with you. It's Padres or nothing for me because on the other side, Chris Sale is on my fade list this year. It's a pure case of proof to me that you can throw 170 plus innings back to back like that again. We know Chris Sale's injuries history. He has not thrown, and you could tell me that these stats don't mean anything, but he has not thrown over 150 innings. We'll say that 150 innings back-to-back seasons since 2017, 2018. He went 158 and 147 in 2018-19 with the Red Sox. But it's just not been good, and I just need him to see him bounce back. Again, should I fade him later on in the season? Probably. I haven't bet anything on it yet. This was like my final, my last cut, the bet that I thought I was going to make, and I just didn't because trying to volume control a little bit more. But it'd be Padres or nothing for me. I completely agree.
I think I could get there. I really do. Now, again, we have an hour and a half to make these decisions, but I really think I can get there on this one. Let's roll on. 4:15 p.m. Eastern, the Minnesota Twins, 82 and 80, 39-42 on the road at St. Louis Cardinals, 83 and 79, 44 and 37 at home. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's get into the weather in St. Louis. We have 66 Fahrenheit and light rain, possible drizzle for the first little while of the game. It's warm enough. Feels like 60, 9.8 miles per hour in. Then it goes right to left, comes back slightly in. So it's just slightly in. We have Pablo Lopez, who struggled on the road last year. He struggled at times everywhere last year. 15 and 10, 4.08 ERA. The whip was nice, but he allowed 26 home runs. And the interesting thing is 22 of them came at home. But he had a worse ERA, on the road. I've got this here. his K to walk ratio. He was such a wild. It was both these pitchers. I don't know what we're going to get. One thing we know about Sonny Gray is that he delivers early in the season, and then he deals with arm fatigue. We've watched it year after year. When he doesn't have arm fatigue, he looks like the second coming of Cy Young, and it slowly goes away every start as we move forward. Minnesota's bullpen is expected to be the number 1 bullpen in Major League Baseball. St. Louis, 22nd. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Line history wise, we have a 7.5 minus 114 to the under. Had 5 cents of movement towards the under. And then on the money line, we have Minnesota minus 108. They opened up at minus 103, 5 cents of movement towards the Minnesota Twins. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, 94 on the over, 38% of the tickets and 60% of the cash on the St. Louis Cardinals. It's not really moving the line. Take it away for us here, Jose. Twinkies, Cards at Busch Stadium.
Yeah, I've already forgotten who does. It's Steve G, the Rocks Sox fade. I think if you change that to a Rocks Cards fade, I think it would be hitting, Steve. I think the Cardinals are one of the worst teams in baseball this year. I think they're going to be horrid. I think they're going to sell off as well in the second half of the season. They're going to be bad. Half of their lineup, half of their pitching staff are UFAs next year. So you could tell me that they need to pitch well for their money's sake, sure. But Sonny Gray, Eric Fetty, who's on the guys list this year, free agent, will probably be traded. Andre Palante, disgusting. Miles Michaelis, UFA, disgusting. Matthew Liberatore, fine. He's just fine. I just can't get there. Their lineup, you just mentioned it. Lars Nootbaar, fine. Wilson Contreras, wash. Brendan Donovan, Nolan Arenado doesn't want to be there. And the rest of their team is kind of mad besides Mason Wynn, who I think has a decent year. I think this team is going to be dreadfully bad. And I think that's what Heimblum wants. Heimblum loves to get these high picks so he can get these prospects. So I think they're horribly bad this year. I don't have any action on this game because I don't trust the Twins. The Twins should win the AL Central. They should. But I just can't trust them at the end of the day. Rolls-Royce Lewis is always going to be hurt. Buxton and Correa, who knows what we're going to get from them. And there were Correa trade rumors in the offseason. So sure, do I expect the Twins to win this ball game? Yes. I lean under in this game as well because I don't, again, both these lineups I just don't think are very good. And Sonny Gray, I think, is fine enough. But nothing here for me. Not a team I want to back here in the Cardinals. And for you, Cubs fans out there, hope you enjoy reveling in the destruction of the Cardinals.
These offenses are weak. It's going to be a kind of a rainy, drizzly spot. You have 2 pitchers who are more than capable of stepping up in the situation. You have the number 1 bullpen expected in the Minnesota Twins. We have a ton of action on the over. I wonder if the under is the move here.
Still live. Oh, no worries, Mike. No worries. Nice to see you, Mike.
What's up?
The under is a possibility and appealing. Samit, respect, man. Great to see you. And thank you for being a gold member on the other account. But I don't remember any trolling. But I respect you sipping on that gasolina that is the Kraken. Jose, what serious business here on the Minnesota money line? Raining till 6 p.m. in St. Louis. I don't think it's going to get pushed back. Do you think it's going to be pushed back, Deacon? I thought it was just light drizzle. Did you have interest in this under 7.5, Jose?
If I had gunned ahead, if I had to make a bet, sure, but not really, no.
I have interest. Let's go. We got 3 games left on the card before Darryl Rice joins us for NBA. Minnesota money line and under leans for TJ, and Lucas Ryan saying it should be clear soon. Samit, what is the name that we'll look for? And we could easily unblock you. I can help that. Just give me the name. TJ saying you might add that under. I find this under appealing. I do not fear these lineups, and I think that Sonny Gray's going to have a really strong start. And then if Pablo Lopez gets in any trouble, we have the number 1. Okay, sure. I'll check it out, my man. Because I have no recollection of you ever being blocked, but I will check it out. Okay. Let's roll on. Next up, we have 7 p.m. Eastern action. Detroit Tigers 86 and 76, 43 and 38 on the road to the LA Dodgers 98 and 64, 52 and 29 at home at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Let's get into the weather here. 64 Fahrenheit, 9.8 miles per hour to right field in a notorious pitcher's park, and it's cool air. Let's not get too caught up in the wind blowing out. Treek Skubal going up against Blake Snell. Blake Snell's numbers last year were so impressive. He only threw 104 innings. He struck out 145 batters. He allowed 6 jacks. He had a 1.05 whip. Treek Skubal, of course, was an absolute monster. We don't need to say too much about him. An absolutely a stud. And even when he had the high ERA, 3 or 4 years ago, we were like, look, this was the minor league pitcher of the year in the Detroit Tigers system. People were calling him trash. I had colleagues, I won't say their names, but I had colleagues tell me, oh, this guy's trash on air. And I was like, well, obviously, they'll probably try to block that shit out. Detroit bullpen 18th, Dodgers bullpen 4th is the expectation. Let's take a look at these lineups here. The Dodgers lineup: Ohtani, Betts down 25 pounds, can't keep food down right now. Going to have a very slow start. Freddie Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith, Hernandez, Muncy, Edman. The one thing about Mookie's, he's not able to hit the ball hard right now. He's weak. 25 pounds, that's a lot to lose. He can't.
Same weight. Yeah, me and Mookie are the same weight right now.
It's this going to be a tough start to the year, and the pressure of playing shortstop. Ibanez, Torres, Green, Torkelson, Carpenter, Rogers, Colt Keith, Javier Baez still out there.
God bless
Kreidler. He had a huge home run for us last year. I don't know if you remember it.
Oh my God, yeah, so funny.
Such a big home run. So funny. We have this total at 7. It's minus 119 to the under. This total opened up at 6.5, and it climbed up. It climbed up to an 8 last night at midnight. There were supposedly, I don't really believe it moved up to 8.5, but it moved up. Now it's coming back down. We get to the money line here. We know that Sharpie and others believe this team can win 120 baseball games. Their pitching staff is incredible. Dodgers opened up minus 146. They're now at minus 157. And when we get to the cash flow here, you have 99% of tickets, 97% cash on the over, 91% tickets, 95% cash on the Dodgers here. And honestly, how do you not back the Detroit Tigers in this spot? I don't know if you want to cut it down to first 5. I mean, you mustn't you? Jose, take it away. Dodger Stadium, Skubal, Snell.
I'll keep it short because I don't have much. I'd lean towards a Dodgers team total over. But yeah, Matty Ice messaged me and let me know that his only MLB play is the Tigers at plus 145, basically saying, when else are you going to have Skubal at this price? But I didn't want to take anything on this game. I'll stay off. I'll watch and enjoy this game. But let's just say if the Dodgers come out and smack Skubal like 6-0 here, gonna hear that doesn't matter. The Dodgers are just gonna win everything. Crowd gonna get louder and louder. But I have nothing here.
All right, I don't know how you can't move, how you don't move on the Tigers' first 5 here. This is no shame on Blake Snell. I don't know how you don't do it. I just think the risk reward is too prevalent. Let's move on. We got 2 games left. 10:10 p.m. Eastern. The Chicago Cubs 83 and 79, 39-42 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks 89-73, 44. It's Kripke. It's no first 5 totals. No first 5 totals. First 5 money lines, no problem there. First 5 run lines, all that, no problem. We are in Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, which means there is, we'll go to Swish, but why would this roof not be open? Got to be open. It's definitely open. 84. Oh, we can find that out. This is the one building where we know. So let me find that out. But I imagine it's got to be open. Perfect weather. 84 Fahrenheit. First pitch feels like 77. It gets down to 78. I don't think that's too cold. Justin Steele, Justin Steele had a terrible spring training, did not look good in the opener. Now he was going up against the Dodgers. 5-5, 3.07 ERA last year, 1.10 whip. He was very strong on the road, 2.87 ERA, 1.06 whip. Zach Gallen on the other side, 8-3, 3.36 ERA at home. He was very good at home. He wasn't bad on the road. Overall, 3.65 ERA, 1.26 WHIP. This Cubs bullpen is expected to be a slight problem. Now, it's something that they can pay for if they choose to fix, but 20th ranked to start the year, while the Diamondbacks bullpen is minus 110. A lot of talk, about this Cubs lineup and how good they're being. I don't really see it. I mean, look, is Kyle Tucker the next $500 million man in baseball? I mean,
I think
that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
But when I look at these two lineups, I would say that the better lineup is the Arizona Diamondbacks. But
we also agree with that.
I don't hear that enough. I just don't hear that enough. We have MMA locker room, Mills in the house, Gallon over 5.5K, still capping in Tokyo. What a trip that must be for you and the fam. Shout out to Mills in the house. When we get to the line history, Gallon and the Diamondbacks are minus 121. That's a real appealing number. There's been a move towards the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah,
I don't
you to bet the Cubs, or excuse me, bet the Diamondbacks, begging you to bet the Diamondbacks.
I mean,
that's what it seems like. And I have Justin Steele on my fade list. I have Zach Gallen on my back list. I left this game off because it feels like this is the market trap telling you to bet the Diamondbacks here.
I don't know. I mean, why? Why would that be the assumption? I mean, we know the Cubs are a public baseball team. Shout out to our guy TJ, going to be a fixture with us this year. What a great guy. The Cubs are a public baseball team, and they were offered plus money to their public fan base.
Yeah, and only 24% of the people, 36% of the bets are money on them, and there's still the lines just going their way. It just it seems like they want more get Diamondbacks money.
Yeah, that's fair. 24% and 36. That's fair. 80 and 81 on the over here. Take it away for a second to last game on the MLB card for opening day. Cubs Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I I guess Deacon saying in the chat, I didn't want to force this one. It seemed like it was a Diamondback spot, and then you look at the market and it makes it seem like it's screaming to bet the Diamondbacks. Bet the Diamondbacks. We want you to bet the Diamondbacks so the Cubs will win. I'm off. Again, I'll say it again. Zach Gallen is on my back list this year. Free agent next year. Got to pitch well to get paid. And I don't believe Justin Steele. I don't believe in him. He needs to have 2 back-to-back years for me to have faith. I'm off, but I will be fading Justin Steele and backing Zach Gallen in the future.
I guess this is just the spot where the market won't allow you to bet the Diamondbacks, which is fine. I don't need to. Let's move on to our final spot on the board, 10:10 p.m. Eastern, with the Oakland Athletics, 69 and 93, 31 and 50 on the road. Seattle Mariners, 85 and 77.
What did you just call him, by the way?
Yeah, sorry.
God, you just shoving the dagger in.
Sacramento Athletics. What the hell are you calling them?
The A's. That's just the Athletics.
The Utah Hockey Club.
The redacted Athletics.
We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. It's roof closed, cold. Severino, Logan Gilbert. Severino was horrific on the road last year. An absolute train wreck. I mean, the sample size was legit. 84 and 2/3 innings. It was just bad. 5 ERA, 1.3 WHIP. Logan Gilbert, smash and grab at home. 2.49 ERA, 0.83 WHIP. Incomplete control. Oakland bullpen going to be a problem. Ranked 25th early. Seattle bullpen 15th. Get into the lineup expectation here. We have an Athletics lineup that will get better, as the season goes on. There's some nice pieces: Butler, Rooker, Blade, Langoliers, Andujar, Soderstrom, Urshela, Muncy, Wilson. The Mariners just gave Raleigh the bag. He's batting third. Robles, J-Rod, Rosarena now batting cleanup. Luke Raley, Polanco, Rowdy, Rock and Rowdy, Telez at DH. I don't know how long he'll last there. Ryan Bliss, and then you have Crawford turning the lineup over.
God bless Rowdy for getting jobs still.
Yeah, no doubt. They love him. People love him around the league. Gilbert is minus 163. Opened up -1, now 164. Opened up minus 166. So basically no movement or a slight move towards the Oakland Athletics. When we get to the total here in this one, we have an 8.5. It's sorry. We have a 7, flat 7.
8.5.
Yeah, my bad. Flat 7 minus 113 to the under. This total has not moved. They're telling you that when Severino's arm is right, that he shoves. When he's healthy and fresh, that he shoves. That's what they're saying here. I find it pretty difficult to believe. And then when we get to the cash flow for our final spot on the board, we have 13% of the tickets and 20% of the cash on the A's. This line's not moving. 96 and 94 on the over. This line's not moving. Take it away, Jose, and your thoughts on Severino here.
Yeah, I'm off this game. I was close to betting a Mariners team total over here. It's a little bit too juicy to take the Mariners straight up. And I just didn't want to take an over at Seattle. We all know that there's a run suppression park there. But Luis Severino, a guy that I'll be fading this year. Last year, I think it was a perfect kind of, mentality spot. Let go from the Yankees. 1-year deal, needs to pitch for a good year. Finally puts it together. Doesn't even leave New York. It just goes like across. Nothing changes for him. Now goes from one side of the country all the way to the other. Has the expectations of being the A's highest ever signing, like highest ever guaranteed money signing ever. Fuck that. I think he sucks this year. I think he's going to have a negative. Well, I wouldn't say, I guess not a negative war season, but just a bad season compared to last year. More of the New York Yankees Mets than the Severino, or New York, Yankee Severino than the Mets Severino. I just didn't want to take overs in T-Mobile Park, whatever the fuck they're calling it nowadays. So I am off. I like Logan Gilbert. I don't think the Seattle Mariners make the playoffs again because they just try to win about 80 games, and that's not going to cut it. So no action here for me.
Okay, before we do the final review, not a lot of, and I know we didn't have time to go over all of the future spots here on the board, but I'll tell you, not a lot jumped out to me is extremely appealing. I guess, people might look at the Tigers at plus 225 and question while they're there, why would that be the number? Don't we expect them to get better and better and better? Why do you think the Twins, Tigers, Royals, and Guardians all are within 75 cents of each other? Do you think the Tigers should be a bigger favorite in the AL Central?
No, because I think it's just a mismatch. It's a mismatch of teams in there. The Tigers have obviously Skubal, Jack Flaherty. I don't really love Casey Mize, but I ultimately was right there with you. I just couldn't get there with either one of those teams. Like I think the Guardians win that division. And that's just kind of by default. I just couldn't get there.
And then with the Brewers, am I wrong to think that the Cubs at a pick'em to win the division is a mistake by the market, that they're not that good?
I agree. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I have the Reds winning the division, so I agree.
And why do you think that Adames not being, in the middle of that infield, is a big problem for the Brewers? You don't think Joey Ortiz is the next guy? I mean, I see this baseball team with the Brewers with a ton of potential.
I don't think. I mean, it's not like they were offensively stout with Adames in there. Did he help? Sure, yes. But I think Churio gets better. I think Contreras gets better. And it's a prayer for Yelich. So they lose an offensive piece. They lose something that wasn't their strength to begin with.
What did you get the Reds to win the division at?
I got them to make the playoffs. I should have bet the division. Their division, it was like plus 300. To make the playoffs, was plus 220.
Well, it's now plus 450.
Yeah, I should have. That's disgusting.
Okay, so there's to start the year for me, and I'm comfortable with this. There are only two bets that I'm making, just two bets, and they're both on the Brewers. I'm going to take them to win the division. I already bet them over 82.5 wins. I'm going to take them to win the division at plus 280. I'm going to get this in right now, Jose. So if you could review your action here for opening day.
Yeah, it's a short card. I'm trying to keep them shorter, but Brewers money line plus 127, Red Sox money line minus 114, Red Sox team total over minus 130, and that's 3.5. White Sox money line plus 137, Mets money line plus 115, and the under in the Mets Astros game 7.5 at even money. I told you guys my features already. Red Sox division pennant over 86.5. Reds to make the playoffs plus 220. It should be division. But I like the Reds and Terry Francona to have a good year, essentially. And the Texas Rangers to win their division plus 165. I think they're the second best team in the National League.
Okay, and I'm now taking Brewers at plus 280 to win the division. Pretty simple. I cut 100 off of my futures this year, so it's 400 a pop. But if I take two teams and one is a season win total and the other is a division at a bigger number, then I take 100 off of the division winner so that I still, I don't lose juice or lose vig or lose anything. If the over hits and then the division doesn't, I still want to have a little bit in the black just for my own shit, So 300 on the Brewers, division plus 280, 400 on the over 82.5 wins here. I'm setting this up here. Why don't you introduce our NBA capper, and then I'll go over my MLB action with him sitting beside him. But let's get him on screen. Let's get rolling here.
Yes. Yes, let's, because I have angry podcast host barging down the door right now. So shout out to all you guys in the chat. Let's bring on the one, the only, the Mr. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is. I mean, I had his Chancla shirt in my car, obviously, but we couldn't see him, unfortunately. But I can't wait to see him next Pubapalooza. It's the one, the only, Darryl Rice joining the program. Darryl, I'm sure you're betting baseball today, right?
All right, man. Padres alt line.
There you go. There you go.
Against the Braves. Against the Braves, man. Who do you like there, Jose?
I do like the Padres. I agree with you there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were plus 130. So, home opener at Petco, man, and the weather is great, brother. I'm telling you.
Well, it's now plus that 115-ish, so you'll like that.
Oh, okay. So some money is coming in on the Padres.
Yeah. So good luck, Jimmy. I wish you luck, and let's go get some money right now. I'll be back here later.
Take care, brother.
Let's get that cash. Someone's up with my goddamn X. Darryl, my man, how are you?
I am good, man. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. My apologies for missing this Pubapalooza. I had to make some last minute changes, and I'll actually be in Austin on tomorrow. So they pushed this funeral back, and just kind of give everybody heads up here. Lost my niece 2 weeks ago, and in a car crash in Austin. And we were supposed to have that funeral on last week, which was perfect timing. Really, I was able to do the Pubapalooza, and then from there drive up to Austin from San Antonio and go to the funeral. But the body was unrecognizable, and there were some additional things that had to be done, and the funeral was pushed back to this week. So I will be heading out to Austin on tomorrow. I've got my wife already out there. She's been out there, and so sorry that I couldn't make it. But all is well, man. Everybody is in good spirits. I definitely want to be a part of the next venture, but that's neither here nor there, man. Let's talk sports, man. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Any day on this side of the grass, that I always say, Jimmy, is definitely
a good day. A good day, Darryl.
a good day, man.
So much love to you and your fam.
Yeah.
So sorry that you guys had to go through this and go through this again. Just thinking about you guys, prayers coming in from the chat to you and
Absolutely.
to your fam, and I echo that. I'm so
Absolutely.
sorry. I'm so
Appreciate
sorry
that.
you have to go through that, my man.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
It just you're able to when you go through these horrible things, it does strengthen the bond with everybody that's still above, and I imagine that you're leading your family through this difficult time. So
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So I appreciate all the love, guys. It's just make sure you hug your loved ones, man, and make sure you say I love you to the ones that matter. So let's talk some sports, man. Let's get into it. While you're doing whatever you're doing,
yeah,
man, I got to give a little monologue about this whole LeBron James and Stephen A situation.
sure.
Because I think it's the funniest shit ever. And
The whole "I'll take a swing at him" was fake AI, right?
yeah. I don't know. I didn't watch that portion of it. What I did watch was the apps. I watched the whole entirety of the LeBron conversation, if you want to call it. Saw some clips of Stephen A saying what he said, and then I watched First Take this morning. Now, depending on where you are or how you feel about each individual, if you're a LeBron hater, then you probably don't like what LeBron had to say. If you are a Stephen A hater, then you probably didn't like what he had to say and felt that he got cooked. I'm going to say this, man. I want you to see what's happening in real time. First and foremost, just because you don't use the biggest words, just because you can't articulate yourself the right way, man, doesn't make you dumb, right? It doesn't make you dumb at all. And if you're in a back and forth with somebody, if that person can articulate their words or say things in a manner to where they seem smart, doesn't really make them smart either. Okay. But what you see happening in real time right now is someone who has been the face of the network get his ego crushed because you essentially have LeBron doing some of the most, I would call it some of the most slightest things to really set somebody off. And the proof is in the pudding. LeBron said what he said. Everybody saw that camera footage, what he said to Stephen A. And then Stephen A kind of clapped back at that. But to go on a show that happens after First Take, say what you say on a show to where it's probably Stephen A's biggest competitor, right? And have everybody kiki and ha-haing with you, really did a number on Stephen A. It really did, man. It really did a number on him. So the guy today gives a 17-minute monologue and gets kind of personal. And why you see this happening is because you have someone that's had a stronghold in the sports media outlets for eons. And you see that he's losing grasp of that. So just be mindful, man, that you see somebody's ego being crushed to the point to where they spend the whole show trying to defend themselves and even articulate a message about LeBron. And all LeBron said was about 2 sentences about Stephen A. and him being in his tighty whities. So this isn't going to die, man. This isn't going to stop at all. You're going to see some things come out that are really nasty. You're going to see some things come out that are very subliminal because you had someone that's been on the top of a mountain really kind of get booted. So just sit back and watch the show, man. This is nowhere near over at all. And some things are going to be said that are going to come out that's been kind of hidden for a very, very long time. So just enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, I need to go over what's happened in the last 24 hours. I was just so caught up in Major League Baseball opening day, and so
Yeah.
you know,
It's funny, man. It's funny, but go back and watch it.
I really think that that when it from the beginning that LeBron didn't care that much, because if he
No.
cared that much, Tank would have hooked this all up. He would have talked to Stephen A. So what I didn't like about it was that it was just a spur of the moment. Oh, there's Stephen A. I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
So he didn't care that much.
But you have to understand, man. People might say that athletes are soft. People might say that the NBA has been ruining, ratings are down and things like that. What you have to understand, man, is the bottom line when it's come to the access that people have, the involvement of social media, that people are in your lives 24/7, man, people can really, really start talking slick at times and say shit that they should not say and feel they have the means to justify what they say because of what they do for a living. And you got to understand, man, that some things that are said could never, man, once it's online, it's there forever. And people hold on to this. So there might have been some things that's been said for years and it's just been boiling over. People don't like Stephen A. You tell me one active athlete that's been on First Take, right? You tell me one active coach as of recent who's been on First Take. You haven't seen it, man. They don't have no respect for these boys. They don't. From Skip Bayless to Stephen A. They don't have no respect for these boys because of how they cover them. Now, you might think it's people being, a little soft, or get out your feelings. But bottom line is, you can't keep continuing to chomp off at the bit, man, and not think that somebody hearing that is not going to eventually say something to you.
Yeah.
So whether it's warranted or not, man, Stephen A pop off a lot, bro. He pop off a lot because of who he is, because of him carrying the network on his shoulders. And sometimes you shouldn't say the shit that you say. So here we are.
Yeah. No, here we are. I don't think it needs too much attention from us, honestly.
I like it.
There will be. I think that that they're both in the wrong. And I look. When Westbrook was called Westbrook, and he was like, "But that's
Yep.
my name." I was like, "Who gives a fuck what they say about your name?"
We'd have to disagree there, bro.
Yeah, we definitely do.
You remember when
Fuck.
Skip was calling him Bosch Spice? Was calling Chris Bosch Spice?
Yeah.
What did Chris go? Chris went up to him and be like, "Yo, man, my kids carry that name. Like, watch him out." So
I see that as
different,
being fucking
different.
weak. If you're
different
getting paid
strokes.
$50 million, people are going to make fun of your name. And when your son gets picked up in the fucking Bentley, he should wipe his face with fucking $100 bills and shut the fuck up. Like I just like, who gives a fuck? You give that shit energy. You give that shit energy. You're weak. You're
Mhm.
weak. I mean, we can see. We see it differently. We definitely see it differently. Because when you're in the limelight and you're getting paid those dollars, people are gonna make fun of you. That's life. That's fucking life. So we shall continue to talk about this, and
Yeah, absolutely.
and I love waxing with you, and you were heavily missed. You were heavily missed.
Yeah,
In
man.
San Antone, heavily missed. And so we need more. Everybody, and everybody feels we all need more Derl in our lives.
Yeah,
And
absolutely, man.
we'll be thinking about you this weekend and praying for the fam and sending you guys love.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Let's get into what we love here, capping the card. And it's been a tough season for me, and it shouldn't have been. I was rolling right along, and I had the worst run of the worst 6-week run. It was in NBA too. It was NBA and college basketball, but it's just horrific, absolutely horrific.
Absolutely, clearly Canadian, man. There you go. That's all you need.
But I've 7-1 in my last 8, and when I look at this overall in totality and not get caught up in this run, because this run included the longest losing streak I've ever had before in a single sport, 15 straight losses. Then once I went 4-2, there was another 6 straight losses. It was just crushing. But I'm 7-1 now. Look, with all of that, I'm down 12.99 units on the season.
Come on, man.
With all of that, the horrific shit. So
have you
7-1.
Have you steeped back to like your what you said you weren't going to do?
No, that was not my player props have been my strongest thing. I barely bet them. I was on D'Angelo Russell under 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists last night. What do you put up? 12 points, rebounds, assists? No, there's been none of that. It was just, look, that's going to happen at some point when you have a 20-year career doing something. You're going to have the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is never that far away, but you are what you are in totality, not what you are in one bad run. And I can get back to the black. 7-1 my last 8, and I want to keep running. Right now. 2-0 yesterday, and I want to keep running. Let's go.
Let's get it, man.
We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the San Antonio Spurs, 31-40, 11-23 on the road at the Cleveland Cavaliers, 58-14, 30-5 at home, Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. The Spurs come off that ugly loss on Tuesday. That was followed by prefaced by a 3-game winning streak And the 123-89 beatdown of the Raptors, I mean, they were moving in the right direction, and then they got stomped on by a Detroit Piston team that's trying. And that's what happens when you play teams that have motivation. They're trying, and they stomped on the Spurs. The Cavaliers come back from this very, very long road trip that showed their class. That victory over Portland, without Spider in the lineup, was amazing. Garland's ability to control everything is so impressive. They had a 4-game losing streak. It was the first blip on the radar screen.
Which is weird.
And when we saw it, and they bounced back, and they beat Utah by 29. They beat Portland, who was trying so hard to get that victory. And now they come home for just a game. First half of a back-to-back. They're at Detroit tomorrow night. It is really kind of a tricky situation for the Cavs. Whereas the Spurs, we don't know when they're trying, when they're not trying. The pop news is out and done with. We know the situation. This is the final game of a 3-game run for them. And then they come home, for 3 games in 4 days, which is, probably the opportunity to fade them. For the Cavs, Mobley out. And then Ty Jerome is a game time decision. He's been a smooth operator out there at times. I've been so impressed with his game. When in that game over the Blazers, he was it's the best I've seen him play. For the Spurs, we know the situation. Paul, Castle, Vassell, Barnes, and Bismack Biyombo here. Let's get into the line history and set this one up for Derl. We have the Spurs right now plus 14.5, minus 102. They open up at 13.5, a 1-point move towards the Cavs. I know the Cavs have no problem, winning by margin, but usually it's their quality of play that it's like this slowly suffocating there, or slowly just playing competent basketball. Like there doesn't seem to be stretches of bricks because they can play the down low game so well. Now, can they play the down low game so well when it's Dean Wade and Jared Allen? Well, the answer is no. The answer is no. The Mobley and Jared Allen are absolutely spectacular together. Hunter into play tonight, says Jermaine. Christopher Comatini says unders all day. Let's get into the cash flow here for this spot. We have 1 second. We have 39% of tickets, 35% of cash on the Spurs. On the total, 55 and 56 on the over. Take it away for us here, Darryl. Spurs, Cavs.
Yeah, nothing on this game here. I think this is the first time they've played this season. Last game was, I believe, February of 24. And Cleveland beat them 117 to 101. I just feel that Cleveland's back on track. I did not understand that losing streak that they were on. I mean, it was just, I don't know, but they got it together. I just feel that this one here is probably in the bag for them. I just don't have enough guts to take the 14.5 right now. Maybe this is a run and gun game, or Cleveland's going to be able to get whatever they want here. So Cleveland's beat them the last 3 times that they've played, and you know that without Wemby being in the lineup now, and Spurs are just kind of, they're coasting at this point. It's just you're not going to get anything great out of them as well. So for me, it would be Cleveland or nothing here, but I just maybe a team total for Cleveland, but this could be a blowout. I don't know why that number would be so high unless you're just thinking Cleveland's going to put up 130 themselves. I did look at Darius Garland threes. They got him at over 2.5, and his points are over 20.5. I don't like that 2.5. One, because it's juiced to the over, which is weird because he hasn't had more than 2 3-pointers per game in the last 5 games. So, you don't have any Mobley, so you would have to look at the stats of how Jared Allen does with Mobley off the court. I know his boards were at 10.5, but right now, the only one that I've been comfortable playing at times with Cleveland, if I'm just not betting them all out on their spread, has really been Garland. So take Garland and his points or Garland and his threes. I just don't like the juice on it. My local has it at 157. And his points are at 20.5. That might seem pretty easy also. But no play for me.
The Spurs are as honest as they come. Oh, sorry, the Cavs. Jesus, long day. Cavs are as honest as they come. We know that. But I just, and I've done this very rarely in being wrong. But I can't comprehend how this isn't a horrific spot for them. This is tomorrow night is going to be their third game in 4 nights. They were just on the road for 10 days. They come home. They fly home from Portland yesterday. They're here for 1 night. Not even. Well, the 1 night being yesterday when they fly home, because they're not sleeping in San Antonio. Or sorry, sleeping in Cleveland. Jesus, I was messing up. They're going right to Detroit after this game. Like they don't have mobility. Like I can't see how this isn't just a horrible, the worst kind of spot ever. Imagine being gone on the road for that long and you're back. You fly back. That's the only night you sleep in your bed. I don't see it. I can't see it. I can't find it. I have to find a way to get on the Spurs here. And I have to figure out, and it's just going to be one bet. I have to figure out what angle that would be. We have the Spurs, on the road. They've been there for a little bit. They had yesterday off. They're coming off getting dominated. Thatcher said, do the Cavs have anything to play for? Nothing. And then you could argue that with, well, the Spurs have nothing to play for. I have to find a way to get on the Spurs.
Well, you know me. I mean, if you're going to do anything, you just get in and get out. It just takes Spurs in the first quarter, right? But the problem I have with that is that Cleveland's the number 2 team in the league and first quarter scoring.
Yeah,
right?
this is a spot where no one's going to play over 28 minutes a game. So I usually, because the Spurs lost so bad to the Pistons, I would be yes, but I think that you want the full game, and I hate saying that. LJ says Spurs first quarter.
Yeah. Okay. You know how I mean, LJ feel about those first quarters. That's going to be the freshest that the team looks the entire games in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Right. So I would, if you're going to play it, especially, so that line is probably in first quarter is what, -5, 4.5.
I'll grab a cheap.
And I mean, you're talking about 3 baskets. I mean, now it's risky altogether. San Antonio is sitting 22nd in the league in first quarter scoring. So if you got to find a way, it's just, I think the gamble is the first quarter, but this team could probably not even hit the century mark.
Okay, I'm gonna find a way and find the angle, and for me, it's not first quarter only because I want to focus on Cleveland, and I want to focus. This is more of a fade. This isn't the Spurs bouncing back after getting destroyed by the Pistons, which it generally would be. This is me thinking, what a horrific spot on the road for 6 straight. You come back for a game and you play the very following night against the Pistons, who are trying. So I've got to. So this is not going to be first quarter, even though I completely understand why you guys are on it, and you guys are very likely to be right, especially LJ. Talking Spurs first quarter. Viper saying Spurs team total over. Then if you want full game, I mean that's a illegitimate.
Yeah, I don't.
idea.
That's scarier. That the team total over is scarier to me than the first quarter. I mean,
oh yeah, no doubt, of course, because you're talking about 48 minutes against the Cavs. I mean, yeah, of course, it's definitely scary. Sure.
Saturated makes a great point, and that is, if you're gonna look at the Spurs, then you're looking at either Stephon Castle, or Devin Vassell all day.
All right, well, let's roll on to the next game on the board here. But you guys know what I feel like I must do. Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board, we have the Dallas Mavericks, 35-38, 15-22 on the road. The Orlando Magic, 35-38 as well, but 19-17 at home. We're at the Kia Center here in Orlando, Florida. Obviously, we all have had we've all seen the same thing. The Magic are starting to play better, finally. But, no Suggs. And so, Anthony Black isn't starting at point guard with Cole Anthony doubtful with the toe injury. We have here instead Corey Joseph. I've got his number 6 Raptors jersey when the Drake jersey first came out. I got it right over there. Corey Joseph, number 6. But good God. Now I know he plays clean, smart basketball, but he's slow as molasses. And there are, defensive issues when he's on the court, regardless of his smarts. Joseph, Caldwell Pope, Wagner, Banchero, and Wendell Carter. This lineup for the Mavs, it's very humorous. Dinwiddie, Klay Thompson, 1-2. I mean, that's fine. Najee Marshall, he can step up. Davis is the question mark, and then Kai Jones at the 5. Let's go into Anthony Davis, adductor, is expected to play here.
Yeah, but how many minutes?
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely. But there is still some concern. There's still some concern. Now, if the Kings keep losing, and the Kings are the most vulnerable now to actually slip out of the play-in, which is shocking, absolutely shocking to me that they are the ones that, if the Blazers can possibly sneak in, being 3 games back. But if that's the possibility here, I need everyone to be quiet. I need the door closed. 4 hours in this fucking show. Jesus Christ. Sorry, school's out. Okay. All right. Mavericks coming off a 128-113 loss at the Knicks on Tuesday. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. This is a real problem. Magic have won 3 straight games. 3 straight. They have won 4 or 5. If you look at the loss at home to the Rockets, who are just playing, such elite defense right now, you can make excuses. You make excuses. They won 4 or 5. They've won 5 of 7. They're starting to play the basketball that we expected from them all year long. But Corey Joseph is at point guard. 218 is the total right now. Open up at 219, dropped a point to 218. From a spread perspective here, we have the Magic now -7. And I say now, it's been all over the place, this line. It's not moved much. Went from 6.5 down to 6, then back up to 7. I think there was the Davis news, down to 6.5, back up to 7. Still, we've had a half-point move towards the Orlando Magic, which makes sense to me. It is 1-0 Yankees. 1-0 Yankees from our Kelly McInnes. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 61% tickets, 61% cash on the over, and on the spread, 58 and 49 for the Magic. Take it away, Darryl. Why are we not on the Orlando Magic full game?
Yes, it's got to be. It really does. This has got to be a Magic spot. I saw LJ show that the Mavs are actually 9 straight overs. And the Magic are 4 straight overs right now. The Magic, though, it's just been this weird kind of schedule for them. And they've just been going back and forth. You're at Cleveland, then you're home for Houston. You're at Washington, then you're home for LA. You're at Charlotte, and now you're home for Dallas. So a lot of travel, a lot of travel going on with the Orlando Magic right now. But they are playing some pretty good ball as of late. Their best win was, to me, of course, against the Lakers, in which the Lakers blew them boys out. I want to say in the first quarter, right? So to me, it's Magic or pass here. But I'm going to take a shot on here. It's my first official play, and I do like this a lot. He didn't hit it last game against the Hornets. He only had 3 points, but KCP over 8.5 points. He gave you 9 against the Lakers. He gave you 11 against the Wizards. He gave you 10 against the Rockets, and he gave you 15 against the Cavs. So I believe this is a good spot for him because the perimeter defense for Dallas isn't really the best, right? And so you are still kind of down a lot of players with Dallas. And this can just be some open looks for KCP. He's going to be a 3-point shooter. So his first shot would probably be a 3-point shot, to be honest with you. So give me KCP over 8.5 points. Right now, I have that at minus 115 on my book, but that is my official play. KCP over 8.5 points. I'm going to take a shot at him.
KCP over 8.5 points. I am going to a line shop here for you. I'm going to line shop for you. By the way, the Wells leadoff home run, for a little history, This is the first time in the New York Yankees history as a baseball team that a catcher's hit leadoff, and he hits a home run. I mean, it's just the history of that stuff. I mean, it's just magical. I'm in a line shop for you for the KCP over 8.5 points. You haven't tweeted out or anything?
I haven't, not yet, no.
Okay. And
But
another
I always
thing-
do it after the show. But yeah, KCP, I got it at minus 115.
I don't see how the Magic shouldn't be bet here. Now it is game one of a homestand, and sure you could say, well, they didn't look very good against Charlotte, but that was that one-off second half of back-to-back, and it just feels like they're getting their shit together here. Start of a 3-game homestand. Now, should I be saying, well, why is this not moving towards the Magic? I mean, that's a fair thing to say. Why is this not moving towards the Magic? Now it's moved to half point. Is that enough? Could you say that there's just a vividness bias that the Magic are a bad basketball team? They're kind of working their way out of it. Dougie White says, how motivated will the Magic be? Let's just quickly go to the situation here for the Magic. They're sitting in 8th right now. They're extremely motivated. It's so crucial to get to that 7th spot. It's so important. That 7th of the play, because we know these 4 teams are in the play-in. There's no surprise there. That 7th seed is absolutely crucial. I think absolutely crucial. So helpful, very, very helpful. So I think they're motivated. I think this game means a ton to them, Dougie. It's so much more important. So important. Have that home court in the play-in. The play-in. It'll be the final game to get in. So I
they could get into that 10th spot. Chicago, I mean, you're talking about what, a 2-game difference between that 10th spot? I would be motivated. Yeah.
It's 3.5. I don't know. I think that the idea of the motivation is to get to the 7th seed. I don't think. I mean, you're right. I mean, the Bulls are 2.5 back. The Heat are 3.5 back. I don't think they're worried about the Bulls Heat catching them. I think they're worried about taking the Hawks. Getting that 7th seed. I think this is a Magic spot. Now, it also is in the spot where we need the first half full game or anything. You take the full game, take the entirety, take all 48. I'm interested. I'm going to line shop for you for KCP over 8.5 points. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, Darryl. 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Indiana Pacers, 42-30, 17-19 on the road at the Washington Wizards, 16-56, 7-27 at home. We're at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. I did fall behind with the records, and there's very few cappers that it actually hurts, honestly. It does hurt Derl. He's been excellent this year. So I'll have those all ready for next week. Pacers, Spurs, let's roll into this one, go over the line history, and of course, who is going to be in, as this is a pretty late start for NBA for us. So, which doesn't hurt, I think in NBA, you just want all the information possible. So the Pacers are a healthy group. They're a healthy group, and they're playing strong basketball. Of course, they lost on the LeBron tipping. I mean, good God, that's going to be on his highlight reel for a game winner.
Hey, man! I know you don't like. Listen, just say this: if that man missed that shot yesterday, after doing that pod with Pat McAfee, stations would have had all the ammo they need to cook him today. Talk about him being a LeBum and all that, man. But that was just also the camel that broke the straw, the straw that broke the camel's back, making that shot yesterday. I loved it. It was a great game.
I don't hate on LeBron. I don't hate. I've never. My pops, on the other hand. Me, I don't. And I like. I almost like him just to piss my dad off. So 120-119 victory last night for the Lakers. Pacers fought a lot in that game. And there was several moments where earlier where I wanted the Pacers, but I had so many colleagues on the Lakers that I just stayed off of the game. For the Wizards, this 119-114 victory, I was on the over 230, and we got there 233. The thing about the Wizards is they're playing at a very high pace. It's just that their efficiency and their shooting is terrible. And so they go in long streaks where they struggle. When it's Thur at center, things are okay. But he's not playing a ton of minutes right now, and those bigs can be atrocious. You got Thur out there. I mean, it just gets uglier and uglier as the game goes on. But there's no question marks about who's going to be in the lineup and who cares. And we have two teams coming off or getting into the second half of a back-to-back. And again, we go right into the standings because the first question you have to ask yourself is, do the Pacers care about this spot? And are the Wizards actively trying to lose? I don't think it matters anymore. The Wizards are showing that they're trying to create some sort of chemistry between the guys who are on the floor. They could have easily let go and let the Sixers win that game. They didn't. And for the Pacers here, it's very important to have that four seed. It's very important to not let the Pistons usurp that spot. The Pacers are a game and a half up right now, and they also have a game in hand. So the Pacers should try. Now, I have been in a situation the last time these two teams played where the Pacers were coming off a loss at home to the Knicks. It was ugly. They were traveling to Washington. I thought, wow, they're going to try. Because this was the throes of my losing streak. I thought they were going to smash and grab, and they did not. They did not. They seemed to play down to the level of their competition. We have Washington right now plus 13.5, minus 112. This has gone up from 11, a 2.5 point move towards the Indiana Pacers. From a total perspective here, we have a 235. This total has dropped from 236.5, and it got down to a low of 233.5 before it started climbing once again. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 48 and 51 on the over. Now, yesterday there was more bets on this under in Wizards Sixers than on any other bet on the board.
I took the over.
I was on the over too, and then I sent it to I hadn't bet it yet. I sent it to Troy. I was like, put it into the system and see what it says. And he says, it's great that so many people are betting the under. That this helps the over. Said trust it, bet it. And he bet it too. He didn't post it, but he joined me. 16.58 here on the over. Take it away, Derl. Pacers, Wizards.
Yeah, so no side for me on this. It's crazy how the spread is at 12.5 or whatever number you're getting now off of a back-to-back. I'm gonna tell you what I like here. And I'm gonna push the button on it, even though it's juiced. I'm getting it at 135. But Jordan Poole, last time they played on the 12th this year, the game that went overtime, your man's put up 50.
Oh, okay. We lost Darryl for a second. Let's pull him out. Get him back here. He was about to hammer home. Top set. He was in the middle. He was in mid move here. Top set says how many plays you on. I right now I'm only on that. I made a couple futures. I haven't put in my action for the 4-10 games, and I've got 40 minutes to do so. So I'm gonna have to be doing it here as we speak. I have to be doing it here. Big double play for those of us on the under. We got Darryl back.
Sorry about that.
No worries, my man. You were right. The key part of the monologue, man. It was it was high intensity. It was Macbeth with the skeleton, with the skull. You had the skull in your hand, and then we lost you. Take it away.
I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb here. Sorry about that. 15. Jordan Poole, last game they played in February. Game and went to OT. 264 points total, and that was 242. Jordan Poole put up 15 threes, bro. He put up 15 threes and made 6 of them. And I just think because of all the running and gunning that goes on, there's a lot of times that you could get open in transition for 3-pointers. The game before that, he was 2 for 7, and that was in November, January. So he didn't play in the game in November, but in January, it was 2 for 7. Right now, man, Jordan Poole is putting up a shit ton of threes. He's making them. He made 4 against Philly. He made 5 against Toronto. He made 3 against the Knicks. He made 4 against Orlando. I believe this is a good spot for Jordan's threes here. So give me Jordan Poole's threes over 2.5. I like that number, man. I've got it juiced at minus 135, but I do like Jordan Poole's threes here. You can jump on his points because it is going to be probably still a lot of running and gunning happening here. But I like Jordan Poole's threes here over 2.5. Give me Jordan Poole's threes. That's my favorite play on this game.
Over 2.5 threes. Now I'm going to be double checking some lines for you. But what was the juice that you got on the over 2.5 threes?
135.
135. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to stay away from this spot. Wizards off of a win. And the reason, it's twofold. One, the Wizards don't want to win any more games. We know that. And they showed some character winning yesterday.
Yeah.
The Pacers.
So there's two things happening too that I'm seeing in the chat, which is really good. Saturated has a good point with Holly's assists. He's definitely back to hitting those assists. I believe on the Chiron yesterday, Holly is leading in assists for this month, for the month of March, I believe. He's at 12.1. So Holly's assists are good there. Also, I do believe I saw something by J-Main, I believe that's his name, saying about taking the under on Sar. Dude has been absolute ass, bro, on a back-to-back. So I played Sar's points at 17.5 yesterday, over on the 17.5. And you know what, man, I got to start posting these plays out, even when I'm not on the show. But I'm just so busy with work and everything else. But I took Sar's points at 17.5 yesterday. Your man's had 15 by the half. But he also is complete ass on a back-to-back. So I don't play a lot of unders. It kind of bites me in the ass. I did play campaign under 2.5 threes, and your man's hit 3 before half, and then he didn't come back the second half. I also played another under on threes. It was Michael Porter Jr. threes yesterday, right? Under 2.5. Hadn't hit that number. Your man was 4 for 4 by second quarter. Okay, so you got to be careful, and that's why I always get scared with unders. But what I believe it was J-Main, he made a good point there with looking at possibly Sar's points under 19.5. They did boost him up. He's a rookie, he's a young guy, so I'm not too worried about the legs being tired on the back-to-back or anything like that. It's just that the record itself just shows that off of back-to-back, his points, he's complete ass. So
I like it. We all want you to post as much as possible.
Absolutely.
As well.
Gotta get better.
Top said, I'm in the process here. I'll let you know. We have about 30 minutes here, so I will let you know. I'm gonna stay off of this spot here. But we have Pool over 2.5 threes. Now I'm gonna line shop for the Pool in the KCP over 8.5 point spot. Let's move on. Next up for us, Darryl, we have the Atlanta Hawks, 35-37, 16-19 on the road at the Miami Heat, 31-41, 17-19 at home at the Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. We have a Hawks team, as I said, we just talked about it. They're in the 7th seed of the play-in. They need to stay ahead of the Magic. And they're up ahead of the Heat, who've now won 2 straight and got a lot of love for their last victory, 112-86. Over the Warriors with Jimmy Butler returning to Miami. So they've now won 2 straight, the Heat, after just a horrific run. The Hawks' 3-game winning streak came to a close, 121-114 at Houston. But they're also playing good basketball right now. And the time is right. They had that horrific late January, early February run, but they've righted the ship. At this point, they've won 7 of their last 10 games. Their 3-game winning streak snapped at Houston, and they have Milwaukee on deck Sunday, so they're off Friday and Saturday. It's Thursday night in Miami, and they're off tomorrow. Probably a nice situation for an NBA basketball player, a couple days off, at least one day off for sure in Miami. For the Heat, they travel, but they don't travel. Well, they'll leave tomorrow. They don't leave tonight. They have the Sixers on Saturday, the Wizards on Monday, and the Celtics on Wednesday. Let's get into the expectation for the lineup. Of course, Capella out, but we have Trae Young as a game time decision, but he is listed as probable. So no Achilles issue. Trae Young will be in the lineup for the Hawks. And then for the Heat, the issues are around Duncan Robinson listed as questionable with the back injury. He missed last game. Didn't affect him much. They also have Alec Burks. Alec Burks is a game time decision. Alec Burks listed as questionable. And it was when Duncan Robinson didn't play, it was Burks who started 17 points in 24 minutes. So now Burks is on the injury report. So, Davion Mitchell would take a bigger step. Jaime Jaquez would play a little bit more. So they should be fine here. Let's get into the line history for this one and hand it over to Darryl. We have a total at 226.5. It's juiced to the under 226.5 at minus 112. Taking a second here to give me the line movement. Okay, it's up. It opened up at 227.5. So we're down a point on the total. And then when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have the Heat -2 at minus 102. They opened up at -2, minus 105. And then it was a 1.5 for a while. We're back at the 2. So we've had 3 cents of movement towards the Atlanta Hawks. Market certainly making us feel here. 2-0 here says Peralta. Coin says Peralta can't keep the ball in the park. 2-0 there. Cash flow here for this one. You have 92% of tickets, 91% cash on the over and line moving towards the under. And it's a coin flip in the market too. We have a 2-point spread. You have 54% of tickets, 52% of cash on the Miami Heat. This shit is wide open here. Wide open. Jason Neff saying bet 365 is KCP over 8.5 minus 105. That's a nice low vig situation.
Nice.
Jason.
Nice.
That's a nice one. Thank you, because I am trying to get my MLB action in here as well. So multitasking. Saturated said Volpe with the homer. Take it away for us here, Derl. Hawks Heat.
Yeah, no play for me on this game here. What up to you, Robert Cherry, man? You got a lot of NHL and MLB picks. I hope you cash them all, brother. It's got to be an Atlanta spot to me. Yeah, but for here, let's see who's playing in this game. I think that you had Miami's best effort in their Super Bowl against Golden State. I think a lot of people, I honestly believe Riley went to that team and is like, if y'all lose this game, everybody's getting docked in their salary, and y'all gonna like it. I just think it was one of those moves, really. Just really having to play Golden. There was no Steph there either. And so I believe that was their Super Bowl. If there was a game they had to win, it was definitely that game. Absolutely that game. And you could tell how the fans felt about Jimmy, because every time he had the ball, they booed him. So they're very faithful, man. That coach is a real thing there. Even though it could be a little toxic, that coach is a real thing. Pat Riley is. I sometimes think he could be the biggest dick in the NBA, as far as ownership and as far as team management and things of that nature. But he is who he is. He's not changing. But I do believe that was Miami's Super Bowl against Golden State. And this team, remember, man, this team lost 10 games in a row? They were ass, complete ass. First time in Spo's career, I believe, that they had lost that many games in a row. So wait to see who's playing here. But the line being at 1.5, 2, I still think it's an Atlanta spot. So it would be me, Atlanta, or nothing here. But I'm passing this game.
I think this is too coin flippy. I can understand. And the market, everything's telling us this is coin flippy. We talk about weighted coin flips. Peter Loshak talks about weighted coin flips. If you have that weight, then that's fine. I don't have it here. Saturated says Hawks have been in this position like every year last 5 seasons where they have to win out to make the
have to
playoffs.
win.
Dougie White says Miami's trash. King Oot in the house says, yeah, but Andrew Wiggins missed a lot of those games. He makes a big difference on defense and offense. He certainly makes a big difference when he's trying. And we saw that. We've often up here, we're Wiggins backers up here, and
which Wiggins are you? Which Wiggins are you getting? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's the other thing too. It's like I don't know that game that they. Let me see if I got it right. I believe Wiggins went off on threes. Yeah, 6 for 8, and that was the game against Charlotte. And then I don't know which Wiggins you get there. That guy's really hard to read. He's 6 for 8 against Charlotte, but then against I don't know. I would just pass on that game.
Well, let's roll on to the next spot on our board here. And this was a game that we talked a lot about yesterday. We talked a lot about Baltimore home run here. We talked a lot about Lakers Bulls. And I know Lakers Pacers were on the docket, but I kept asking everybody, well, what does this mean for tomorrow? You know, how much do they care about tomorrow?
Oh, they care. They care.
Well, everybody's in. So there's your first sign that they care. So there's the first sign. The issue is not on the Lakers side, despite the second half back-to-back. It's all on the Bulls side. A lot of important game time decisions. Of course, Giddey, the most important game time decision. But let's start with Vooch. Vooch listed as questionable, right mid-back strain. He's missed a lot of games, but he's played 8 straight. And they're playing good ball, but Vooch is questionable here. I don't know if he makes it. You have Giddey, game time decision. Giddey and Kobe White really finding themselves here. He's listed as questionable with a forearm injury. He's looked so good. Of course, we had almost that quadruple double. We have the Sweaty Butcher getting to the window on Giddey props and getting paid out nonstop. Then we have Kobe White, also a game time decision, but he's probable. But they, when they say Kobe's probable, but and there's a big but, Kobe's probable, and yet Giddey's, it's nerve-wracking. Rui Hachimura out. We know the situation here for these Lakers. Look, I thought it was a very impressive victory over the Pacers with the way the Pacers were playing. The Lakers felt like they needed to make a statement after the poor play that had been sort of following them around. So that is the situation here. Lakers, Bulls. The Bulls have won 3 straight games. It's amazing that the Bulls are dealing with these injury issues. I guess it was just a long, tough, painstaking road trip because, they've been off since Monday. So you would think that they'd be coming in here healthy. That is not the case. Let's get into the line history here and hand it over to our guy, Darryl. We have the Bulls +4, -103. Line's been moving all over the place. Opened up at 3.5, went down to 3. Line moving towards the Bulls, and I guess down to 2.5 at 115. Now we're back at 4. I guess what happened, Kobe becomes probable, and no change in Giddey, and gamblers get worried.
They get worried.
Yeah, 63% of tickets, 56% of cash on the Lakers. On the total, we have 79 and 79. But the elephant in the room, of course, is what happened on Saturday. The Bulls were in crypto, and they dominated them, 146-115. And these are your Lakers, Darryl. Take it away, my man. I can't wait to hear your breakdown.
Yeah. So are you ready for this? Are you ready for this analysis?
Jeez. Yeah, the kids went outside to bike ride because I got a little upset when the door popped open. So
they can be on a short bike ride on this one. Okay. I got 2 of them for you.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm ready.
Give me the Lakers first quarter -0.5. Give me the Lakers full game -3 is where I already got it. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
Woo! Wax on it. I want to hear this.
Yeah. This is where it's at. First off, the Lakers are definitely ready for this game. Okay. Now, Luka has been making me mad. He really has been making me mad. He's got a lot of freedom right now. Luka almost lost that fucking game for the Lakers yesterday. God forbid Brown wasn't at the right spot at the right time. This is what I like here. I like the fact that the Lakers have not hit this first quarter spread in 2 games, right? If you all know about the Lakers spread in the first quarter, it has been a ticket printing machine. And they just haven't been there in the last 2 games. They got smacked against the Lakers with it, or against the Bulls with it, and they got smacked against the Pacers, really. And so I feel this is the right time to get on it because you got a highly motivated team to basically get their get back. right? So they're absolutely looking forward to this game. If they weren't, you wouldn't see LeBron playing this game at all. So I do like the first quarter angle, and I like it that the loss was so recent because you got a level of familiarity here. So I like that first quarter because the Lakers do get off to a good first quarter. Two high scoring first quarter teams like that. So I'm very, very close to playing the first quarter over 60 points. I do like that. Right now, Lakers, man, are sitting sixth in the league, averaging 30.3 points in the first quarter. Chicago, not too far behind them, averaging 28.2, but that defense can get a little suspect. And the reason why I don't get on the over is because the defense might show up here tonight. It just might. And so the reason why I look at that is because I see how that total got steamed down. So I do like the first quarter spread better here, and I do believe the Lakers get off to a good start. Very motivated to get their get back here. Kobe White has just been a scoring machine. His points are at 25.5 right now, and your man's is putting up major points. I mean, in the last game, 37, 36, 35, 24, 26, and you got Kobe White, man, right now sitting at 25.5 points. Highly, highly juiced, but let's just see where he's at with this. I do believe you got full steam ahead on this, and this is a game to get right for the Lakers. Should have never lost that game, man. Should have never lost that game. But I do believe this is going to be this game is going to be played a little more tighter here, and I do believe the Lakers are going to have the advantage here. So it's just funny that the Lakers are off a back-to-back, barely winning a game against the Pacers, in which you had to travel to Indiana. Now you're going over to Chicago, which is not that big of a travel, a couple-hour flight, right? Off a back-to-back, and the Bulls just blew you out, and the Bulls come in as dogs. Well, the market is telling you that okay, this injury report is looking kind of fishy here. We do believe everybody that can, maybe one person is out besides Rui, maybe you got Luke out or somebody. We probably got just about a full lineup for the Lakers, and we don't have a full lineup for the Bulls here. So I do believe you got to get in front of the market here. And it's just telling you something. It's telling you that the Bulls convincingly beat LA at home in LA. And now LA's traveling on a back-to-back and they're dogs. So I like the Lakers here. I believe the market's telling you that this is definitely the Lakers spot. You got to take them. And the full game is where it's at. Another play I'm going to give you here right now. This one here, it's different. It's very, very different. I'm going to find it here. First point. Let's see where it's at. Most points. First point play. You got to look at Jackson Hayes. And I'm going to find it here. That's the play to go. And the reason why is I've just seen it time and time again. How they make this happen in the opening sequence is jump ball, give the ball to Luka. Luka is going to determine how that team guards him, whether they're going to blitz him or whether they're just going to sit back and let him come. Now, the thing is if you got Luka coming to the three-point line, Luka will shoot a three in the first shot of the game, right? But he will determine how he's being played based upon that defense. If he sees himself getting doubled, Luka will immediately flash toward the paint. Jackson Hayes runs straight to the basket, and Luka throws it up for alley-oop. It happens all the time here. And so I've played it once and hit it, and then I never played it again. But I've been seeing, if you look at the play-by-play for the Lakers, I challenge everyone to look at the play-by-play for Laker and see who scores the first points for the Lakers in the beginning of the game. About a 70-80% time, it's Jackson Hayes with the alley-oop from Luka, right? Even LeBron will throw it. So First point right now, I got first point scorer. I've got Jackson Hayes at plus 575.
Ooh.
This is when I played Jackson Hayes first point, and this is when Luka first got there. It was at 9.8. So let me tell you something about this also, and it's kind of rewinding back to when I first said when Luka had gotten there. Remember when Luka first got there, as soon as he got off the plane, the first person he met was Jackson Hayes. They went out to dinner.
Yeah.
They both have the same agent, right? So Luka actually likes Jackson a lot, was trying to get Jackson over to Dallas. Really, really good friends. The person who didn't like Jackson, who kind of shit on Jackson, was LeBron. But now you're seeing Jackson putting in some serious work now that Luka's there, kind of reinvigorated his game here. So give me also, and this is, you sprinkle a little bit of money on it, but for the sake of record keeping and the fact that unit wise, I'm going Jackson Hayes, first point scorer at plus 575. I believe it's good money, man. Just look at the play-by-play and look at how many times Jackson gets an alley-oop from Luka in the beginning of the game.
I love it. I love all of it here. Now, the lines have moved towards the Lakers, though, which is a problem. You didn't happen to tweet any of these spots out?
No. I can just show you what I can do is I can just screenshot you what I bet on it.
Okay.
But yeah, what I think at the Lakers first quarter now is at -1 and -120. But I'll screenshot you. I should have put those out. I should have tweeted those out, but I jumped on that. I'm going to tweet out Jackson Hayes right now too. Good point by Kripke. And saying fading the Bulls is fading the hot hand, just saying. And you're absolutely right. These guys are playing great ball. I think their ATS record in the last 10 is like 8-2. Like these boys are just playing great ball. But the market is telling you something here. And I do believe you got to look at the market here in this case here. So that's just me. And maybe it's the fan in me also. But this is get back for the Lakers. And this is a game they can definitely do it. So I do like the Lakers full game in the first quarter.
I like it. You are locked in, my friend. Locked in. And Jermaine says May play Luka under rebounds and assists again. Cash 5 of the last 6. Mm-hmm. And Dougie Y says the -4 on the road looks very strong. Lakers first quarter. So then, what is the vig you got in the first quarter -0.5 and the full game -3?
Let me go to my open bets. -3 on the vig. I got it at -110. -0.5 on the first quarter. I got it at -120.
All right, you are in business, my friend. Let's roll on. Here. Next up for us, we have Memphis Grizzlies at Oklahoma City Thunder. The Grizzlies stopped their losing here on game 4 of this road trip, dominating Utah 140-103, but it was sure an ugly start to the trip. They had lost 4 or 5 going into that game, and the trip ends here in OKC. They host the Lakers on Saturday night in Memphis. I'm sure that is a must-have ticket. The Thunder, on the other hand, 60-12 and rolling, man. Rolling. They've won 7 straight games, coming off the 121-105 win at Sacramento. This is the beginning of a 4-game homestand for them. Quick look at who will be in the lineup. Can't stop AC. Thank you, my man. You guys can continually inspire me, and there's no other place I'd rather be than working with you guys. I just need to succeed at the level to allow me the opportunity to continue rocking. Of course, Ja out, but we have Pippen, Bain, Wells, Aldama, and Jackson here. That's the 5 for the Grizzlies. Here we also, I guess, let me just find this out here quickly. Over for the Thunder, we have Wallace as a game time decision. That is important. Let me just see the situation for here. Sorry, moving a little slow here. Let's get this popping up here. So Moran, of course, out for 6 straight. But when we head over to the other side, the very important spots are Wallace and, of course, Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams was at shoot-around. So now he's missed 7 straight games for the right hip strain. We thought he might go on Tuesday. But one thing that we see with players in this situation is they play that first game back at home. I keep telling you guys this over and over again. When you see somebody who you think might play on the last game of the road, now it blows up in your face sometimes. Don't get me wrong, but I almost always bet that they don't play on the road trip. They play at home with their doctors, home, all their home doctors and facilities in the building. Wallace also a game time decision here. We have him questionable. He's missed 2 of the last 4 with this knee issue, so we'll see what Casey Wallace does. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. You know what? I'm just about to press the button on MLB. I got to just press the button here. So, and I've got other things set up here. And so let me go over the line history as soon as we hear our guy Derl talk about this Grizzlies Thunder spot. And then for Elio, you'll have 10 minutes for me to drop this into the chat to decide what spots you want to join me. I've made 5 bets, 5 bets I've added here to my MLB card. So touch on this spot, Darryl, Grizzlies, Thunder, and I'll be here with the line movement in a second.
This is the Grizzly, sorry. This is the OKC spot if I haven't seen one. And I'll make it simple, man. These boys haven't beat OKC since December 7th of 22. Right? OKC just owns these guys now. And so Memphis this season has allowed these boys to put up nothing under 120 points. And I don't see OKC coming off the gas at all. I don't, man. I really don't. These boys are young. They got something to prove. SGA is starting to really run away with this MVP, award here for this year. Bro, 10.5 is light work. I promise you. And this is the reason why I say this also. Did you see that confrontation with Santi Aldama and Desmond Bane that happened on the sidelines? This is how I look at it. Anytime, team always has frictions. Players always have friction. I forget, didn't somebody punch Kyle Anderson in the chest? Wasn't that Gorbett that did that? Yeah. Rudy Gorbett smacked Kyle right in his chest, dead in his chest, man, on the sidelines. And my whole thought process is if stuff can actually spill over to the actual game where you got phones and cameras everywhere and everybody can see that, Lord knows how bad it is in the locker room. It is an absolute mess in the locker room when shit is able to spill over into the actual game and people are able to see the friction and the nonsense that's going on. And I believe that showing that itself, to me, it just tells me the mental state of Memphis. And these boys are not good at all right now. They were on a 3-game losing streak, beat Utah. Of course, you're supposed to beat Utah. But you beat Miami, you lose to Cleveland. They were winning games for a minute, man. And then, it just kind of, they fell apart. And to me, that spilling over into the sidelines, you can kind of see that, what's happening, on the bench. I just feel that this team is kind of in disarray. So OKC, who in my opinion, man, is looking like, these guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-game win streak right now. And these guys are just covering spreads, whatever it is. I don't know, man. Let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, it's just ridiculous what they're doing right now. Absolutely ridiculous. So to me, the spot is OKC, and then somebody said in the chat, just pick a number. Grizzlies are in disarray. They're not playing well, and OKC is the side. So I'm gonna make it official. It's not. I don't give a fuck what the spread is, but OKC, man, absolutely should smack these boys. Give me OKC minus 10.5 official play.
It's such an interesting spot, and I'm not sure if it was us together when Ja did the whole I shouldn't have been out there. Shouldn't have been out there tonight much, and I could not believe he was saying that out loud. Like, yeah, I could not. I've never heard a captain in NHL Say that I'm 45. I've never in my life ever heard a captain say, "I shouldn't have been out there tonight. Shouldn't have been out there." And they shut their mouth. You find out afterwards that they were playing through an injury. That bothered me so much because I've stuck up for Ja, and that really, really, it was like honestly, I swear to God, I'm no exaggeration. It felt like someone punched me in the stomach. I was like, oh, like I was like, really? Is that who you really are? Because I'd stuck up for him so many times. And from that point on, I said that I was like, watch this team fall apart. That's what they've done.
Apart.
They've done that since he said it was only 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. He said, I shouldn't have been out there tonight. I was like, oh God. This 10.5 for Oklahoma City is a tricky number. They opened up -10 and -111. We've had a half-point move towards them. Let's get to the cash flow here for this spot. Let's touch on the total. Of course, we have a very high total when Memphis playing. We have a 237. This has come down. It opened offshore at night last night at 238, at 238 flat, but it opened up in the afternoon at 239.5, which is important to see, how much this has dropped. We get to the cash flow, 60% of tickets, 58% cash is on the over. And then on the spread, we have just 21% of the tickets and 22% of cash on the Memphis Grizzlies. We have 10.5 points to cover, but the Grizzlies feel good about themselves and have the Lakers on deck at home in Memphis. What an interesting spot here, Darryl. I'm very interested in joining you.
Yeah, I like OKC. I should have made that. I don't give a fucking shit. That should be a trifecta, but we'll see. I mean, you could probably live bet it if it's close, but I just think that they're going to pull away pretty quickly.
Yeah, I really, really interested in joining you on this one. We have Derl on the board. He's on the Thunder -10.5 and -108. Let's roll into our next spot. We have 2 games left on the NBA card. All my action, Major League Baseball's in. I was going to hold back on that Tigers first 5 and sit with it for a little longer because that's the late game, but we're rolling. We're in, and it's a fun feeling. It's a real fun feeling with action on the board. As you guys all know, that's why we're here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. We've done 5 hours many times. Kelly McKinnon saying no thing. We've crossed 6. Even here in the spot, we've crossed 6. 6 is the most here in the spot, but Pubapaloozas, we've gone over to 6.5 and closer to 7. Houston Rockets 47-26, 20-14 on the road. Utah Jazz 16-57, 9-29 at home at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Unfortunately, fortunately or fortunately, depending on how you guys look at it. And again, when the show's on like this, you just pop on whenever it works for you because we're going to be rolling. But when I first started in the industry, they didn't want me to go for over 45 minutes. But Jeff says, do your thing, and this is it. This is what I want to do. Is I want to cap with you guys, and I want to cap the whole car with you guys, and I want don't leave any stone unturned, because that's how you get paid, in my estimation. You get out of life what you put into it.
Good shit, Jim. Good shit.
That's it. And I'm thankful to have to sit here. I tell you one thing, I had some sweat concern about getting my action out, but I could sit here with you guys for 10 hours, and you've seen the horse racing streams go over 12 hours, but let's go. My most is, now it's still a different with horse racing because you're boozing, you can get up and do whatever you want whenever, but 14.5 hours. And then I realized then we lost the first 2 hours because YouTube only lets you do a 12-hour show. So they took off the first 2.5 hours of that show. All right, let's talk about the Houston Rockets because everybody's talking about the Houston Rockets. This team is playing so well, and you got to look at their head coach. You got to look at him.
Absolutely.
He is a special talent, and I'm sure there are times that he wishes things went different in Boston, but
keep your dick in your pants.
Yeah, it's funny when we're gambling all together in San Antonio. Our mistress is our action. That's our mistress. None of our wives are worried about it. I think they're worried about what's happening to our bankroll. That's their major concern. They're not concerned about us, falling out of line because Our mistress is our action, man. All right, so the Rockets bounced back from that 116-111 loss at home to the Nuggets, by beating Atlanta, and now they head out on the road for 3 games: Thursday, Sunday, Monday. So they do get a bit of a rest after this game against this Utah Jazz disgrace to basketball.
Yeah.
We never know who's going to be and who's going to be out. It's sad. I feel bad for Utah Jazz fans. Really. We have them finishing up this homestand. It was supposed to be a nice homestand, 6 games. They've won once over the Wizards, and they're not just losing in front of their fans; they're losing by margin. They lose by, 22 to Boston. They lose by 29 to the Cavs. They lose by 37 to Memphis. Now they finished off here in Houston. Let's get to the line history here and the cash flow, and set up the plan of attack if there is one, because there may not be. We have a 227.5 minus 110 to the under. It opened up at 228. We've dropped a half point to 227. And then let's get to the point spread here. From a point spread perspective, we have Houston minus 13 at minus 109. Opened up at 12.5, a half point move towards the Rockets. And when we get to the cash flow, 47% of tickets and 49% of cash is on the Rockets. When we get to the total here, you have 87% of tickets and 88% of cash on the over. And then when we get to the to who's in, who's out, Amen is a game time decision, and so is Adams, questionable with the ankle injury, but it's a pretty clean looking slate. And then for the Jazz, there's no question marks. Markkanen and Collins are out, so it's Collier, Sexton, Cody Williams at the 3, Flip at the 4, and Kessler at the 5. You know what has happened, Darryl, is it's not even fun capping their basketball games.
Yeah.
It's not fun. I guess you should trust that they're going to lose by margin. Is that what we should do here? Trust they're going to lose by margin?
Yeah. That's the only way I would look at it. Either that or you're just taking their team totals, especially. You take their team total under, especially if it's over 100 points. All right, that's the other way you can look at it too. I have their first half team total under 51.5 points. They're averaging 54.7, and the only reason why that's jumped up is because of the 65 first quarter or first half number that they put up against the Grizzlies. That's the Grizzlies. But on average, it's 53.7. I would say that would be, or in the last 3, it's 53.7. If that 65 wasn't there, then I think that number is right where it's at. But the Rockets, who do get up for games, who've been playing a lot better now that you've got Van Vliet back in the mix, it's just got to be a Rockets spot, like a Rockets trifecta. Again, though, I don't know who's all playing here. I think you definitely want to have Amen Thompson in, right? This one here would just kind of be hurry up and wait. Let's just see what the IR is doing. Good point by Saturated. I have taken Kessler a lot. I've taken his threes, and I have taken his boards as well. I played Kessler at times. Kessler double, but then that just started to get heavily juiced. That was almost automatic. But altogether, there's nothing really fun about even looking at this Jazz squad right now. And the Rockets are really kind of playing on another level right now. And these wins really help. They're trying to maintain that number two, right? I think they're second right now, right? So all these games that they can win, man, really helping them, because there's definitely a fight between 3 and 6. So by winning another game here and there, whether you blow these teams out, man, it's really going to help your case in staying at the number 2 spot. So it's absolutely a Houston Rocket spot, but it's a pass for me. I don't have any interest in this game.
I mean, they're coming off of these embarrassing losses. It's just, when are they going to show heart? I mean, and also they were winning at halftime against Memphis. Winning.
What was the score? What was the halftime score?
65.
Was that the 65? Okay, yeah, that was the 65. Right. Yeah.
65, 64.
This was the same team, Jimmy, that was fined for injury report manipulation. And then the very next game after that, what was that $100,000 fine that came out? Everybody's all of a sudden healthy. This team has no interest on winning at all. I think in a game that had happened over the past week, I think they were up. I forget it was against who. Let me see if I can remember. Was it against Chicago? It might have been against Chicago or Minnesota. They were up in the fourth quarter and sat all their starters. One of those games. So they have no interest in winning anything at all, man. You're definitely going to beat Washington, but yeah, they've only won one game in the last 10, and they just get smacked up. Houston should be able to do that.
Chill Will with the Houston trifecta spot.
Yeah,
Honestly, it's hard, I believe, unless you're coming off a loss for you to be locked in against this team. But I can certainly understand the plan for Chilwell. I certainly can understand the plan. I'm going to sit with the game a little more.
yeah.
It's just not, part of this is that it's so fun to cap these games, and the Jazz games are not fun, but making money is fun. So I don't want to half-ass the cap because I'm like, oh, this is ridiculous.
And that if anything really solidifies my play with OKC, because how are you down against the Jazz?
Yeah.
It's absolutely shameful. Absolutely shameful. So yeah.
Let's roll on to the last spot on the board, but we should mention Sweaty Butcher going back to the Giddey prop. It's not the prime cut, but back to the Giddey prop. He's been catching this over and over and over and over again.
Okay.
He's been riding it and he's running with it. Here, Giddey. Let's move on. Final spot on our board. I don't know how many games we've capped today. Usually I have that exact number, but it was so stressful getting Major League Baseball together that I didn't even, Portland Trailblazers 32, 41, 12, and 23 on the road at the Sacramento Kings 35, 37, 18, and 19 at home. One thing about volume, and I know we shouldn't be waxing on this right now, but volume of capping is that I felt like I had to have a legit amount of action today, because if not, I was sick with stress yesterday just about baseball, because I knew it was time to turn it on for 7 months. And turn on and fire away and trust the cap, trust the breakdowns. And it's a tricky thing that we do. And one thing I was saying in San Antonio is that with what we do with our bankrolls and our, we spend our life building our bankrolls, is you don't have to win, but you can't lose.
Interesting.
That's the situation. You can't lose. You don't have to win, but you can't lose. You lose, everything else around you falls apart. Blazers, Kings, we're at the Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. Blazers 12 and 23 on the road. Kings 18 and 19 at home. This is a huge basketball game.
You think so?
Not just because, Dan Kelly and I got 14-1 for Blazers to get the play-in, but this is the team, the Sacramento Kings. If they win this game, the Blazers will be 2.5 back of the Kings, and the Kings have a tough 6-game road trip. Now, it gets easy in the middle of it for 2 games. The Kings could still screw this up. Doug Christie's been pushing these guys hard, and they are now the vulnerability. And the Blazers know this. The Blazers know this is the most important game this year. Chauncey knows this. And if you watch the Cleveland-Portland game like I did, the Blazers were down 2. There was a pretty clear foul. About 4 minutes left. It wasn't called. The Blazers bench was irate. The Blazers the Cavs come down, hit a 3. Chauncey gets a tech, and they're down 6 instead of a tie game. And it was just, this is a young group, and it affected them. And it wasn't Chauncey's best moment. It was a great homestand for the Blazers, despite losing to the Celtics and Cavs late. It still shows what kind of team we're talking about, what kind of team we'll see next year. The Mikal Bridges 3 to start the homestand was like, a punch in the throat. Then they win 4 straight, and then they lose the last 2. It's too bad it wasn't 5 straight losing, then losing the last 2. And now they start this very interesting 5-game road trip. They play tonight at Sacramento. Then they have tomorrow to travel to New York, Saturday off, and then play the Knicks on Sunday. I think they're going to be real live at MSG. I think they'll be real live. I like this team. And it's Denny of the where it starts, man.
There you go. There you go.
Good God, is he can do so many things on the floor and give you a sense of calm. Now, it's when push comes to shove and you need that basket, it needs to be Simons or Scoot. We know that. But who's going to be there to clean up messes? It's Denny. This is the final game of a horrific homestand. It started out for the Kings. Started with wins against Memphis, Cleveland. Then they lose to the Bulls, lose to the Bucks. These are all by margin. Lose to the Celtics, lose to the Thunder. And this is the Kings' most important game of the year. This is both teams' most important game of the season. And that's fun. Let's forget about that fucking Utah Jazz basketball game. Let's go over who is in and who is out. Now, Kamara. He's the only. I mean, he's so good defensively. We talk about Avdia, but Tumani is also part of the heart and soul of this basketball team. Left foot soreness. There is no question in my mind that Tumani Kamara will be on the floor tonight. And they need him on the floor. They need his defense. The mistakes that he makes offensively, get past it. Because his defense is so important to the success of this team now and in the future. Malik Monk, sick. So
what is he sick with, bro?
Well, we saw this with Porzingis. He was out for 8 games. It was the worst.
Yeah, that was weird too. Yeah.
So you don't know. I mean, we don't know. But he was downgraded in the first 2 games. He's certainly not going to be 100%. And then let's get into the line history here. There's no doubt in my mind that Tumani plays, man. This guy is just, he's become one of my favorites. We have a 6 right now. My +6. That's not good. That's a big spread. Feels like to me that they're asking for Blazers money. This has gone from 5.5 to 6. I hate the line. I wanted to see a 4. I wanted to see a 3.5. I wanted to see them say, "Oh, Blazers are live here." So I'm very concerned. This total opened up at 226 and it dropped to 225. I don't see a way that this. I'm nervous to look. I haven't looked yet. I'm nervous to see the money on the side. We have 88% tickets, 88% cash on the over. Let's see what's going on the spread. It's 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. This makes me really uncomfortable.
No, not for me.
It makes me really uncomfortable. This is telling me that the Cavs are probably. I'm not going to bet them. Like I've got too much care about the Blazers, but I did not want to see this line at 6. If it was at 6, I was hoping to see 80% on the Kings. A 50-50 proposition, a half-point move that makes me very nervous. Take it away, Darryl. Our final spot on the board, my man.
Give me Denny Avdia over 1.5 threes. The guy's last 5 games has gone off 3, 4, 5, 5. Denny Avdia over 1.5 threes. I've moved my threes from Sharp to Simons and now Avdia. I would even like Simon's threes also. Let me see where they're at. But the play I've already made is Denny Avdia's threes. I just think that's easy money. Simons is at 3.5 at plus money. That plus money prop always scares me, and that's dating back from the forget the guy's name that played for the Raptors. Now plays for. Does he play for the? I forget. But yeah, those plus money props scare me. I believe this is a Blazer spot, man. I don't know why the Kings are laying 6 here. I don't. Maybe it's a double revenge spot, but Chauncey has beat the Kings in the Mike Brown era this year, and he's beat them in the Doug Christie era this year.
What did you get on the 1.5 threes?
1.5 threes, 149.
Wow, this is a 5-0 Baltimore. O'Neal. That's 6 straight years he's homered on opening day.
Oh, wow.
We talked about it here on the show. Jesus. Wondering why I can't bet the Jays on opening day. Jesus, can't take the Jays. He's a win total over. I don't feel good about it though, Kelly. We have a lot of my friends on the Jays, so this is minus 169 right now offshore. So getting 20 cents better is important. Over 1.5.
Yeah, it's
threes,
juiced.
minus one. Yeah, but when you make a juice bet, you want to see the sharpest book in the land that has it 25 cents more juiced. That's crucial.
Okay, let me see this here. Yeesh, maybe I should go that route. Let me against this team that doesn't play defense. 3-2-4-5-3. Yeah, I'll take the juice on this one. I'll take the juice.
Talk to me.
This one here, the Blazers is got this. This should be a Blazers money line spot, if you ask me.
Well,
I just think the
what
Blazers.
Saturate's saying.
I believe Blazers should just win this game outright. This one here seems just more like a Blazers angle, and just to take them money line. I'm gonna jump on it. Let's make it official. I am going to. I'm getting real ballsy here too.
Yeah.
Let me make this play here. Portland money line. My book has it at plus 187. I'm making that play.
Ooh, I love it.
Portland money line plus 187 for me. Make it official.
Well, we can give you more. The site we used to play poker at and a couple others offshore, it's 205.
Let's do it, brother. I think this is the game they win. I don't know what the books are thinking here, and maybe this is a time where I just really don't agree, but I just don't see why Portland doesn't come out and just beat them outright. I mean, I was just looking at their schedule. Yeah, they've got they have lost the last 2 games, but I mean, that was against Cleveland and Boston, right? But then you look they beat Denver convincingly, 128-109. They beat Memphis, 115-99. Of course, you're going to beat Washington and Toronto, And I just do believe that this is a get right game for them. This is the team that they know that they can get up for. You're in the same conference. I just believe this is the game that they should be able to win outright. Yeah, they were on a losing streak after that or before that, but look who they played. They lost to New York. That was a close game, 113-114. They lost at Golden State, 120-130. They lost to Detroit, and they lost to OKC. So as quiet as kept, man, that schedule looked kind of deadly for a minute. 4 hard games, 4, maybe 2 easy games, and then you beat Memphis and Denver, and then you lose to Boston and Cleveland. I feel right now, man, that the Portland Trailblazers have an easy enough opponent to where they should beat them outright, regardless if they're at home. And just remember, Portland and Sacramento is not far away at all, bro. NorCal and Portland is like a hop, skip, and a jump. You know what I'm saying? Like you could drive there in 6 hours. So just to get on a flight, man, you're talking about an hour-and-a-half flight, the most. I'm not worried about the travel or anything like that. So, playing at home right now, they had what, a 6-game homestand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6-game homestand. And then, you get on a flight to just fly to Sacramento, which is an hour and a half. Come on, man. I'm not worried about the travel there also. So I just do believe this is a good spot for Portland to just get out and win this game outright. Sacramento, on the other hand, I mean, what are we talking about, man? They're on a 4-game losing streak, and now they're hanging 6 points. And that open at 5, I just don't get it, man. You lose to Chicago, Milwaukee, who sucks, by the way. You lose to Boston, I get it, and you lose to OKC. And we're talking about back-to-backs, or they're rested, if you will. They haven't played since the 25th. So yeah, man, I believe this is a game that the Blazers will win outright. Give me that Blazer money line, man.
I love it. Let's do a review of all action. Nasty Nate back in business. What up, Nate? So I'm going to try and find a way to get on the Spurs, whether it be a first half, a full game, team total over. I got to figure it out, but just one bet. Oh, yeah, Samit, I can't do it during the show. I'm multitasking here. So I will. I have to go into the stream. I have to do all that. Nasty Nate says, worked the full day, went home, shaved, showered on my way to watch the Sox. We have KCP over 8.5 points for Derl at minus 105. That's at 7.5 offshore and like minus 145. So the 8.5 minus 105. I'm interested in the Magic, but sitting at 6.5, it makes me extremely uncomfortable. I want this line to be moving towards the Magic. We could take a dime off of the Jordan Poole over 2.5 threes. Minus 125. Jordan Poole over 2.5 threes, minus 125. Hawks Heat, we stayed off. And then we have I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is, play of the day. It's dose. Lakers first quarter minus 0.5 and full game minus 3. And then for the big balls, big score, first point in the game, Jackson Hayes. Now that's the first Lakers point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first point in the game.
Not the first, it's the first Lakers points. Yeah, for that team. First point scorer for the team is Jackson Hayes.
Yeah. No, you're locked in. Yeah, Nats, have a great time at the game, man. Have a great time. Yeah, Zoe, isn't that huge? I mean, just nuts. Tyler O'Neill again. Then the Thunder minus 10.5, minus 108, I'm very interested in. Rockets, Jazz, we stayed off, but I'm going to keep looking at it. Denny Avdia over 1.5 threes at minus 149. Blazers money line at plus 205. And I want to sit with the Blazers and see if I can find a way to get on them as well. And that, my friends, is the National Basketball Association for Thursday, March 27th, guiding us to the cash. And I can't wait to show his record, and it's my fault that it's not up here, is our man, Darryl Rice. It's Derl in the house. Please support our guy who puts in so much time and energy and care into us. And please send prayers to the family. This weekend, it's a tough one for the fam. So please, however you do it, if you could take a second and just send love and strength to the Rice family this weekend. He'll be in Austin for a funeral, and we love you, man. Here's the link to our guy Darryl's X. Please click it if you haven't already and support our guy. Darryl, go get that cash. You've been doing it all year with us. Thank you for all.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. It's man, 5.5 hours for you, Jimmy, man. Hardest working man in the industry right now, brother. Appreciate you a lot. I really, really do. Everybody in the chat, man, good luck on your bets. Whether you're telling or fading, man, still good luck to you. I want to make this money, man. Let's get up to 60%. I think I'm getting close to it, man. I think I'm getting close to it. So let's get to the 60% margin here, and I will see you all next week.
There he is, our guy, Darryl Rice in the house. Now, Jose is producing another show right now in studio down at Southtown 101. So we are not going to race today. We're going to add the $50 to tomorrow's race. So we have a $100 race popping off tomorrow. $100 camel race popping off tomorrow. I've got 6 of my 7 bets in action right now. So, or in MLB. The only thing I've got left over is the Tigers first 5. It's 2-1 Brewers, Yankees. I got the under 8. That live total is 6.5. The Orioles are up 6-0 on the Jays. Look, I wear the outfit. Doesn't mean I bet the team. Red Sox, Rangers 0-0 right now. Let me move over to live again. This will make things easier. Red Sox, Rangers 0-0 in the bottom of the second. That live total down to 6.5. Phillies, Nationals, end of 2. Mackenzie Gore pitching very well. Live total now of 5.5. The Braves are up 1-0. It's the bottom of the first. The Friars have a runner on second. Need them to come home with it. 0-0 in the bottom of the first for White Sox, Angels. I'm not involved in that one. Look, I took the Guardians at this number. Plus 150. I think it's ridiculous. We're going to the bottom of the second. Here it's 0-0. Pirates, Marlins. We're halfway there. I hate this so much. We're halfway there. The first 3 under 1.5. We're halfway there. Look, that can go away in a hurry. It looks to me like the Mets might be up to no good here. Let's see. They got a runner on first. Oh, no. Everything's fine. Everything's just fine. My man Framber on the mound. Look, I'm fading the excitement of the Mets. You know, what can I say? Below me. The Cincinnati Reds have a 1-0 lead on the Giants. Now, that's not true then, because I also have the under 7.5 live in Minnesota. Oh man, Chill Will. We needed more time with you, Chill Will. We needed more time with Chill Will, Lil Domo, Uncle Mike. That's what we needed. I feel like we just didn't get enough time with you guys, but you guys were just magic. Part of the fam. That is true. That is true and real. And man, you guys, my mom is shrink, and I get a sense of people. I get a sense of energies, and you guys, you're real ones, and you bring so much to us as a group. So thankful to run with you guys, man. And let's review other action here. We have, let's see what's still to go. Stacks play the day number 2, Duke over 153.5. The Pig Milk play today is still to pop off. The Diamondbacks on the run line plus 165. Wine Time has got a huge card. What's left for him? He's on the under 8 with me. He's on the Brewers money line. That's not, it's right there. It's right there. He's on the Baltimore Toronto over 8.5. That's looking good. He's on Red Sox. He's on his, now remember, when he makes moves on Angels games, we should probably follow suit. He's on the under 8 there. He's on the Angels money line, Cubs money line, Braves money line. Barry Smith hoping the Brewers get back to business. The spreadsheet play of the day, dog play of the day, I'm going up against it, is Ron Crawford. We didn't play Ron Crawford's clip, and maybe I need a bit of a wake-up call here. So let's play Ron Crawford's clip. Shout out to our guy. Spreadsheet play of the day, Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford! Also, I should be talking about it more. I was just a little overwhelmed. We have a new channel, Pub Sports TV. It's 24/7. We got Mr. Sean Higgs on that. We got Bobano and the Ice Guys on that. We got the Earl Brothers on that. We're going to be adding more. It's Pub Sports TV, and I'll be talking about it more. If you could hit the subscribe, we just started it. I mean, it says it's been up since January 27th, but it's really just starting. So if you could support that. Barry Smith on the Brewers. What hasn't popped off yet? Maryland plus 6.5 for Troy Torrance. BYU plus 5. I've got those college basketball games to add. Let's talk NHL. Bobano, first period over 1.5, full game over 6 in Pittsburgh, Buffalo. I'm on the Senators minus 1. Bobano's on Sens, team total over 3. The draw plus 320, and first period over 1.5 minus 118. I'm on the Lightning minus 1. Bobano's on the over 6 in the first period over 1.5 in that one. I've left the Habs Flyers alone. It's that new coach thing going on. Habs coming off a 6-1 loss. It's like the clash of two angles I love so much. Bobano on the Montreal Canadiens, team total over 3.5 at plus money, plus 132. First period over 1.5, full game over 6. I'm on the under 5.5 in Caps Wild. Bobano's on the draw, plus 322. Bobano's on the Blues, team total over 3 at plus 100. That's a great line. Bobano's on the over 5.5 and the draw. Still, I got to move on the Stars minus 1. I was curious to see what would happen with the line move. I'm on the Avalanche minus 1. Bobano on the over 5.5 in Kings Avs. I'm on Seattle, and now I'm going to add the team total over. Bobano on Seattle over 3 in the over 6. Bobano on Leafs team total over 3.5. First period over 1.5 and the full game over 5.5. I'd like to find a way to get in on the Sharks. I'm just not sure how with that weak defense. I guess it would be a first period plus a half, but I got to go over that. Then in the college basketball, Alabama first half minus 1.5, minus 111. Spooner on BYU plus 5, minus 105. Kong's Clips, Maryland first half plus 3.5. Give it on Medicaid Monday. Spoon on Maryland plus 6.5. Will Richard over 1.5 threes. That was Cab's favorite spot. What do I do with Caleb Love tonight? I'm going to, you got to be at a perfect calm to go over all of this information a second time and put in your action, at least for me. And I know how I want to handle it, man. I'm gonna eat quickly, like I'm talking in a minute, and then I'm gonna go take a shower. Feel clear in mind and spirit, and then I'm gonna add in the rest of my action. Texas Tech for Morgan Spooner minus 5 at minus 111. Jeff Slaughter, who's running so hot, has a 3-team money line parlay at plus 150. Bama, Duke, and Tech. And that is our show for today. Thank you guys, truly thank you. Oh, and we have a nice appearance, little boost appearance. I think while this podcast has been going on, many podcasts have already come and gone. We'll see if our man Jose jumps back in with us again. Our $100 race will be tomorrow instead of 50 today. You're a good man, Zoe, and we need to hang with you, Zoe. We need more Zoe. Spooner, post nut clarity. Yeah, this isn't post nut. But I will be thinking a little clear. Let's put a bow on this show. I think Jose is going to jump in with us here. I see him moving around backstage. So let's get. He's grabbing the headphones. I can see that happening backstage as well. But while that's happening, let me thank all of you guys. Morgan Spooner, Zoe Fay, Von Polo, Philly Eagle Flyer, cashing the Pirates Marlins tied after 2. Just one more inning, Philly Eagle Flyer. Can we get there? We need one more inning. Saturated, Viper NB, Aubrey Travis, Jerry Davis, got that nerfy in the Pirates game. I love it. Rez Mob, Chill Will, and there's my guy, Jose.
Hello.
Snips in the house. Big Mastro coming out of Windsor. I'm still pitching Windsor to the wife nonstop. I want to move there.
Is it beautiful in Windsor?
I don't know if I call it beautiful. Beautiful enough. It's
You wouldn't be outside anyways. So.
It's the Detroit River. That's right. You look out at the Detroit River. Look at it at Detroit City.
Sure.
The city I love dearly. It works for me. Samit, I'll fix this for you. Nasty Nate, Kripke, AOD, Christopher Comentini, Kelly McInnes. Thank you guys so much. Kobe, Z4, Grizzlies under 113.5, Lakers money line, Rockets first half parlay. And then Chill Will on that Rockets trifecta. LJ from HL on Rockets first quarter. Turnsy, all of you guys, thank you. Jose, my man, can you please bless our action, and can we close the show with the LJ from H-Town full song? I love that. I want that. Jose, take us home, my friend. Thank you for all your hard work. Oldie, much love, man. Big Master says, come back to Windsor. We have a beer once a week and lots of summer cookouts. Sounds good to me. Turnsy says it's beautiful if you love fentanyl zombies.
Well, who doesn't love a little fent? Come on.
Me? I guess that'd be me. Philly Eagle Flyer says Royals tied after 2. We have a chance, Jose. We have a chance. Oh, Padres up 2-1.
Good.
Let's go.
Good. Michael King got out of bases loaded with only one run.
Yeah.
We know what that means.
I mean, this game's got a lot still to finish here. Jose, my friend, there's so much on the line for us, and it's so enjoyable. You're such a great friend and the best producer anybody could have. Anyone. So thank you for all you do for us. Get in there safely. Fuck yeah, Astros. Fade the excitement. Jose, can you please take us home, my friend?
I wouldn't know what any of the scores are because MLB TV's down on the fucking.
Can I tell you?
Please do.
Okay, so we'll do one last run through, and then Jose will take us home. Right now, the Texas Rangers are up 1-0 in the bottom of the second inning. They have 2 men on, and there is 2 out. 2 strikes, 2-2 count. The Yankees are up 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th, but they have 2 runners on, and there is 2 out.
Yeah, and fucking big tubby Aaron Judge is up.
The Baltimore Orioles are up 6-0 on the Toronto Blue Jays in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Phillies and Nationals are tied 0-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. The Nats have 1 on. Padres have taken a 2-1 lead over the Braves. That's all first inning action. Angels, White Sox 0-0 and going to the bottom of the 2nd. Guardians, Royals 0-0 in the top of the 3rd. Pirates, Marlins. Look, this is, fucking first.
That seems so easy.
No, what do you mean? This could end. This does not. I'm not home.
Yeah, but first 3, I mean.
Look, I'm not home, man. Let me get home first. Mets, Astros 0-0, but they got runners on the corners with 1 out. And Brendan Rodgers at the dish. 0-1 count. Reds up 1-0 on the Giants. And that is our show for today. Jose, Oldie says, who won the race? We're pushing it to tomorrow. $100 race tomorrow, Oldie. $100 on the line tomorrow. The Red Sox did get out of the inning, though.
Good.
They got out of the inning. So, Jose, my friend, take us home. 1-0 White Sox.
Good.
1-0 White Sox.
Good. That's another guy I got out of early jam. Berkey was up 2 guys on the corner and got out.
Slater with the rope. Let's roll, Jose. Take us home, man.
Yes, I'm about to go home and curse MLB TV's name until they get back in order. Till then, guys, appreciate you guys. It's going to be a whole lot of fun this baseball season. This is only the beginning 1 of game 162 coming So it's going to be a lot of fun. AOD, Saturated, Zoe, Old D, all you guys, Philly Eagle Flyer, my guys that troll me like Barry, all you guys, Spoons, even though he was against me in the first bet he put out. Shout out to you, Spoons, Res Mob, all you guys. Thank you guys. We appreciate you guys. And let's go.
News here. The Brewers got out of it.
Of course, it was Aaron Judge at the plate.
So we're through 5-2-1. Those first 5 unders would have cashed.
It made sense, but it would have been a fucking sweat and a half.
6-2. We just had a jack for the Toronto Blue Jays. 2-1 jack. I'm not sure who got it.
I respect the Toronto Blue Jays for spending a lot of money in Venezuelans this offseason. So shout out to them. And shout out to you guys. Let's go make some money. Let's go milk some bookies. And in the process, let's be good dads in the process, huh? How about we do that? All the people out there, saturate all you guys. Shout out to you guys. Leche. A-list bookmakers. Let's milk these motherfuckers.
From down south, where we ride on slabs. From down south, where we ride on slabs. From down south, where we ride on slabs.
Yo. Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a sparkly. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From books to west, cash checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Breeze. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.